Am I losing my mind? Am I the only one who hasn't sold their soul? Am I losing my mind? If you can disagree with me, then let me know. Am I losing my mind? Am I the only one who likes to lose control? Am I losing my mind? Talking that shit, I'm like, okay, bro. Yeah. Sick Ghost Rider. That's a nice stove. You cook crack now? You got some nice hoes. Hope they're having fun, but I bet they not. Too concerned about how they fucking look. Up here we still do everything by ourselves. Brush our own teeth, raise our own hell. Would you believe that I write my own rhymes, tie my own shoes, fight my own fights? Call me crazy, baby, but I think I'm onto something. People got their hands up when they know that they ain't offering nothing. Riddle me this, bitch, who's really earning? Who's in makeup? Who's in person? I got something you can't have. It's not dabbing, it's not sweat, it's not alcohol or crack. It's confidence with eye contact. Woo-hoo. I see douchebags up in the strip clubs, grinding up loose cash. It's so lit, so turned in this place. Y'all act like you never been punched in the face. Am I losing my mind? Am I the only one who hasn't sold their soul? Am I losing my mind? If you can disagree with me, then let me know. Am I losing my mind? Am I the only one who likes to lose control? Am I losing my mind? Talking that shit, I'm like, okay, bro. Ooh, oh no. They worry about how they look again. You can ask for work while I put it in. I was sacrificing when you should have been. That's why you're on the outside looking in. If you come too much, sure you gon' hear my voice. I don't rap over vocals, I got no choice. Just like I would never let her do mow my lawn. I would never let a pussy write my songs. I pick my team, I hustle hard. I ain't got a stylist or a bodyguard. No one tells me how to act or look, or sing or fight or fuck or maybe rap or cook. I would feel like such a pussy if I was rapping about cooking crack, but never did it when they looking back. Let's have a mandatory draft to put the rappers in the kitchen and see who goes missing. Ooh, keep it real, keep it real. Anything for a deal. Tell me how you feel. Yeah. Oh. Keep it real, keep it real. Anything for a deal. Tell me how you feel, little buddy. It must be so tough, little buddy. Am I losing my mind? Am I the only one who hasn't sold their soul? Hey. Am I losing my mind? If you can disagree with me, then let me know. Am I losing my mind? Am I the only one who likes to lose control? Am I losing my mind? Talking that shit, I'm like, okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's no such thing as real rappers, fake rappers, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing more real than a rapper lying about everything, you know what I'm saying? I know how insecure you are. I know how tough you want to be, you know what I'm saying? You got goals. Come in here, give me a hug, little buddy. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for you. I got my arms wide
open. Live fast, young and hungry. Brand new whip, getaway ride. Ride.
Run. Run.
Break out, find our freedom. Hands up, gonna touch the sky. Girl, touch the sky.
Run. Run.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We'll take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run. Run.
Can't stop stealing glances. Crack the code, tell me what's inside. What's inside?
Run. Run.
Red dress, black sunglasses. ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run. Run. Run.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We'll take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run. 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 Run.
On a train back to Boston and we're jumping the gun. And I'm telling you, baby, this the part where I run. But I like it when you're nice, like it when you're nice to me. Well, there I was, swearing I would never fall in love. All my inhibitions walked out the second you said what's up. So here we go.
Hi!
I'm throwing out the things I used to know. I hate to admit it, but I guess I'm not better alone. On a train back to Boston and we're jumping the gun. And I'm telling you, baby, this the part where I run. But I like it when you're nice, like it when you're nice to me. Like it when you're nice to me. Like it when you're nice to me. Like it when you're nice to me.
Great song. Good morning. Hi. I didn't see you there. Good afternoon. Good evening, whatever the case may be. Hi. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's a great song, isn't it? On a train back to Boston. She's performing in this area. She's going on tour. Great artist there. I like her. She's definitely an up-and-coming artist. What's her name there? That's the Zevi remix. But who's the girl that actually does On a Train Back to Boston? Let me get you her name. She deserves a shout-out. She's really good. It's a new song, too. I think it came out over the summer. Her name is Stella Lefty. All right? Stella Lefty. She's really good. Water under the fridge. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the one and only defender of the Great Lakes. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon, my friend, on this glorious Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know Water Under the Fridge, not only is he a prolific and wonderful supporter of Towel Channel who says, ladies and gentlemen, let's effing go, Water Under the Fridge is also the man who single-handedly created the most effective blockade of all times, actually, all human civilization will look upon Water Under the Fridge's blockade of the Great Lakes in America as the most successful, impenetrable blockade of all time. Yes, Water Under the Fridge prevented every single Iranian ship that tried to get into the Great Lakes from getting there. Now, you might be saying, Iran doesn't really have access to the Great Lakes. They do. That's why the Canadians you always got to keep an eye on the damn Canadians. The Iranians are going to roll their boats over the country of Canada on logs and put their boats in the Great Lakes, and Water Under the Fridge stopped them. How do I know? Have you looked in the Great Lakes? Are there any Iranian boats? If the answer is there are no Iranian boats, then Water Under the Fridge has done his job. Absolutely excellent news. Yes, I appreciate all of your compliments and support of Towel Channel. Every once in a while, though, there's nothing wrong with some levity to start your Wednesday, okay? We call it Towels Variety Hour. You never know what the hell's going to happen. Inevitably, I'm going to say ridiculous things. I'm going to do ridiculous things. I'm probably going to get all mad. I'm going to yell at people. I'm going to yell about things. Inevitably. It's just the nature of our shared existence as towels. We're fluffy, until you make us made. And then, you know, what happens when a towel is made and it's all wet? Well, you know, that's an angry towel. So anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to give you a full briefing on the update about Ed Davis. Now, you might be saying, Grant, you did not stay up and watch the Stoughton Select Board meeting on Mazza last night, did you? No, I didn't. But I did see Mazza post that Ed Davis has been selected to do the internal investigation of Stoughton Chief Donna McNamara. Hi, Four Cats Chrissy. It's so good to see you. Thank you for supporting our channel. Of Stoughton Police Chief Donna McNamara being fired or allegedly almost pushed out of her job, although she's now on paid administrative leave, allegedly, according to Donna McNamara's civil complaint filed in Norfolk Superior Court 2 weeks ago, for cooperating with the FBI regarding child sex trafficking and the investigation of Matthew Farwell in the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Matthew Farwell was a former Stoughton cop. Now, you're going to learn a lot, because I have some big news for you. I have two, maybe three new versions of British Reporter Towel. Now, I have taken, I have a very special clip to show you. I have taken some feedback from one of the most refined gentlemen. You're going to see his beaming smile up on the screen right now. One of the most refined gentlemen on planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. There's the Glarer. Now, the Glarer, you may have heard, watched the Towel News read-through of the new Mark Betterow letter last night. And the Glarer had, much like me, you know, Sapakna, I was a little confused. The Glarer had some feedback for us. So the Glarer is going to let us know what he thought about the new and improved British Reporter Towel. Did we do a good job? Did we do a bad job? Let us know, Will.
It sounds like this poor dude is trying to do a Yoda impression, but isn't getting the mechanics of how Yoda really talks. You know what I'm saying? Just... It's like they're trying to talk like Yoda, but like they're just not getting it. Sparkly Rabbit just became a YouTube member. Welcome to Replicants. Thank you so much.
Then he goes back to listening to British Reporter Towel. It was the greatest thing I've ever seen. You don't understand. I was having such a good time. And like, Will would pause at certain times and mock British Reporter Towel like me. It was great. He'd be like, this guy is hilarious. The guy, like, and he was reading a Betterow letter too. So the British Reporter Towel, at some points he does really well, but when you take like an image of text and convert it to a PDF and then turn that into a text file, it sometimes puts like periods and line breaks. So when you put that into the voice reader, it'll like pause at weird points. So Will was like, I can kind of understand what this British Reporter Towel is saying, but you know, he puts the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. And then the British Reporter Towel would say something so eloquently, and Will would be like, oh, this refined gentleman. Oh, goodness. So anyway, I have some news for you. How are you all doing? If you want to get caught up before we read some Sandra Birchmore documents on a more serious note about what's going on, Ed Davis was the Boston Police Commissioner at the time of the Boston Marathon bombing. He almost became the Department of Homeland Security chief under Obama. All right? Damn liberal commies. You know how I feel about the frickin' liberal commies. Now this dude, alright, he knows my mom. And my mom's weird. Alright, she hangs out with Michael Proctor's uncle-in-law. She's all weird, she's mean. She told me she doesn't love me. She does weird. She talks to Kate Peter. Anyone who talks to Kate Peter is effing weird, you know what I mean? Alright, now I don't really know what's going on there, but I've always said, since I was a young boy, even if it's of my own mother, if I find out you're doing bad things, I will testify against you. She actually said that to me, so it's kind of ironic, you know, that we can flip it around now. But my point remains the same. All right, Ed Davis has a lot of conflicts of interest. With Brian Tully's State Police Unit, with my mother, who knows all these people, and the McAlberts. And then also Ed Davis was the person who Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, after Jeffrey Epstein's death, reached out to do security on his home in Massachusetts, where Maxwell apparently used to hang out. Because, you know, it's obviously completely normal that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell spent time in Stoughton. the billionaire's paradise of Stoughton. They clearly really liked the IKEA. You know, they love urban shopping malls, you know, those billionaires. Nothing better than hanging out off Route 128, bruh. I'll tell you, if you've never hung out at an exit off ramp on 128, you are not living. Forget about Santorini, forget about Portofino, forget about Praha, forget about London, forget about Paris. No, ladies and gentlemen, you have not lived until you have pulled over at a highway rest stop off 128 in Stoughton. Alright? That's where all the billionaires go. It's the hottest billionaires' paradise in the entire world. Jet set culture, my ass. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Stoughton, Massachusetts. That's the place to be. Water Under the Fridge said, since a little towel, Grant Dog has never changed. You know what? I actually have a very special image for you all. This was sent in by a anonymous artist. It's going to be hung in the Towel Louvre. I heard a rumor that this is what Towel looked like when he came out of the womb. Alright, I heard a rumor, yes, I heard a rumor, okay, that was me as a baby, okay? Yes, I was just a wee little washcloth. Little did I know the big things that Little Towel would go on to do. Yes, that's me, that is me as a baby washcloth. You know, I was just a little washcloth. I didn't really know what was going on. I knew I was destined for big things, though, I'll tell you that. I was already under a lot of stress when I was a baby. So, yeah, there you go. Water Under the Fridge, you nailed it. I was a flannel when I was born. Yes, I was a little flannel-based washcloth. I was just a little washcloth. I knew you all would adore this. I know. Why does my swat? I don't know. I'm not the artist, okay? This is going to be hung in the Towel Louvre. Roper Ducky is the duck. Excellent job, Roper Ducky. Towel Girlfriend, how are you doing? You can tell I've had a day, alright? I got a lot of things going on. I'm trying to decompress a little bit before we get into some more serious matters. No, I have not. I am well rested. I got up this morning. I went for a little walk. I pined for the fjords of Norway a little bit, as one is wont to do. I explored various man-made navigable waterways as I was on my walk. I wanted to make sure that, you know, there were no impediments in the flow of the water, because it's nice to take in the water in the morning. So anyway, my point remains the same. I know I'm very well rested. I feel like I've had some time to decompress. I have a lot going on in multiple vectors. I feel very vindicated. Oh yeah, we got to talk about the damn Russians. Oh yeah, wait till I start. Yeah, you know what? We can start with the damn Ruskies. Because some of you, not in the chat, some of you out there thought it was funny to make fun of my reporting about the damn Ruskies. Well, let me tell you, I don't like the commies. I don't like the Ruskies, I don't like Adnan Khashoggi, I don't like Jeffrey Epstein, and I don't like blackmail, and I don't like people who hurt women and children. So, in that order, we're going to start with the frickin' Ruskies. Vladimir Putin. Think he's all smart. He ain't smart. He's just a demon who bombs churches. Damn Ruskies. Alright, so here's the big news of the day, ladies and gentlemen, as reported by Scott M. Stedman, who used to work with Forensic News, and now works with The Newsground, a venerated reporter and colleague of Little Towel. Now, this is old British reporter towel. I don't have new British reporter towel for this.
Conversation.
Go ahead.
Semicolon. Russian-linked Kurelev was under FBI investigation in the context of two 2018-era federal grand juries related to money laundering, public corruption and sanctioned oligarchs close to dictator Vladimir Putin, per the venerated Scott M. Stedman.
This was overnight, by the way.
Of the Newsground in his new series, The Kurelev Papers, Part 1. Read the breaking story here. On October 29, 2018, cannabis giant Kurelev went public on the Canadian Securities Exchange. In prior weeks, it had raised approximately $400 million from investors, valuing the company at $4 billion. It was the biggest cannabis company in the world, and its chairman, Boris Jordan, was a billionaire. What the public did not know is that days earlier, on October 26, 2018, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan sent a federal grand jury subpoena in a money laundering and corruption probe that appeared to be focused squarely on Kurelev. The FBI quietly investigated the money behind Curaleaf for money laundering and public corruption for at least a year, according to Bureau records obtained by the Newsground under the Freedom of Information Act. 2 federal grand juries examined the money, one in Manhattan and one in Philadelphia. Both ended without charges.
For now.
Much of Curaleaf's funding came from Roman Abramovich, the Russian billionaire and Vladimir Putin associate, who was later sanctioned by Britain, the European Union and Canada. This reporter revealed his undisclosed funding of the company via loans at Forensic News in December 2022, 4 years after the FBI probe. Stedman's report begins. Read that story here. Closing parenthesis dot. The New York investigation was focused on potential violations of 18 U.S. Code Section 1956, the federal statute for money laundering. A second grand jury was impaneled in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Its FBI file number carries the prefix 194A, the Bureau's classification for public corruption investigations, Stedman reported. In the fall of 2019, agents interviewed 2 women who had worked on Curaleaf's applications to the Pennsylvania Department of Health, PADOH. Among the applications is a bid for a clinical registrant permit, the license that lets a cannabis company partner with a medical school on research. The first woman, a former contractor interviewed at her home on September 26, 2019. According to the FBI's report of the interview, there might have been an instance where she was instructed to exclude a shareholder name from the Phase 1 application to PADOH. But she could not recall the individual's name. She said she was probably instructed to leave the name off, Stedman also reported. Pennsylvania ran the clinical registrant licensing in 2 rounds. The first opened in October 2018, days before Curaleaf went public. The witness later said she recognized the name Cetus Investments, one of Roman Abramovich's offshore companies that funded Curaleaf, Stedman's article goes on to say. Read the DOJ files from her FOIA here. Read Scott's groundbreaking new article, in full, here. Read my, Grant Smith Ellis's, coverage of a wild series of events involving regulators in Massachusetts and a 2023 investigation into Curaleaf's Russian ties, that includes inadvertent leaks and much more, here.
Now, just so you understand, we will now go to the Birchmore case, but if you take a look at some of the articles over the years that I wrote about this company and what they've been doing in Massachusetts, and the reports that I was on to about their Russian funding, this was back in 2023. You will find that yesterday's confirmation by Scott Stedman that there were FBI grand juries, federal grand juries into this company is a big deal. All right? But I want to go, that was just a development that happened overnight, okay? It is not the most important news of the day. I just wanted to yell about that for a second. That is a very big deal. Now I want to talk more about Ed Davis. All right? So I'm going to let you listen to this story. I told you a little bit about why Ed Davis is a big deal. And now I'm going to let you listen to the full story that I wrote up that it intertwines all of this. It's going to tell you why the former BPD Commissioner Ed Davis is tied in to Ghislaine Maxwell's former husband in Massachusetts. And it will explain what Maxwell and Epstein were doing in Stoughton, how that ties into what was going on with Brian Tully's State Police Unit and way more. And I have a brand new British reporter towel to let you know. Yes, that was a big deal overnight. For those of you in like that arena, public corruption, the adult and medical use world, that story is big, and that's only part 1. That is a huge deal. Especially because Vladimir Putin doesn't have a lot of influence anymore domestically in America. That company, if they were funding the Russian state and it gets proven, oh dude, they're in trouble. I haven't seen anything that would confirm that, but if that's where this leads, that Curaleaf was literally funding the Russian state, oh, that's bad. That's very bad. Alright, let's continue. Now we're going to take a listen to the story about Ed Davis, the news from the Stoughton Select Board last night about Ed Davis doing the internal affairs investigation of the allegedly constructive discharge or attempts to fire Stoughton Police Chief Donna McNamara for cooperating with the FBI about a probe into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder at the hands of Matthew Farwell, a former Stoughton cop, an investigation that was done by the Canton Police, including Kevin Albert, and the Massachusetts State Police, specifically Michael Morrissey's State Police Detectives Unit, run by Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, First Officer John Fanning, who used to be a cop in Stoughton, who wrote the report exonerating Farwell, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan, that was the top three in the chain of command, and then Michael Proctor, Nick Garino, who's now a federal cooperating witness. Michael Proctor is not a federal cooperating witness, but is a virulent bigot who was exposed via the Proctorgate files. And there's also a response to the Miles King motion to dismiss that is due today. If that comes out while I'm live, I'll try to take a look at it from the Commonwealth related to the Proctorgate materials. This unit also had on it Matt Duane, Connor Keefe, Kathleen Prince, and a few other people, Jeff Katowski, etc. So let's take a listen. Let's get fully caught up. Then we'll review two more Sandra Birchmore, Matthew Farwell motions in limine, and we'll see where the day takes us. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Welcome to Towel News. Thank you for being with me.
Why is Ed Davis, who is deeply...
This is brand new and improved American Reporter Towel. Take it away.
Why is Ed Davis, who is deeply confliced as to child sex trafficking rings in Massachusetts connected to cops, conducting the investigation of Chief Donna McNamara's allegations that she was retaliated against for cooperating with the FBI's upcoming federal trial related to Brian Tully and John Fanning's State Police Unit covering up exactly such child sex trafficking in the context of the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case? Ed Davis worked directly for Ghislaine Maxwell's romantic partner in recent years. I am deeply concerned. As a reminder, I previously reported, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell used a charity called Learning for Life to formally contract with former Stoughton Police Deputy Chief Robert Devine in order to run programs for children in Norfolk County coordinated by District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Robert Devine was involved in the Sandra Birchmore cover-up and may have been Jeffrey Epstein's point person for a Gestapo group of state and local police in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts who operated brothels, groomed underage women, and then kept the girls in line by any means necessary. Forced addictions, threats, fake criminal charges, and, if necessary, murder. Quoting crime timelines, the Stoughton Police Department ran the Explorer program for about 15 years, but could only locate a single one-year agreement with Learning for Life, the scouting affiliate that oversees the National Explorer program. Robert C. Devine has led the Stoughton Police Explorers program since 2003, a youth initiative under the department. Source for Devine's contract with Maxwell and Epstein's Learning for Life conspiracy, https://crimetimelines.com/Sandra-Birchmore-records/ Interestingly, new Epstein files confirm that Ghislaine Maxwell visited Stoughton for the first time in 2006, right as Devine was starting his chapter of the Learning for Life conspiracy. Find confirmation that Maxwell and Epstein ran Learning for Life and all of its associated programs, including basketball camps, baseball camps, and otherwise for young children in the Norfolk County area. Here, https://justice.gov/epta005787787.pdf. In any event, state officials have been contacted. I am working to immediately end all of these programs. I will have more information shortly. Earlier Monday, I reported, I've confirmed that Jeffrey Epstein, Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey, and Robert Devine, all three men potentially connected to a cop-run brothel in Epstein's network that used the state police in Massachusetts to enslave victims, were in Stoughton on July 8th to 9th, 2014. Read the primary source confirming Epstein's presence in Stoughton on those days here, https://justice.gov/epstein/files/dataset %2010/EFTA015255551.pdf. Read the post confirming Devine, the potential point man for Epstein and Maxwell's operation in Stoughton since at least 2006, was in Stoughton on that day for a young basketball camp. Devine used to run the basketball camp for kids in question before it was taken over by Morrissey, and Devine was involved with the Police Explorer program, wherein Sandra Birchmore was groomed, potentially brought into Epstein's brothel, and then killed when she wouldn't stay silent, a crime then covered up by the Norfolk DA's State Police Unit. Here, https://x.com/j-piquette/status/486-86616-8297181184. Strangely, although the camp was run and attended by Morrissey for multiple years in the summer around the same dates, there is no press release on the Norfolk DA's website covering the July 8th to 9th, 2014 camp in Stoughton, the very days Epstein was in Stoughton according to Epstein's bank records. Every other year is listed here, https://nfkda.com/media.html, or in the archive, https://nfkda.com/archivedpressreleases.html. As a result, the X post linked above, from July 9th, 2014, is the only record in existence of the camp. Although the Norfolk DA can clearly be compelled to turn over any material related to that July 8th to 9th, 2014, camp involving Robert Devine and Michael Morrissey via the Public Records Law, but I am also not a lawyer, and this is not legal advice. I am a towel. That link, again, for the record, is https://x.com/jpiquette/status/486-866617-8297-181184. Ghislaine Maxwell, for her part, was in person in that area as early as 2006, perhaps to set up Epstein's brothel and assign Devine as the regional pimp of all pimps. Source, page 12, https://justice.gov/Epstein/files/2010/EFTA0100429.pdf late Sunday, I reported. There was something called the MSP-BFIT team that links together a number of men, including the former colonel of the state police, who may well have been involved with Jeffrey Epstein's operation out of Stoughton, Massachusetts, as the enforcement wing of Epstein's cartel. The names are follows: Colonel Christopher Mason, Major Joe King, Captain Lenny Coppenrath, Detective Lieutenant Mark Sear, Sergeants John Fanning, the MSP-BFIT team captain, Vincent No and Brian Tully, as well as troopers Joseph Cordes, Yuri Buchanek, Jeff Kotkowski, Sean Quirk, Daniel Santa, Anthony Pereira, and Catherine Lamb.
Some names ringing a bell. I also just want to take a second to recognize Four Cats Chrissy, who said, "Grant, I am so proud of you. I knew from the get-go with Sandra it was suspicious, and with all these other forced litigations, I knew it was bigger than I realized. So many have no idea, and I get it. It is so hard to process, and I'm so proud of you." Well, God bless you, Four Cats Chrissy. I agree. Everyone had, I think every well-meaning person had that feeling in their gut. Pardon me for the burp, I'm disabled. They may not have been able to identify why they had the feeling, but they knew. And you were one of them. God bless you, Four Cats Chrissy. It's okay. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. And I do think all of us together, when we see all this information, it's all of us saw part of it. But when you see it all laid out, especially in hindsight, like reading Great Expectations the second time and knowing who the benefactor is, it reads different. So, God bless you, Four Cats Chrissy. You're wonderful. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel, and you're wonderful. Thank you for always keeping the focus where it needed to be, which was finding the truth through compartmentalized webs of lies. And we're not at the finish line yet, but I think we're very close to the final battle. Oh, Flovin, thank you so much. I think a golden goat is now about to appear, so we had a very rare super chat, a golden goat combo. Where's the golden goat? There it is! Look at it. Did you see that golden goat over the super chat? That's very rare. That almost never happens. That's a 1 in a million occurrence. Greatest thing I've ever seen. You're both wonderful. God bless you both. Thank you for your support of Tal Channel. Now we're at a very interesting part of this. So, radio announcer, American icon, reporter Tal, will you take it away?
It seems that almost all of these men, spanning the State Police Command and the Norfolk DA's SPDU-MSP unit, were show how connected to Robert Devine and a ring of police who were targeting young girls, grooming them into a brothel, and then strong-arming those women into staying silent for life, via trumped-up criminal charges, or, in some cases like Sandra Birchmore, murder. Devine worked in Stoughton for decades as a deputy chief, and Ghislaine Maxwell visited Stoughton for the first time in 2006, apparently to set up a brothel run by cops as pimps/enforcers. John Fanning, the trooper who, in 2021, wrote the report covering up Sandra Birchmore's murder, also worked in Stoughton as a cop before going on to work at the Norfolk DA's MSP unit, as did Yuri Buchanek. In turn, Devine then hired Matthew Farwell, then man now charged with murdering Sandra Birchmore, and Devine nearly blew the entire operation when a woman named Tiffany Overstreet almost exposed Devine in the summer of 2014. Overstreet started a relationship with Devine in the fall of 2013, and then exposed Devine to his wife in the summer of 2014. Interestingly, Epstein personally paid a visit to Stoughton on July 9, 2014, and, within months, Overstreet was targeted by Norfolk DASPDU trooper Sean Quirk, who, in turn, worked closely with Robert Devine to arrest Overstreet in the fall of 2014, charges that were then dropped in the spring of 2015. At Dr. TurtleBoy, to his credit, was the first person to figure this out. https://tbdailynews.com/202/022/9/2000/by-and-police-3-police-officers committed suicide when they abandoned her after becoming pregnant. Brian Tully, for his part, took command of the Norfolk DA's MSP unit and was involved in directly supervising Yuri Buchanek, Jeff Kotkowski, Sean Quirk, John Fanning, and others during the time period when the Birchmore cover-up occurred, in 2021. Tully's MSP unit, in turn, was also involved in both the Karen Reed and TurtleBoy prosecutions, and it seems clear to me now that the MSP Norfolk DA's unit was part of a splinter cell within MSP that served as a private army and prosecution force for Mr. Epstein, and TurtleBoy and Karen Reed helped the DOJ, including Adam Dietsch, expose them all. In short, Massachusetts, meet your modern Interpen. Then, in early August of 2026, I reported, also via this page. The U.S. DOJ will present evidence, via the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case, that Sandra possessed information about child sex trafficking violations. 18 U.S. Code, Section 2422. Section 2422b. Prior to her murder at the hands of Farwell on February 1, 2021. Source page 38 of 52. https://drive.google.com/d/12xmq3hud.cttum0lujzkHJXTSKELNG/view?USP=sharing. The DOJ also has evidence that Sandra was aware of wire fraud violations and violations of a law that prevents deprivation of rights under color of law. This via the DOJ's proposed jury's instructions that were released this week. The relevant sections of those instructions state, in Count 1, the defendant, Matthew Farwell, is charged with killing a witness or victim. Here, the witness or victim is alleged to be Sandra Birchmore. federal law prohibits killing a person to prevent a communication to a federal law enforcement officer about the commission or possible commission of a federal offense. The government alleges that the federal offenses about which Sandra Birchmore possessed information are deprivation of rights, under color of law, in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 242, coercion and enticement, in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 2422, B, and wire fraud in violation of Title 18, United States Code, Section 1343. I will define those underlying offenses later in my instructions, so you understand the type of communication the government alleges the defendant acted to prevent. Title 18, United States Code, Section 2422b states, B. Whoever, using the mail or any facility or means of interstate or foreign commerce, or within the special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, knowingly persuades, induces, entices, or coerces any individual who has not attained the age of 18 years to engage in prostitution or any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense or attempts to do so, shall be fined under this title and imprisoned not less than 10 years or for life. Source: https://law.cornell.edu/us code/text/18/2422. For more context and background, earlier this week I reported Jessica Hyde, Nick Guarino, and Bode Labs from the Karen Red/John O'Keefe trial are all cooperating federal witnesses in the Matthew Farwell/Sandra Birchmore case. Here is the recap of the new 49-page federal government outlining, in specific, heart-wrenching detail, the DOJ's case against disgraced former Stoughton cop Matthew Farwell as to Sandra Birchmore's death. Full document: https://d/174HZDA9ET0AENB04WO1SCFT8M9X/HSE/view?USP equals sharing Leah Foley and her staff care more deeply about justice for the vulnerable than any group of prosecutors I have ever seen. I am inspired by this document in ways that, during stream, I could only compare to looking at the great works of history, be it the European cathedrals, the works of the Bard, or the films of Kubrick, and placing it among their pantheon. And, no, that is not an overstatement. In the filing, it was also revealed that federal government found a second DNA sample on Sandra Birchmore's undergarments, and the DOJ Yaji knows who the sample belongs to. That man, Witness 1, according to DNA testing, is the father of Sandra's unborn baby boy. The DNA does not belong to Matthew Farwell, and Farwell, nor his brother William, is not the father of Sandra's unborn baby boy. The filing also details that the Massachusetts Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, OME, is a federal witness for the DOJ in the Sandra Birchmore/Matthew Farwell trial. Nick Guarino, Jessica Hyde, MSP Crime Lab techs, and now the OCME. The feds are ruthless and epic. Previously, I reported, if you are trying to understand why Jessica Hyde, a state expert witness against Karen Reed in the John O'Keefe trial, testifying for the federal government in Matthew Farwell's trial for the murder of Sandra Birchmore, investigated by the same MSP unit, is huge, this video is for you. https://x.com/slash/grant-smith/Ellis/status/208459480 01177964966. The emails Hyde sent to Brian Tully, the head of Norfolk D. Michael Morrissey's State Police Detective Unit, in May of 2023 read shockingly different when viewed through the lens of Hyde being a cooperating federal witness against Tully and the Norfolk DA's office, with Hyde playing the role of a sympathetic expert trying to explain Jen McCabe's infamous "hosts long to die in cold" Google search. For more context and background, previously on Monday of this week, I reported, the DOJ will be calling Jessica Hyde, a witness from the John O'Keefe and Karen Redd trial, as an expert during Matthew Farwell's October 2026 trial for the murder of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby boy. The feds were here all along, after all, and I don't think they were helping with a 2:27 a.m. Google search. Brian Tully's state police unit, including John Fanning and Yuri Buchanek, cleared then Stoughton cop Matthew Farwell for responsibility for Sandra's death in 2021, despite a litany of evidence linking Farwell to the crime and to a years-long grooming/abuse ring targeting Sandra involving the Stoughton Police Explorers program. Fanning, of note, used to work in Stoughton as a police officer, alongside Robert Devine, the man who ran the Police Explorers program in Stoughton, before moving on to work for Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey's State Police Detective Unit. Farwell's brother William also previously worked as a Stoughton cop. Fanning, for his part, personally wrote the state police report clearing Farwell for any role in Sandra's death, and the death of Sandra's unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy. In turn, at the time, in 2021, Fanning reported to his sergeant, Buchanek, and also Buchanek's boss, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully. Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk District Attorney, and his state police unit, led by Brian Tully, John Fanning, and Yuri Buchanek, were also involved with the investigation of John O'Keefe's death in 2022. This was also the same unit who brought criminal charges on journalist Aiden at Dr. TurtleBoy Kearney. This information about Hyde being a witness for the DOJ in the Birchmore trial was revealed by Farwell in a new notice on the docket Monday, indicating Farwell will be calling his own expert to rebut Hyde, and another digital forensics expert, Christopher Beckstrom. Read that document here, https://drive.google.com/file/d/1y5rj tcy-ij dj0rzyfyz-qp_buyLzex/view query. USP equals sharing. The DOJ, led by U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, also submitted a motion indicating they will be seeking to admit new evidence from a Walmart purchase of a transaction that occurred on January 24, 2021, approximately 7 days before Birchmore died, of an apartment key Birchmore made for Farwell. Read that motion here, https://drive.google.com/file/d/10ylazlm6 adpsqw khsf7 jkmqpxhzc7h7/view USP equals sharing. Farwell, for his part, also submitted a motion to exclude damning DNA evidence linking him to the scene of Sandra's death. Read that motion here, https://drive.google.com/file/d/1slzuq8e1_v uva7v3 vp2b uegzd0rt2sjh/view USP equals sharing. Both parties, furthermore, also submitted a joint motion related to further motions filed under seal. That motion reads as follows. The United States, with the assent of defendant Matthew Farwell, respectfully moves this court to file under seal 3 motions in limine, and all exhibits attached to them. The government also moves to file under seal select exhibits, related to 2 publicly filed Daubert motions. As grounds for this motion, the government states that the briefs and exhibits that it seeks to file under seal either contain information subject to the protective orders, see ECF number 50, entered in this case, or are required to be filed under seal, see Federal Rule of Evidence 412. Read that motion to seal here. https://drive.google.com.
Wait a minute. FRE 12 is the special rule about character evidence for victims of SA. It's the rape shield law, basically. Whoa! So that was I missed this the first time. That I don't know exactly what they're talking about, that motion that they want to write. I think it has to do with Farwell's experts, but FRE 412, do you know what FRE 412 is? That's a very serious... so I had to argue this during a class one time. FRE 412 is like the most serious rule of federal evidence. And it's basically like a protection. It's basically a protection like for the victim. Let me see if I can get like a law review article about it. It's a very serious type of law. So we can just listen to FRE 412. Just so you understand, this is going to come up in Farwell's trial. It does not come up very often.
Rule 412. SEX offense cases. THE victim's sexual behavior or predisposition. Effective date, the 3rd of January 2023. Prohibited uses. The following evidence is not admissible in a civil or criminal proceeding involving alleged sexual misconduct. 1. Evidence offered to prove that a victim engaged in other sexual behavior, or 2. Evidence offered to prove a victim's sexual predisposition. Rule 412. B. Exceptions. 1. Criminal cases. The court may admit the following evidence in a criminal case. Evidence of specific instances of a victim's sexual behavior, if offered to prove that someone other than the defendant was the source of semen, injury, or other physical evidence. B. Evidence of specific instances of a victim's sexual behavior with respect to the person accused of the sexual misconduct, if offered by the defendant to prove consent or if offered by the prosecutor, and C. Evidence whose exclusion would violate the defendant's constitutional rights. 2. Civil cases. In a civil case, the court may admit evidence offered to prove a victim's sexual behavior or sexual predisposition, if its probative value substantially outweighs the danger of harm to any victim and of unfair prejudice to any party. The court may admit evidence of a victim's reputation only if the victim has placed it in controversy. C. Procedure to determine admissibility. 1. Motion. If a party intends to offer evidence under Rule 412, b. the party must a. File a motion that specifically describes the evidence and states the purpose for which it is to be offered. b. Do so at least 14 days before trial unless the court, for good cause, sets a different time. c. Serve the motion on all parties, and d. Notify the victim or, when appropriate, the victim's guardian or representative. 2. Hearing. In a civil case, before admitting evidence under this rule, the court must conduct an in-camera hearing and give the victim and parties a right to attend and be heard. In a criminal case, the court may conduct an in-camera hearing for a compelling reason only after applying and announcing on the record the factors establishing the overriding interest for courtroom closure. Unless the court orders otherwise, the motion, related materials, and the record of the hearing must be and remain sealed. D. Definition of victim. In this rule, victim includes an alleged victim.
Okay, so I missed that the first time. That rule can be, it's basically a special rule to let the prosecutor only use evidence of certain sexual behavior by the victim to hurt the defendant. The defendant can use nothing about the victim's sexual behavior except information about other contributors to DNA evidence or injuries at all in a criminal case. At all. It's completely barred, which is good. That's a good refresher for me. But the prosecutor, the flip side of that rule is the prosecutor, to help the victim, even in death, can choose to introduce evidence of the defendant doing bad things to the victim sexually, or evidence, certain evidence related to the victim's prior acts that that like rebut the defendant's defense. It's up to the prosecutor's discretion, but the defendant has no discretion. That's a very strong rule of evidence. Farwell's not going to be able to get up there. A lot of people think you can get up there and be like, this victim slept with Joe, John, Paul, and 4 other people. You cannot. You can't. Maybe if they were a contributor to the DNA on the victim's clothing or something like that, which we do have here. But you can't get up there and say Joe and John and Paul also, were engaged with in sexual behavior with her, and she's just, et cetera, et cetera. You can't. It's not allowed. Your lawyer can't do it. You couldn't do it if you wanted to. It's a barred defense under the rules. It's a new rule. It's a very new rule. It derives from the rape shield laws, but it just, as you read, just came into effect maybe like 3 years ago. And it's the attempt by the court to give prosecutors some discretion to put the defendant in prison with the victim's consent by talking about certain other sexual acts. But the defendant, don't even think about it. You can't do it. It's not like you can do it and maybe you'll get an objection. You can't do it. The judge would shut you down. Your lawyer would get disbarred. It's a rule of evidence. It's a very firm rule. I didn't realize FRE, it's a very new rule. The only reason I know about it is I did a simulated argument, so I had to know this rule very well. There's a dearth of case law on it. It's very new, but I had to know it really well. And it was interesting, just to give you some context, I had to actually argue for a company who was being accused of, not them, but their employee. It was a mock simulation. Their employee was being accused of like sexually deviant or harassing behavior towards someone who was fired. And the person who was fired was alleging that they were fired because they reported the harassment and sexual discrimination. And my client in the simulation wanted me to argue like 4 things under 412 that would like help them. And 2 of them were like the victim had a reputation for making like dirty jokes in the company, and the victim had slept with someone else in the company. And then the other 2 were more like she like wrote on a note that like some derogatory sexual remark towards a male colleague, and then the other one was like she like touched someone inappropriately. So like the first 2, I in my oral argument to the court, now my opposing counsel in the simulation had no idea what I was going to argue, but in my oral argument I stood up and said, Your Honor, I'm going to stipulate to the first 2 pieces of evidence about her reputation and her allegations about who else she slept with. I'm just going to exclude them. I'm just going to stipulate to exclusion. And then I argued about the other 2 because she had actually written something sexually like harassing towards someone, which is something you can introduce. So anyway, and then the other lawyer, like the other student, gets up there and argues. And then at the end we did like feedback, and the other lawyer was like, listen, I got to be honest, I had nothing there because I didn't think he was going to stipulate to admit the first 2, and I was just going to hammer him on those. And then once he stipulated to admit them, I didn't really have a good argument for opposing his argument on the other 2 pieces of evidence. And the judge was like, Grant, why didn't you make an argument for the latter 2 or the first 2 pieces of evidence? And I was like, well, I have a moral objection to arguing to introduce that evidence. And the judge was like, there were 2 judges there who were teaching the class. The female judge was the one who was conducting this sort of colloquy, and she was like, that's exactly right, students. That's what you should do. If you know the argument is wrong and you're morally opposed to it, don't make it. You're better off just saying to the judge, I don't have an argument here, than you are fighting a losing battle and looking stupid while doing it. Argue the points you think you can win and you believe in. Don't argue a bad point that is immoral just because your client wants you to. It was like, damn right! It was a great moment. Alright, let's continue.
/file /D/1HW A0 HOU0 UKUIAZ68 GQANNE0 GMI40 DE2/view question mark.
Oh, there's apparently a solar eclipse today. I do not know if the solar eclipse is visible in Massachusetts. If it is, and we have a solar astrological reporter Towel who wants to let us know, please feel free to tell us when the solar eclipse is, and I'll let you know. If you have glasses, you should wear them, like the special solar glasses. Please do not stare directly into the sun. Apparently some people just do this. Just because there's a solar eclipse doesn't mean you can stare directly into the sun. Don't do that, please.
USP equals sharing. For those you unfamiliar with the Sandra Birchmore / Matthew Farwell case, and for more background, last Friday I reported. Stoughton Police Chief Donna McNamara has updated her civil complaint against the town to allege whistleblower retaliation against...
Okay, so for those of you who have the solar eclipse glasses, if you are in Massachusetts, sometime around 1:50 p.m., so at the top, near the top of the hour, you might have a 16% chance of seeing the solar eclipse. Please don't look at the sun without your special solar eclipse glasses, and that is your Towel solar eclipse news update.
McNamara for cooperating with the FBI regarding the October 2026 federal trial of Matthew Farwell as to Sandra Birchmore's murder. Chief McNamara, currently on paid leave following a vote of the Stoughton Select Board on Wednesday, July 29th, in private session, also alleges town manager Thomas Calter demanded McNamara destroy a 2024 internal affairs investigation into current and former members of the Stoughton Police Department who may have been involved with a grooming ring targeting children in the town over many years, from 2006 onwards. Read McNamara's updated complaint here via Super DD at Suspicious Os. https:// nmen z/file/9 d8jhh zsy-02w6 i1jn-k vy_8 ktw4ytrxb7d tl_ef8 f33 xdgdag_ls. Previously, I reported Friday's 10 a.m. hearing in the matter of Stoughton Police Chief Donna McNamara versus the town of Stoughton. As to a short order of notice and McNamara's motion for a temporary injunction to get her job back has been cancelled following a motion to withdraw the TRO by the plaintiff. McNamara's lawsuit itself has not been withdrawn, but the TRO request will not move forward at this time because, per McNamara's just filed motion to withdraw the TRO hearing, the defendant, Town of Stoughton, took action on July 29, 2026, which satisfied the plaintiff's alternative request for injunctive relief. Read that motion to withdraw McNamara's TRO here, https://drive.google.com/file/d/1gvkdx IHLC KQCHCFPLAFN6 FRHCOSEW6SP/view USP equals sharing. Late Wednesday, the Stoughton Select Board voted, in a non-public session, to place both McNamara and town manager Thomas Calter on paid administrative leave. McNamara alleges her new lawsuit was constructively dismissed under false pretext by the Stoughton town manager because McNamara was a woman, and also because McNamara would not stay silent about a 2024 IA investigation into the cover-up of Sandra's death. Further, as I reported on Monday, McNamara alleges in June of 2026 she told the Stoughton town manager that the FBI's trial prep leading up to Matthew Farwell's October 2026 trial for Sandra's murder and the murder of Sandra's unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy would require McNamara to expand investigations into the aforementioned current and former members of the Stoughton PD. Read the Towel News report here, https://grant-smith-ellis/status/2082167239843754012.
So, I think that brings us to a natural place for us to now read the new statement that just came out overnight from the town manager on leave of Stoughton, Thomas Calter. All right, so I'm going to have that statement read out to you now by British Reporter Towel, old school British Reporter Towel. Would you be so kind?
Conversation. New statement from Thomas Calter, the Stoughton Town Administrator, who is on paid leave after allegations that he retaliated against Police Chief Donna McNamara for cooperating with the FBI regarding a cop-connected child sex trafficking ring in Norfolk County. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to Sandra Birchmore's family. I have always been committed to supporting a full, thorough, and transparent investigation into Sandra's death, and I remain committed to ensuring that the facts are fully brought to light. I want to be unequivocal on one point. I did not ask Chief McNamara to destroy, alter, suppress, or otherwise interfere with any investigation or investigative report concerning Sandra Birchmore. I would never make such a request. I have supported, and continue to support, the investigative process and the pursuit of justice for Sandra and her family. Because the town of Stoughton's investigation remains ongoing, there are limits to what I can appropriately discuss at this time. I have respected that process and maintained my silence at the town's request. I look forward to having the opportunity to clear my name and reputation when the investigation is complete. However, in light of recent statements made by Chief McNamara and her legal team, I believe it is important to correct several other inaccurate claims. I am also disappointed by the recent vote of no confidence by members of the fire and DPW unions. While I respect the right of employees and their representatives to express their views, I stand firmly by the work I have done and the progress we have made during my 4 years serving the town of Stoughton. I am proud of what we have accomplished together and remain confident in the record of my tenure as town manager. I am fully cooperating with the ongoing investigation and have followed the town's direction throughout this process. While I am on paid administrative leave, I am not able to conduct business in my capacity as town manager, which is why I did not participate in town meetings last month. My focus remains on allowing the investigative process to run its course, protecting the integrity of that process, and ensuring that the truth is ultimately known. I remain confident that a complete and impartial investigation will establish the facts and resolve these allegations, said Stoughton Town Manager, Thomas Calter. Previously, for more background, in early August of 2026, I reported. The US DOJ will present evidence, via the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case, that Sandra possessed information about child sex trafficking violations, 18 U.S. Code Section 2422b, prior to her murder at the hands of Farwell on February 1st, 2021.
So do you see how I like to write my stories? There are updates that happen, and then, like Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, I like to loop recursively back on my prior writing. People, sometimes in like the Stoughton group or otherwise, will be like, right, why is this thing, like, it's the longest post I've ever seen. Like, where'd you get this? And I'll be like, oh, that's just, like, my reporting. Like, I'm putting that there because what if, like, you are you? Like, you're some person who has no idea what's going on, and you're like, oh, that's an interesting development, and then you want to learn about what's layered beneath. I give you the whole iceberg. You don't have to read it all, but if you like, so people tell me they read my reporting sometimes. Like they'll start, and then before they know it, it's like 2 hours later, and they're like 4 links like in, and they're like completely like in the document, like lost within like some web of like rabbit holes, and that's like their day. They get like 3 paragraphs in. They find something they really want to learn more about, and then they like follow it. It's meant to do that. It's meant to like lead you off to go research things. That's why everything is cited. I write like it's a law review article. Everything is cited. So it's not like, take me for my word when you're reading my reporting, but don't you go verify it. That's why the link's there. But if you actually read it as a symbiotic exercise in didactic education, oh goodness. I mean, everything's there. It's all just pre-presented. I don't need to write a book. How are you going to click a link in a book? It's much better to just write it like this. And people love it. I find that people, even people who know this really well, can't remember everything. So for them, it's just constant refreshers. Now, before we go on to our next 2 documents, okay, so we do have some documents to read. We have the government's Farwell's motion in limine to prohibit improper characterization, speculation, vouching, appeals to emotion, and other issues. He doesn't want to be called a predator or a groomer or a murderer. He's all made, but he's going to lose that. And then we're going to see the government's response to the defendant's notice of an expert witness testimony and Farwell's request for the Daubert hearing. Okay, so we're making our way through those. But first, I want to give you a little peek into why, if anyone, associated with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and we didn't get to our super chat goal yet, but you're getting a little bit of an early song. If anyone, okay, associated with the Norfolk County's District Attorney's Office did their research into what I was prior to 2023, they would have known that, like, the curly hair and, like, you know, whatever, it was not, like, you know, I just gotta do what I gotta do to do my work. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes, and this is from my dear friend Mimi and her baby goat Ellie, okay, sometimes when Jesus gives you lemons, you gotta make lemonade, all right? So here's a song. It's by Grace Garber, okay, and then we're gonna listen to an article by Towel. This is called Lemonade.
The love of God has got me clean, no Old Spice. That desert I was in was deep, so dry. But now I'm out here feeling free, so fly. I'm chilling in the shade. Life gave me some lemons, but my Jesus, he been making lemonade. He been making lemonade.
Hi, Elizabeth.
I'm chilling in the shade. Life gave me some lemons, but my Jesus, he been made it with that living water. Spirit, Son, Holy Father. Devil thought he really got us. I guess he just forgot that God works everything for better, no matter what the weather. He knits it all together, cozier than a sweater. You're lighter than a feather. Just think about the things you've done. You mix the sour with the sweet, and that's a perfect remedy. The love of God has got me clean, no Old Spice. That desert I was in was deep, so dry. But now I'm out here feeling free, so fly. I'm chilling in the shade. Life gave me some lemons, but my Jesus, he be making lemonade. My Jesus making lemonade. I'll watch my worries wash away. It's gonna be okay. Life gave me some lemons, but my Jesus, he be making lemonade. Sweet like sugar cane on a summer day. Yeah, my Jesus better than the words I could ever say. Promise that the great, the good, the bad will come along. Cause if life is always easy, probably doing something wrong. Okay. He comforts in the sorrow, he's giving in the loss. He stole the shame or care, he worried on the cross. Providing me a future, and for today. Life's trying to give me lemons, but my Jesus making lemonade. My Jesus making lemonade. I'll watch my worries wash away. It's gonna be okay. Life gave me some lemons, but my Jesus, he be making lemonade.
Great song. That one goes out to Mimi, my dear friend Mimi. That was your 2-minute mental decompression break. No videos of goats, but now you're going to learn, taking us back to a simpler time. A time down yonder when I was just a simple southern man, just a little washcloth. And I want to let you know what it was like. I tried to tell you all, okay? If the government does bad things, okay, Towel will inevitably be there. Okay, that's what I like to do. I don't like when the government does bad things. Now, the government pays very close attention to Towel. This was like 3 years ago. Imagine what it's like now. Now you're going to get to see a look inside what it's like when you're the government and Towel pays attention to you.
That's
Let's take a listen.
New tonight. Inadvertent email to reporter reveals second potential investigation into Curaleaf by the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, this time related to leaked pictures indicating the presence of botrytis and powdery mildew at the firm's Webster cultivation facility. Grant Smith Ellis. These internal agency emails from March of 2023, made public here for the first time, provide a rare glimpse into how staff of the CCC in Massachusetts are able to flag concerns internally regarding the public health and may indicate a further ongoing investigation into the beleaguered cannabis giant. By Grant Smith Ellis. Date, August 13, 23. Time, 3:35 p.m. Eastern Time. When I opened my email inbox on March 14 of 2023, it was not the first time I was inadvertently sent information by state officials at the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission. In fact, just days earlier a colleague and I had received a panicked phone call from CCC lawyers asking us to take down a news article that highlighted internal agency communications related to the investigation of Curaleaf. a multi-state cannabis operator, MSO. That colleague, Eric Casey, author of Burn After Reading, explained that wild series of events in his newsletter, including how, along with internal communications about the nature and scope of the CCC's investigation into Curaleaf's Russian oligarch financing. A public records request also included a spreadsheet containing details on nearly 20,000 employees of the state's adult and medical use industries, although that spreadsheet was not included in the article, and both Eric and I deleted the file immediately upon being asked by agency staff. It was much to my shock, then, when I received another inadvertent disclosure from CCC staff only a few days later in the context of a further situation regarding Curaleaf. This time involving pictures leaked on social media that seemed to indicate substantial crop contamination, including botrytis and powdery mildew, of note. CCC staff announced the closure of the financial investigation into Curaleaf at a public meeting on August 10 of 2023. Now, new questions will no doubt be asked of the regulatory agency as to if there is an open investigation into those allegations, although I will not be able to ask that question, as agency staff has banned me from sending them media inquiries about my journalism, a decision I am appealing. Two sources who I spoke to at the time those pictures first surfaced in public, and who agreed to be cited anonymously to protect their future in an industry known for retaliating against whistleblowers, confirmed to me the shocking images were of product cultivated at Curaleaf's Webster, Massachusetts cultivation facility. One source, with direct knowledge, even went so far as to tell me that his type of botrytis and powdery mildew was happening for years. A third source told me, when the pictures were made public, that he mold issue in Webster started in 2018, when someone in charge of cultivation brought in clones with PM from Maine, despite a warning from multiple staff members not to do so. This mold from today's pictures may be new, but 2018 was the first time the cultivation in Webster was exposed to PM. It was that journalism on Twitter, now known as X, from this reporter, that was then flagged internally by a CCC compliance staffer for review by a manager in the investigations division. Just found this information on Twitter. See screenshot, said the staffer, who then forwarded a link to the tweet within the same chain. That investigations manager then forwarded the email, within minutes, to a number of senior agency division heads. At that point, I was copied into the email chain by CCC staff from one of those departments who was providing an update to their colleagues. Interestingly, that update from CCC staff mentioned that a concurrent investigation into Curaleaf by the state's Department of Public Health, DPH, related to allegations the firm used a radiation machine prior to DPH approval in September of 2021. Also involves the Webster cultivation facility allegedly depicted in the leaked images. At the center of that DPH investigation are employee reports that Curaleaf engaged in the use of radiation-based remediation of its cannabis products by way of a RadSource machine at their Webster cultivation facility and hid the practice from the DPH prior to initial approval from the agency on September 23, 21. A further permit for the machine was issued on March 15, 23. Such radiation-based remediation, while used across the industry, is a highly controversial technique that does not require CCC approval, but can alter the chemical composition of cannabis flower. The heat from the radiation converts THCA into delta-9 and terpene levels are also impacted. Furthermore, companies who use such radiation machines in Massachusetts must alert regulators to their presence, obtain a permit from the DPH and ensure staff who are near the device are provided personal protective equipment, PPE. The status of that DPH investigation, along with the status of any potential CCC inquiry into the contamination of Curaleaf products, remains unclear. At the time, in a statement to Zach Huffman of CT News Junkie, Curaleaf admitted to the use of the machine on their cannabis products but defended the practice. The radiation-based treatment of cannabis products at our Webster facility is commonly used in the industry as a safe and effective way to enhance the quality of our flower products, the company said. The machine is fully licensed by the Massachusetts Department of Health and is not hidden from anyone. Our team members are trained on the manufacturer's standard policies and procedures to safely operate the machine. However, in recent months a rising tide of public concern related to the way in which cannabis products are tested in the Commonwealth reached crisis levels. Social media posts, from Reddit to Instagram, indicated that products that passed testing at one lab in Massachusetts, CDX Labs in Salem, were failing total yeast and mold testing upon subsequent retesting at another regulated lab. That second lab, ProVerd Laboratories in Milford, then went on to announce that they would be offering free total and yeast testing for anyone in the state going forward. Earlier this month, when I spoke to Christopher Hudella, founder and CSO at ProVerd, he told me, we now offer free yeast and mold testing to anyone. Producer, retail operators, who purchase already tested product from producers and consumers. People need to know what they are consuming. When I asked Hudella what that free testing included, he told me in an interview that, GHT now we do combined bioMeriu MPN and 3M Petri film. Sending consumer home with an inoculated, protected, Petri film so they can watch it grow, think of Bob Ross chia head, only more concerning. Coupled with changes to how regulated cannabis companies are allowed to collect so-called batch testing samples to be sent to labs, expanded access to data from existing cannabis labs in the Commonwealth, and a state-run standards division to supplement ISO accreditation for such labs, some have suggested there is hope the current crisis of consumer confidence can be addressed in the short term. Going forward, it will be interesting to see what, if any, information the CCC provides about Curaleaf's Webster cultivation facility. Related.
Now, let me just be clear. People may not realize you were just listening to a report I wrote 3 years ago. And the point here, to compare it to my coverage of various cases or whatnot, is that when I get involved in covering something, I will learn about it to the point where I can tell you the difference between how plating, like Petrifilm, plating methodology compares, which is the industry standard, to PCR testing, qPCR testing, and hybrid array methodologies, okay, that are used to test for contaminants. And I can tell you exactly the amount of time that inoculation takes for blading, 72 hours for flour, okay, 48 hours in the food industry, 60 to 72 hours for flour for a full panel, okay? I can tell you how microarray hybridization models work. I can tell you the black box process for how that testing process works. I can tell you the user agent environment variables that could lead to manipulation. I can tell you how PCR can be manipulated via inclusion and exclusion lists for the types of mold that are tested for. I can tell you like the nature of a 10,000 colony forming unit per gram limit when looking at total yeast and mold in a sample. Okay? Now, the reason why this is all relevant, of course, is that overnight, the company that I was investigating in 2023 for like regulatory capture, contaminated products, it was announced that as early as 2019, they were under federal grand jury investigation by the FBI for being funded by oligarchs close to Putin. And this whole time, for 3 years, people were telling me, mostly people I think who were like close to this company, Grant, you're being ridiculous. The commies and the Ruskies are not infiltrating the American cannabis market. And I was like, yes, they are. I've seen the documents. I looked at the forensic analysis of the holding firms out of Cyprus. I know what I'm talking about. And people are like, no, Grant, that's not true. There's not a massive conspiracy by the damn Ruskies to infiltrate the cannabis industry. And I was like, yes, there is. That's how money laundering works. Don't you understand? And now, to bring it all together, you realize that this operation to bring Ruski money into my country to fund Putin's unholy war where he bombs effing churches was designed in twofold. One, the actual money laundering, and then two, having political blackmail via a network of brothels to make sure that no one would ever do anything about the money laundering. It's my country. Get out of here, you damn Ruskies. Damn commies. I'll restart the John Birch Society. I know what you are, you demon-worshipping monsters. Freaking Ruskies. Better dead than red. That's what I say. So anyway, my point is, I felt very vindicated last night. When this is only the beginning, by the way. Wait till you find out what actually was going on. Now that Putin has no influence in America anymore, go F yourself, you damn demon-worshipping, church-bombing monster. Now that his blackmail network is broken up, now that his Gestapo, KGB tactics are gone, we can start railing his exploitation and stripping of American financial resources, and I'm getting those frickin' paintings back. How dare you? I'm mad. As you can tell, I've been on a crusade. I have been on an unholy crusade. It's a holy crusade. I've been on a holy crusade to conquer the Third Rome, that faux Third Rome, for like 4 years, and I'm going to bring down the KGB's subversive influence network in this country if it's the last thing I do. And I told a lot of people in government what I know. I named names. You don't understand it. I told different departments in government. So even if you have connects at one department, how do you know I didn't talk to some other department? What about the department above them? What about the Congress? How dare you? You can boycott, you can try to hold them accountable, but the reality is this is a tale as old as time. Regulatory capture just means that the industry that you're supposed to be regulating controls the oversight apparatus. It can happen with cannabis, it can happen with the judicial system, like criminals taking over, like getting influence with judges. It can happen anywhere, folks, or with prosecutors. It can happen anywhere. What's happening here, though, is you're getting regulatory capture by a foreign hostile state, the Ruskies, who are operating in America under the auspices of our companies, stripping us of our financial resources, making us destitute. It's a form of war. And they think we don't even notice. They think we're stupid. That's why better dead than red. All right, we are going to wage an unholy... You think the holy crusade I've been waging has been intense? We're going to wage an unholy crusade on this network that destroyed my country. They ran brothels. It was all KGB. Epstein's assistant was the son of the daughter of a Russian intelligence, like high-ranking Russian intelligence officer. It was all KGB. They were destroying this country through faux, like, arguments about racism, faux division in our politics, the rise of communism, crazy people in the streets dressed as frogs, screaming at federal agents. They wanted to sow chaos as a form of war. Mark my words, we didn't realize it, but the Russian state has been at war with America psychologically for 40 years. The Soviet Union didn't fall. The SVR just rebranded as the KGB after the Moscow theater siege and the apartment bombings. And that's why the Duma in 2008 was overthrown and Putin became president for life. Mark my words, I will stop these people. I will single-handedly bring back the John Birch Society, and I will hunt these commie sympathizers. I'll hunt them. Every one of them. Juridically. I will restart the House Un-American Activities Committee, and this time I don't drink, so we won't have any Joseph McCarthy moments. How you like them apples? I'll hunt you. You worked for the Russians. I'll haul you in front of Congress, and you can tell your fellow citizens why you did it. You can tell them you got the taste for kids. You can tell them you went to the brothels. You can tell them whatever the hell got you hooked. And then you can explain it, you judges, you lawyers, you prosecutors, you defense attorneys, you cops, all of you. I'll haul you in front. We'll make it bigger than the McCarthy hearings. We'll make it bigger than the hearings with the mafia. We'll make it bigger than Senator Irving's Watergate committee. I know what they did. Please, Judge Krupp from Norfolk Superior Court was representing a Ruski spy in 2011, and all of a sudden he gets 0.9% of Epstein's company Green Jets. Oh, don't believe me? Oh, you damn right we're going to listen to how Judge Krupp's in the freaking Epstein files. The judge who signed the search warrant for Karen's phone. The judge who was on Aidan Carney's case. All right? Oh, I'm so mad. You don't understand. I'm now seeing the full picture. I've had time to fully calm down, not to mention Ken Mello's dead. So now I have a lot of things I want to say. I liked Ken Mello. You don't understand? I liked Ken Mello. He was a good man. Could have flipped. You don't understand? I'm going to start yelling. I'm all mad. You don't understand. Some of you just don't understand.
Related posts.
Let's go.
Conversation. Semicolon. Peter Krupp, the judge who is...
I don't know why Ken Mello is dead, and I'm afraid to make the call to find out why, because if that man took his life, we got serious problems. That's why I couldn't make the call yesterday. Because if the answer is he took his life, I don't know what I'm going to say. He was very sick, though. So that's why I'm not defaulting to that. He was very sick. But if that man took his life, we got serious problems. Serious problems. Serious problems. Like the most serious problems. But I don't think that's what happened. That's how shocking it would be. That's what I'm saying. I haven't even made the call. Because he was very old and very sick. So it's very likely he passed away from natural causes, but it wasn't in the article. That's what freaked me out. Like, it's known he was very sick, but the article in Fall River Reporter, and they're good. That guy who runs Fall River Reporter has been around Fall River forever. He's good. It didn't say he died of natural causes. It just said he died. And I was like, oh, Jesus. So we need to find out. He was very sick. So that's why I'm not... If he was like 42 and just died, I'd be like, oh, Jesus. Like, that man is... Oh, he knew a lot. There's no way he could have just died. But he was like 70, 80 years old. He had cancer. He was very sick. Very, very sick. So until we... But it should have just said that in the article. He was very sick. And it did not say that. So I don't know what to tell you. So, but yeah, the reason why is, you must understand, I think they had something on him. I think they had dirt on him. Because, or he like had money problems. Because he felt so guilty. I just want to tell you all, he didn't like that. He did not, they screwed him hard. He was not the enemy. He might have been doing things without... Like, when you get wrapped up in the propaganda, emotionally, you don't always, like, realize what the bigger picture is. But once he realized, he was pissed, dude. He was pissed. He's dead now. And now I know he's dead, so I can tell you a little bit. He was fucking pissed. So, listen to me. I don't know what his role was. My guess is they had something on him. But once he figured out what they did to him, in like the spring of 2024, dude, he was furious. He was so mad. I couldn't tell you all this for years, but he was so pissed. I've never seen anyone in my life that mad. But he couldn't do anything about it, because they must have had something on him. I wish I could tell you more. I need to just think more, but he's dead. I know he is dead. That's why I was trying to say, like, God rest his soul. That's why Cosgrove had to come in. Because whatever they did to Mello in the spring of 2024, they really pissed him off. They really alienated him. In the end, he went quietly. Because that's the only conclusion I can make. That whatever they had on him was really bad. Or he, like, was really in, like, deep and needed help. But, yeah, Ken Mello was not the enemy. If anything, I think he realized he probably didn't know what these guys were, or if he did, he was part of it. But he still felt guilty because they used him. They really manipulated him. I can't tell you the details yet. But let me just tell you, if he had gotten up on that stand in Aiden Carney's case, it would have been brutal. It would have been absolutely brutal. Because they manipulated him, just like they did to me. And he knew it. He couldn't do anything about it, but he knew it. Aiden really needed that hearing. We needed that hearing so bad. See, I couldn't say anything. I have very serious obligations as a journalist. But, yeah, it's a shame he's dead. He would have sung like a canary, and he wanted to. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and whatever happened in 2023 and the first part of 2024, Ken Mello was drinking the Kool-Aid. Whatever happened after the spring of 2024, bro, they effed him hard. I don't know exactly, like, what happened or why. All I know is, like, they screwed him really bad. They used him, they manipulated him, and then he realized, and then they dumped him. And he was mad. He was not mad, he was righteous. That's how I knew he wasn't lying. Well, I thought he was not telling me why they were able to get him to do this. That's the only thing I thought he wasn't forthright about. But he was very forthright. Like, they fucked him. So I'm sorry to use that language, but I don't know the full story. There's more there. I don't know what happened. If he died of natural causes, God rest his soul. All right. Either way, his death is a shame. It's a tragedy. It really is. There's nothing positive about it. It's a the only people who are celebrating will be like Kate Peter and those folks, because he was really a threat. He would have broke that whole thing wide open. I hope the feds talk to him. I really do. They probably figured out they should have. I don't, hell if I know, dude. But I just hope they got a 302 memorialized with him before he died. It was really, he didn't need to talk to me before he died. He needed to talk to the feds. And I don't know if he did or not. I hope he did. I pray. But you never know with that kind of thing. But let me just explain. And the eclipse was just happening. Garino is speaking. Garino is speaking in the trial with the Lindsay Clancy trial. This is the only part of this trial I'm willing to watch. And is Garino speaking like after lunch? Aren't they on lunch break? Or was he speaking before lunch? If Garino testifies in the Clancy trial, we will watch it. Just let me know. I'll use Melanie Little's coverage. She has the pool feed. If Garino takes the stand, he's a very important witness. Yeah, I know. And then Cosgrove submitted an affidavit for Mello before he died. We're now never going to figure out if that's actually what Mello said. I hope Mello left some kind of confession, like not a confession, but if you leave a deathbed statement that can be admitted, like a dying declaration, you can make a dying declaration that can be admitted. I really hope he memorialized some of this stuff. They did him so dirty. And listen, it's a dirty game. I don't know what to tell you. Being a lawyer, that's why I'm not a lawyer, for multiple reasons. It's a dirty game, and you gotta, like, stay quiet, and you're sometimes tricked into doing things, and then you can't do anything about it because the person who tricked you has dirt on you or something, and it's just ugly. It's very political. It's a lot of favor trading, like, who's this person's son, who's that person's, like, cousin, who owns this business, so who you're gonna help out. No, like, yeah, I know this guy. But, like, honest to goodness, an oral history of Ken Mello probably needs to be told. He was very tormented about what he was forced to do. I don't want to speak for him, but he was very tormented. I mean, if he had gotten up on that stand, I think he might have actually just said, like, that they screwed him. Because he, at the end, by, I'd say, like, a year ago, he hated them. He thought that they had just and he knew the feds were around too. I don't know if he ever taught. I hope he did. Only the feds really know right now, but they got to go. They can't wait. They got to go down there and ask some questions, not about what happened to him per se, but just what he knew. There are people I'm sure he told. I know a little bit. I mean, if they want, I will. They've never reached out to me proactively, but of course I would talk to them. He knew a lot. He had actually had a case with Cosgrove like 30 or 40 years ago. Cosgrove effed him. His client was, I don't know if it was in district court. It was like Cosgrove is very pro-cop, like almost to a weird degree, even when he was a judge. And these cops did a search warrant. They were supposed to, when you do a search warrant, you have to name the time and place and things to be searched. So you can be like the second floor of a building, an apartment, whatever. So in that case, the cops had asked for a search warrant to search like the second floor of a shared residential unit, just the second floor. They go up there, they find nothing, and then they like just decide to go downstairs and like break some walls, and they find cocaine. And it was a motion to suppress hearing on the cocaine, and Cosgrove let it in, even though the cops like clearly perjured themselves, and like it was very obvious. Cosgrove's like, oh shit, fuck me, he really does know. There's only one way I could know that. Cosgrove would never talk to me. He was smart. He knew I was pissed at Tully. So he would just glare at me, and I would just glare back at him. I didn't like him. Mello, though, he was conflicted, but they screwed him. So I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I don't know what's going to come out. All I know is the feds got to go down there, and they got to, not necessarily about his death, but they got to go talk to his people, because he knew some stuff, and he may not have realized like what either he knew what was going on and they were blackmailing him, or he didn't really understand what he was involved in. Either is possible. My opinion, I'm leaning the latter, just for reasons. It's just a hunch. It's not confirmed. I just think there was only a certain amount he could accept about what he had been asked to do. Like, once it got to a certain level and he realized what they had got him involved in, I think he was like, oh fuck. Like, and rightfully so. He was sick and old. But yeah, he was key. I don't know what to tell you. I hope he wrote stuff down. They really got to get down there. Like, it's not me. I can't do anything about this. I don't want to get involved. But the feds absolutely have to go talk to his people. What he knew was invaluable. So, interesting. Triplet Bob, how are you doing? Triplet Bob's having a great time. So, nice to see you, Triplet Bob. I will say that, clearly there's a lot that happened. I want to weigh in on this too. I thought about it more. I don't think Aiden Carney's charges can go to trial now that Ken Mello's dead. You've deprived him of... It's why he can't say anything. You've deprived him of, like, crucial exculpatory evidence. He can't even have the hearing now. You could have Tully and Kate there, but that's not who you really need. Tully and Kate were working under the auspices of Mello's delegated authority. So, I don't know what Bettero's going to do. Like, you can't effectively probe the integrity of a grand jury from 2023 when the prosecutor is dead. And Cosgrove didn't do that grand jury. So, I don't know. I'm telling you, it has really, that's why nobody's talking about it. It has a myriad of implications. I don't think people even know what to do with this information. Because I don't think anyone thought that Ken Mello's availability would be determinative as to pretrial evidentiary issues. But now that it is, and he's dead, we have a serious problem. And, by the way, I'll let you read this Judge Krupp article too. I'm well aware that this goes back to the damn Ruskies. Not on the local... I don't think most of these people on the ground knew it was the Ruskies. I think only certain, like, money men, bag men, like, Gestapo people knew it was the Ruskies. Like, Divine, whatever. I think it was very limited. On the ground, these people probably just thought it was run-of-the-mill, like, dirty money in politics. Okay, that's dime a dozen. I'm not going to mention the person in the Massachusetts legislature, but if you're charging $1,000 for 10 minutes of your time, I know who you are, and I probably told the feds. That's illegal. You cannot charge $1,000 for 10 minutes of your time if you're a public official. What the F are you doing? I'm not kidding you. $1,000 for 10 minutes of their time. An unnamed public official. I know who you are. You're still in politics too. I got a lot of friends, folks. I got a lot of friends in government. Alright? Now, listen. I don't know exactly what's going on here. But I do know that I think a lot of folks during 2023 and 2024, I can't blame people for being mad at Ken Mello because he was drinking the Kool-Aid. But I just want folks, and I've seen it on X, people like aren't mocking him. They're not mad at him. Like, I genuinely have seen like compassionate, contrite remarks. And I think that's appropriate. Because whatever happened in 2023, that was not Ken Mello from the spring of 2024 onward. He might not have been willing to go all the way, and you can't expect someone, literally, to throw everything away for the cause of truth. That's crazy. Some people will do it, but to expect it of everyone, you can't. Unless you would do it, and then I guess you can expect it of everyone. But unless you've been in that moment, and actually, it's a terrifying situation to be in. To know something that other people don't know, that is very, very harmful to powerful people, is a very dangerous position to be in, especially when you're in a position of power. And so I've always believed that Ken Mello's soul pulled him away from those cases. He was sick, but I've always felt what actually pulled him away was his heart, because he couldn't do it. They made him do some things, and I also think they manipulated him in some sense by doing things in his name without telling him, and then telling him you're going to go along with it now that we've done it. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission kind of thing. No, he wasn't cool with it. Cosgrove might be cool with it, but he wasn't cool with it. I'm telling you right now, he wasn't. I couldn't say nothing. It wouldn't have been appropriate. Because you got to do what you got to do as a journalist. That's how it works, okay? You got to protect people. Safety, country, God, family, in that order, and protect my sources. There's a new law in Massachusetts that's about to be passed, okay? A lot of discussions among the Fourth Estate about that for this reason. It's not just me. I have pretty serious work that I do, okay? You can tell from the reporting I do. You can tell. But my first obligation is not necessarily to tell you in the moment what is happening. You don't need to know where a tank is at the moment that the tank is in the intersection. That information can be used to hurt the people in the tank. So like 15-minute delay is fine. Likewise, some things as a reporter you learn in the moment. If you told people, you could get people hurt. That's why being a reporter is not a joke. It's not a game. It's not even a career. It's a vocation. It's almost like being a priest. You are taking people under your wing and protecting them. If you F up, you're going to get people hurt. Fired, emotionally abused, targeted. People are going to show up at their door and threaten them. It's terrifying. And yeah, you can go to the feds and tell them, and they, especially if sources start getting threatened, they're probably going to do something. But it's not guaranteed. So it's a dangerous game, if you want to call it a game, to be in journalism if you don't know what you're doing. I get so mad at people who do this, who invoke the name. TurtleBoy can do it. I'm totally okay with that. But I'm very defensive about the term journalist, and I guard who I designate a journalist very carefully. It's not a term that should be just thrown around. If you're going to do it, you need to be willing to put the safety of your sources first, including over your own. If the choice is you got to run and go to ground, or you're going to end up in a situation where like some bad man's going to come like beat you illegally and like try to beat your sources out of you, you better run. You're not like giving up. You're not going to let vulnerable people get hurt because you're a coward and somebody beat you and you couldn't withstand the interrogation. Run if you can't stand the heat. Or ideally, don't get into this profession or vocation. That's why I get all mad. If you're going to do it with honor. And I think TurtleBoy, although it's a learning process, everyone would admit that. Look at my learning process. He deserves the label. All right? But other people, no, you're not getting that label from me unless you earn it. And the people that I give that label to, like Ali Hashim, Zena Kador, Trey Yinks, they're very intense reporters. So if you're going to do it, you better show a years-long pattern of making good decisions and always putting yourself last. You better be willing to put your own safety on the line, which TurtleBoy did. That's why he got the label. Once I realized what he was actually doing. You got to be willing to put yourself out there so that other people don't get hurt. That's the point of journalism. like, ideally, you are the buffer so that you take all the heat. And then the story becomes so powerful that it brings down the institution that was corrupt, and then none of the victims like deal with the fallout. You take the fallout. Your name doesn't go up there in lights. You know, you can if you want, but like, you take the fallout. Like, you stay in there and just take it. That's your job. So I've always like dealt with the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune in the work I do with pride. I don't care. Like, come at me. It's just a sign that I'm doing the right thing. The more you come at me, the more I'm going to drill down on like why you're doing it. So I've always used that as a litmus test. It's how I write my stories in my work. If you come at me, I'm going to know that I'm over the target. Even if you come at me indirectly, and then I'm going to push harder on that thing. And that's how I've got most of these guys. And girls. Some girls. Mostly guys. It's mostly men. A lot of the women who do... There is a small percentage of women who are predators and very dangerous, but it's small. They're more dangerous because they can... In intel work, a woman is more dangerous than a man. People are more trusting of women. They blend in easier. I don't know why. It's just like a pre-programmed biological thing. It's in all the manuals. If you don't believe me, you can read it. It's not a sexist thing, by the way. It's a profiling thing. If 90% of men react by lowering their guard around a beautiful woman, then a beautiful woman is very useful in intelligence, not in intelligence work. Not because she is a beautiful woman, but because the biological reaction to her appearance is useful for getting information. There's a famous story. It's apocryphal, but I'll tell it to you. The American intelligence community went to the Israelis after 9/11 and said, you know, we have this problem where we can't at airports determine who's a threat and who's not. And the Israelis said, have you considered profiling? And the Americans said back, no, we can't do that. That would be racist. And the Israelis rolled their eyes and said, all right, come back to us when you're serious about security. Have you ever been to Ben Gurion Airport? I haven't. In Israel. Do you know what it's like driving up to Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv? There are 4 checkpoints. You may not be stopped at each one, but there are 4 checkpoints. By the time you get to that door, they know exactly who you are. They know when you were born, when you spit for the first time, when you were fingerprinted for the first time, where you've traveled in your life, where you're going, who your mother is, who your sister's best friend was in high school, and whether any of them were ever in the PLO or otherwise, or Hamas or whatnot. I promise you. That's profiling. You can't screen everyone, so you pick certain people, and then you profile them, and you run in a short amount of time as much information on them as you possibly can. Alright? And that's a little bit like how this works, okay? If you're doing investigative journalism or intelligence work or whatever it is, and you need to get information, you don't manipulate people. You let people, like, just do what they would do naturally. What the problem is when you're up against people who know that, so they are trained in counterintelligence, and they run game to try to obfuscate what they're doing. Then you got to do work. That's why Edith Tarbell had to go to like libraries to get documents in like 1890, maybe 1905, that were not even in like most records. This was before the internet. She had to go to some obscure branch of the New York Public Library that had like records of like business litigation, like in triplicate. She had to go into there and found the only copy of documents that linked J.D. Rockefeller to the railway magnates and the Credit Mobilier scandal, and that's how she brought him down and broke up Northern Steel and Northern Securities and the rest of them. She had the ear of the president within like a month of that. All right? And so that's what journalism is all about. And you got to protect people. On the way to getting that, she had to talk to people inside Standard Oil. So what do you think of someone like me? How do you think I do my work? I don't reach out and find people. It's just over the years. You like start in one like coverage area. You have your sources. I cover government. So you have your sources. And then it expands because the stuff you cover there branches out. So then you got other agencies. And then after like 7 years, every agency. every company, every sector you can imagine, you got someone. And then it's 6 degrees of separation at that point, and that's how you do it. Yeah, and the thing is, I wouldn't, Mimi, that point. So Matthew Hastings, Michael Hastings with Rolling Stone, was doing similar work, but he didn't have the background. He had investigative journalism as a background, but he was trying to investigate like the army, which is crazy, like David Petraeus and all that, with like Rolling Stone as his protection, which is a big institution. But if you have no training and you don't know to pass that off to Congress, and you don't like protect yourself by speaking to certain people in government and invoking certain whistleblower protections, you're going to get hurt. And his car accelerated to 200 miles an hour and blew up in a ball of flames. All right? So, in some sense, I'm already thinking about that, like years ago when I do this reporting. I was already under a lot of pressure. Like the things that happened to me when I looked into that dirty money in the cannabis arena, it ended up in like WGBH. Like Tory Bedford wrote a great story, and I ended up like in it. Actually, we should just read this. They didn't do any background research at all. That's why I get I don't even understand how the Norfolk DA like screwed this up this bad. Like they just didn't do their background research. I'm not a regular journalist. Like I am very independent and I get to the truth. So let's just listen to listen to what Tory Bedford wrote about what happened to me when I was doing this past reporting. Then we'll get to our motions. Then we'll wrap up for the day. It's going to take about another hour and a half.
Peter Krupp, the judge who is currently overseeing the potential search warrant.
No! Read this page, please.
Cannabis regulators putting out a series of fires involving a Russian oligarch and data breach. The Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission at a meeting on Thursday, February 6, 2020, in Worcester, Massachusetts. Thousands of employees in the Massachusetts cannabis industry received an official email last week about a major data breach, the name, home and email address. Phone number and date of birth of every cannabis worker in the state had been made public in an inadvertent release of agency documents by the state's own Cannabis Control Commission. Along with the names and personal information, the dataset included a list of former employees and the specific reasons they were no longer associated with the marijuana company, including alleged violations of company policy. The state email provided little context for the leak, sparking panic and confusion across online message boards and the local cannabis community. Cannabis workers say they didn't know what the breach meant for their safety. They also didn't know that the leak leads back to an investigation into a Russian oligarch and a Belmont-based blogger now hiding in a safe house. Grant Smith Ellis has been writing about weed since 2017, primarily through an online blog with 25 paid subscribers. Earlier this month, he published a blog post that included internal communications between state commission members discussing an ongoing investigation into alleged financial ties between Massachusetts-based cannabis company Curaleaf and Roman Abramovich, a sanctioned Russian oligarch and confidant of Vladimir Putin. In response to a public records request, Smith Ellis received the internal communications and a trove of other confidential information, some 17,000 rows of cannabis employees' personal data, due to an error made by the commission. The personal data never went public, and his blog post only published details relating to the internal communications between commissioners regarding the Curaleaf investigation. 2 days later, Smith Ellis got an urgent call from officials at the commission, the state's 100-person cannabis regulatory agency, asking him to remove parts of the post due to safety concerns. The tone was panic and terror, Smith Ellis told GBH News. They asked me to take the story down due to safety concerns. They basically said that leaving this information up could put people at risk. Smith Ellis and Eric Casey, who co-authored the blog post and writes about weed on his newsletter Burn After Reading, spoke to commissioners on the call and said they couldn't get any details about the extent of a potential threat. Because safety is something that we really care about, Smith Ellis said, both writers decided to delete the entire post, though they wanted to know more. It would be very nice to get some answers, Smith Ellis said. I think if there is a threat here to an agency of the state government, that is bigger than just those staff members in that agency, this is about the United States of America and the integrity of this republic. If it was attacked, I want to know. If there is a threat here to an agency of the state government, that is bigger than just those staff members in that agency. Grant Smith Ellis, cannabis blog writer. A commission spokesperson confirmed the conversation took place. Given the ongoing and confidential nature of the investigation, the materials should not have been produced or distributed, the spokesperson said in a statement. Out of an abundance of caution, the agency also asked the requester to eliminate any references to implicated staff communications in reporting about the records request and on social media. Smith Ellis, who lives in Belmont, went into hiding at a safe house elsewhere in the state and temporarily stopped attending classes at New England Law after his professors asked him to avoid the campus out of an abundance of caution. The impression that I got was that there was an actionable, credible, imminent threat to the safety of commission staff, Smith Ellis said. He's not the only one who is nervous. Between the commission leaking its own data and looking into a Russian oligarch with ties to Putin, some staff are pretty freaked out, a government official with knowledge of the investigation said. The commission is looking into some powerful people, and staff are asking, what can the commission do to protect me? But I don't think anything I'm seeing in this scenario justifies a retreat to a safe house. In the context of the investigation, there are no current credible threats to the safety of Massachusetts regulators, according to the official who asked to remain anonymous to avoid retribution. The commission is a little fish, the official said. There are bigger regulators, so no, the commission is not afraid to proceed at all. Smith Ellis agreed to delete the files off of his computer, and the commission began a review of standard operating procedures and training for public records to ensure this situation does not recur, according to a spokesperson. This is now a series of fires on several different fronts, but at this point the best thing is to be honest, the official said. This was a mistake. This should have never happened. This was avoidable. This was preventable. And we're going to suffer the consequences as a result. Related stories. 1. Cannabis Control Commission Chair concerned vaping ban could impact medical patients. 2. Stuck in limbo, cannabis entrepreneurs take on a grassroots fight for equity. 3. How a marijuana crop plague could force growers to change their practices. In January, the Cannabis Control Commission became the first state agency to launch an investigation into Curaleaf, a locally based company with 146 stores in 21 states, now the largest licensed weed company in the world. Regulators are looking into whether the company and its shareholders violated state law by allegedly accepting millions of dollars in loans from sanctioned Russian billionaire Roman Abramovich. Two of Abramovich's companies pumped over $400 million into Curaleaf and its top shareholders between 2017 and 2021 via secret offshore accounts. According to financial records leaked on the non-profit whistleblower website Distributed Denial of Secrets in December and first reported by Forensic News. Following the data leak, internal communications between Massachusetts regulators show concern about possible red flags raised by reporting on possible financial ties. This is a matter we will need the feds to advise on before we take action. It's their guidance, sanctions, one commissioner wrote to another in an internal exchange obtained by GBH News. Commissioners agreed to focus on investigating agreements, whether ownership was disclosed at any point, and any covenants, or conditions, attached to the loans that could legally be considered control over the loan agreements. Curaleaf's executive chairman Boris Jordan has repeatedly denied speculation about the company's ties to Russia. But leaked documents reveal that Abramovich was quietly funding the company via a British Virgin Islands LLC, Cetus Investments. Abramovich, who owned the Chelsea Football Club before he was sanctioned, was allegedly referred to by staff at the LLC as Mr. Blue. The football club's nickname is the Blues. Abramovich was sanctioned in Europe, the United Kingdom and Canada in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year. Last summer, the US government obtained a warrant to seize 2 private jets traced back to the oligarch, saying the billionaire violated strict sanction laws by having the planes flown to Russia without securing licenses or approval. Massachusetts law requires that cannabis companies disclose the source of their capital, including the names of anyone who might have direct or indirect control over the company. Marijuana operators must also certify that all investments were lawfully earned or obtained. Following Massachusetts, regulators in Connecticut and Vermont launched investigations into alleged financial ties between Curaleaf and Abramovich. In February, Curaleaf announced the closure of its operations in California, Colorado, and Oregon, as part of its continued effort to streamline its business, according to a report filed with the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission. Curaleaf did not respond to a request for comment. In a statement to CT Insider last month, a representative said that the company has nothing to hide, and we are disappointed that the continued misguided narrative to malign the company continues among journalistic outlets. Despite the absence of any evidence supporting these false and defamatory claims, Smith Ellis says he plans to return home soon, and feels safer as more information comes out, but he still has questions. How did this public records request get filled in a manner that required it to be deleted and had to be clawed back? What happened between Wednesday and Friday that led an agency of the government of Massachusetts to ask 2 journalists to take down a story after it had been published? Smith Ellis said, "What scares me more than anything is the unknown." Tory Bedford hosts evening newscasts on GBH Radio and reports for GBH News.
So, yeah, that was 2023. Hello, LS. Hello, Oh Sweet Nothing. Mimi, God bless you. Bonnie, hello, good to see you. So, yes, just to explain, before I got involved with covering the Karen Reed and TurtleBoy cases, this is what I did. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. I guess that was more intense. I can't tell you exactly what happened. The official, by the way, there were police cars at the homes of some of the commission staff, okay, during this time. And something happened to me that was odd, okay? Like, just weird. Like, speaking broadly, okay, someone would have had to know that people in my orbit had left where I was. And then something happened at my home that was terrifying, okay? There was so I don't really cook. I might use the toaster oven or like the air fryer, but I don't use the stove, okay? There was no one in my home. I had some cameras at the time, but not down there. And the cameras actually got knocked offline right before this happened. I was upstairs doing a broadcast of a commission hearing, actually. And so I was on camera all the time. Like, I was live. So someone could have been watching me live. And if they knew enough, they could have known no one was where I was. And I was up multiple floors above where the door to the location was. Well, I'm just doing my thing. And as you know, sometimes I smoke towel cigars, and I did back then too. Well, I start smelling some gas, like actual gas in the house, and I go downstairs and I find the burner to the stove on, like full blast. Nothing was cooking, nothing was on it. Cooking was not even in my wheelhouse. The stove was just spewing gas into the house. And it had got to the second floor. I could smell it very heavily. It must have been going for 30 or 40 minutes. And mind you, I'm upstairs broadcasting a regulatory hearing, so I'm not going downstairs. But I happen to smell the gas, so I get up and go downstairs. I turn it off immediately. I leave the house. I air the house out, and then I think to myself about the confluence of factors here. This is right after, literally, this is right as this stuff is going down. I have just reported on these ties to Russia, to these oligarchs. I have just reported on the commission's internal communications. I've just got a call. It was March of 2023. I've just got a call telling me, from 7 lawyers with the commission, telling me and my colleague that we have to take down a story because their physical safety is at risk, which has never happened to me and is very odd when you think about American First Amendment rights. Okay, so they're not threatening me, they're not punishing me, they're telling me I'm going to get people hurt. They're invoking a core journalistic principle, not out of embarrassment. I embarrass them all the time with dumb things they do, but out of fear that they're going to get hurt. Not by me, but by the Ruskies. So I'm all right, I can't prove it. My cameras were knocked offline. I've since built redundancies into my surveillance. But, like, my cameras got knocked offline. I can't prove somebody came in and turned the stove on. That would have looked just like a gas leak, and then the house would have gone up because I was lighting towel cigars. And I was like, oh, fuck, I gotta go. I gotta bounce. So I bounced, and I went to school, and I think I told the professors. I think, Tori, that part was a little inverted. I told them, I was like, listen, I'm going to be a sitting duck, like coming to the same place. I'm not putting all these students at risk every day. And, like, I don't think our, like, security network at the school is going to be able to deal with this right now. So I'm just going to, like, I had 2 weeks of missed classes I could do without failing. So I was like, I'm going to just take a few days off, like, bye. So I told my professors, and then I met, like, 3 of my friends. They will always remember this day. And I was, like, just 3 of them. And I gave them a hug outside the building. And I was like, I don't know when I'm going to be back. Like, I will have my phone, and, you know, I love you all very much, and good luck. And then I just left. And that was a tough 2 weeks. That was intense. You see some of these, like, TV shows where, like, journos end up in, like, a trailer park in the middle of nowhere, like, hiding out. Yeah, bro. I ended up in a trailer park in the middle of nowhere, like going aground, and I moved constantly. And then once Tori published her piece, I went back to school. So I know what I'm doing. I had to learn over time through experience, but I came to this case with just enough, maybe more than enough experience to eventually figure it out. But even I was not ready. With all that training, I still was not ready for what I walked into. They got me at first, and I'm good. I know what I'm doing. And they got me. That's how good they were. But they didn't do their research. If they got me because of my autism. If they had actually done their research, they would have realized that this is a bad idea. Like, he might trust us now, but he's going to eventually figure us out, and he won't be loyal to us if he does. So that part they screwed up on. Because it happened with the CCC. Like, I knew a lot of these government officials, and they tried to sweet talk me because they knew I was going to figure this stuff out eventually. And when shit hit the fan, I burned them. Put all the pressure you want on me, bro. Like, by proxy. Use all the weird, like, odd duck non-profit figures you can. Use all the weird paid off, like, stoolies you can. Like, F you. Okay? Deal with it. Like, I owe you no loyalty. And I want you to burn in hell if you do bad things. So that's how I treat these people. They don't really love it, but they learn to accept it. They don't have to like me, but they will respect me, and it's as simple as that, or I got no problem going back. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's go to the next motion. We got work to do, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we're going to start with the Farwell motion. All right, Jonah, what's that say? Joanne, hello. Is it Jonathan? Jonathan. I have to put my eyes really close because of how small the text is. Jonathan, welcome. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. So, it's so good to see you. Hi, full of questions, Barbara. I'm so glad that you all got the opportunity to learn. But yeah, journalism in its rawest form is not like what you see on TV. Like, that's why I'm so protective of the vocation. It used to mean something because it meant actually taking risks and sacrificing and putting yourself on the line for the vulnerable and doing it even if you end up running it inadvertently against Russian oligarchs. You just do it. Okay? You take the story to its natural conclusion because this country matters. I don't do journalism just to get to the truth. The truth is very important. I'm an American. I care about the Constitution. I'm protecting the Constitution. The Constitution enables me to do my journalism, but first and foremost, I am loyal to the Constitution. That's all that I really care about. So have you noticed there's a theme of my work? If you hurt vulnerable people or undermine my system of government or the Constitution, I get really mad. So I use the journalism as appropriately a check and balance on your malfeasance. That's the whole point of what I do. All right, with that said, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're running a little behind today, but I think we can get this done in the next hour. We have 2 motions in the Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell case to get through. We're going to listen. I have a new reporter towel for Farwell because I don't like him, so I wanted him to have like this weird read. And then I have a new report. I think it's actually the same refined British reporter towel V2 from the Betterow letter for the U.S. Attorney's motion. All right. We have to listen to Farwell, but this is the voice you're going to get it in, okay? Here you go.
Case 1, colon, 24-CR-10259-DJC. Document 187, filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 1 of 30. United States District Court, District of Massachusetts, United States of America. Criminal number 2, 4-CR-10259-DJC versus Matthew Farwell, defendant. Government's response to defendant's notice of expert W. Tunnis.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. I was like, wait a minute, that sounds like original British reporter towel. Wrong one.
Case 1, colon 2, 4-CR-102.
Stop. This one, if we're going to play this one, we're going to play it regular. So I have a new voice for Farwell. Sorry, that was just regular British reporter towel for the U.S. government. I have them unlabeled. They just come down as like Project File 1, so I got to actually listen to them. Here we go. New Matthew Farwell voice, okay? I don't like him. This is the best I could do.
Case 1, colon 2, 4-CR-10259-DJC. Document 182. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 1 of 13. United States District Court. District of Massachusetts, United States of America versus Matthew Farwell. Docket number 1, colon, 24-CR-10259-D, motion in limine to prohibit. Improper characterization, speculation, vouching, appeals to, emotion and other issues. Now comes Matthew Farwell, by and through counsel, and respectfully moves the court. In limine to issue an order prohibiting the government's characterization of Ms. Birchmore's death as a staged suicide and to instruct the government to refrain from using words such as child, rapist, predator, groomer, or murderer to describe Mr. Farwell, and to refer to him at trial, either by his name, the defendant, or the accused. Additionally, the defense moves that the court issue an order prohibiting the government from referring to Ms. Birchmore as the victim, and instead refer to her by her name or as the deceased. Mr. Farwell further moves for an order prohibiting the government from playing certain videotaped evidence during the opening statement, from vouching for the federal government's prosecution of this matter over 3 years after the death of Ms. Birchmore, from going beyond the evidence that is introduced during the trial and speculating and attempting to recreate the last moments of the decedent's life during opening or closing arguments in the case, and from appealing to the jury as the conscience of the community regarding the inflammatory issues present in the case. Case 1, colon, 24-CR-10259-DJC. Document 182. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 2 of 13. Mr. Farwell makes this motion pursuant to the 5th and 6th Amendments to the United States Constitution, Rule 403 of the Federal Rules of Evidence, and any other authorities cited herein. Procedural history. On August 27, 2024, the government filed an indictment charging Mr. Farwell with 1. Count of killing a witness or victim under 18 U.S.C. Section 1512 A. 1. C. D-N-1. The government issued a superseding indictment on October 28, 2025, alleging in Count 2 a violation of the Protection of Unborn Children Act, 18 U.S.C. Sections 1841 A. 1 et sequs, DN 63. Mr. Farwell has been continuously detained pre-trial. His jury trial is scheduled to begin on October 5th, 2026. Argument. a motion in limine is an appropriate vehicle to determine the boundaries of proper opening. Remarks. See generally, for example, United States versus Doyle, 121 F. 3rd 1078, 1093-94, 7th Circuit, 1997. Affirming District Court order granting government's motion in limine to limit scope of defense. Opening statement. As the United States Supreme Court has recognized, a district court's authority to issue in limine rulings derives from its inherent authority to manage the course of trials. Luce versus United States, 469 U.S. 38, 42, Note 4, 1984. In United States versus Bulger, 928
Wow.
Sup 2, D 294, D Mass 2013, this court recognized that the federal courts have long sanctioned, indeed encouraged, the government and criminal defendant to seek pre-trial rulings on the admissibility of evidence in the interests of an orderly presentation of evidence at a trial, even though no provision of the federal criminal rules expressly authorizes the practice. Idiot. At 300, consistent with the historical origins of the practice, motions in limine are designed to narrow the evidentiary issues for trial and to eliminate unnecessary trial. 2. Case 1:24-CR-10259-DJC. Document 182. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 3 of 13. Interruptions. And, quoting Bradley vs. Pittsburgh, Board of Educ, 913, F2 1064, 1070, 3rd, Sir, 1990. 1. Prohibit improper characterization. In past hearings conducted in this case, the government has publicly referred to the defendant in the following prejudicial ways. This defendant raped a child and murdered her. When she became an adult, DN 134, tar at 20. The government has characterized Mr. Farwell's relationship with Ms. Birchmore as exploitive, it was coercive, and it was criminal, idiom, at 22, etc. He struggled with her. He strangled her. He staged her, idiom, at 23. Evidence of that. Statutory raping of that predation of that grooming has only gotten stronger, ed, at 24. Allowing the government to continue to describe Ms. Birchmore's death as a staged suicide is a highly prejudicial characterization of the evidence that infringes upon Mr. Farwell's right to be presumed innocent and can mislead the jury. It further injects the prosecution's personal opinion and characterization of the evidence into the matter, because a jury will normally place great confidence in the faithful execution of the obligations of the prosecuting attorney. The prosecutor must observe a high standard of conduct to ensure that the defendant's right to a fair trial is not prejudiced. The prosecutor must avoid undignified and intemperate arguments, and arguments that may contain improper insinuations and assertions calculated to mislead the jury by inciting passion and prejudice. United States versus Lawrence, 735, F. 3rd, 385, 432, 6th Circuit, 2013, quoting United States versus Sullivan, 937 F. 2nd, 1146, 1150, 6th Circuit, 1991, referring to Mr. Farwell as a child rapist, predator, groomer, or murderer, or any other form of name-calling, presents similar Rule 403 concerns. Additionally, Federal Rule of Evidence 103, C, directs the trial court, in jury cases, to the extent practicable to conduct proceedings so as to prevent inadmissible evidence from being suggested to the jury by any means, such as making statements or offers of proof or asking questions in the hearing of the jury. 3. Case 1:CR-10259-DJC. Document.
Towel announcement. If Nick Garino takes the stand in the Lindsay Clancy trial, please, purposes of examining demeanor, I'm sorry, I know it's very important to cover the Lindsay Clancy trial. I applaud Attorney Melanie Little, Defense Diaries, and others who have covered that trial with respect and reverence. It would break me mentally. Down of our mental health care. This woman was prosecuted, not to. But if Nick Garino takes the stand, please do let me know, and we will watch regarding demeanor, as he is a cooperating federal witness in the Birchmore case, and it is very important. Thank you all for your time. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching Towel News. It is 2:49 p.m. Eastern here in Boston. It's Wednesday, August 12, 2026. It's 8:49 p.m. in South Africa, 9:49 p.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 10:19 in Tehran, Iran.
182, filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 4 of 13. A. Dehumanizing Mr. Farwell. The government may not be allowed to use epithets or otherwise attempt to dehumanize or engage in zoomorphism of the defendant through rank name-calling. See United States versus Canada.
Zoomorphism? Excuse me? They're going to turn him into an animal? Zoomorphism? I've never even heard that word. What does zoomorphism mean? He's not allowed to be zoomorphized? What is zoomorphism? Yeah, I would think it's not found in the dictionary. It's not a very common word. What is zoomorphism? Zoomorphism is the attribution of animal characteristics, traits, or forms to non-animal entities, such as humans. From the Greek words zoon, animal, and morph, shape, it is commonly used in literature, art, and religion as the reverse of anthropomorphism. Alright, so if I'm anthropomorphized as a towel, that means I'm an inanimate object, or the towel's an inanimate object, and I'm a human taking on the characteristics of an inanimate object. So the opposite of that would be ascribing the characteristics. Well, animals aren't inanimate objects, so it's not really the opposite of anthropomorphism. You don't anthropomorphize someone into an animal unless they're like a fictional animal. So that's not really right. It sounds to be more the concept of Mr. Farwell is saying that the government cannot refer to him as any type of animal. So they can't call him a goat, they can't call him a dog, they can't call him some type of rat, they can't call him, an angry gorilla, they can't call him, a zebra. I'm not really sure why they would. They can't call him a platypus. They can't call him an aardvark. That seems to be what the term zoomorphism means. Now, I'm not really sure why Matthew Farwell's defense attorney thinks that the U.S. government is going to zoomorphize him. So you know what? I have to write this up. That's it. That's it. I'm all mad. This is ridiculous. I'm mad. All right, that's it. I'm writing this up. You've taught me a new word, but you've also made me mad. All right, I'm experiencing cognitive dissonance. Okay, I'm learning, but I'm mad about it. Okay, I'm all mad. That's it. Kofi's running around in circles. He's gonna go tell Bunny. He's like, "Great, man." Kofi just gets to watch the news while Bunny's out doing bunny things, Bunny Towel Mom. She just leaves Kofi to watch the towel news. Like, she just puts the TV on, Kofi just sits there, he takes notes. Him and T.A. Sarah are in charge, you know what I'm saying? Kofi's large and in charge. He's a dog. He fights off the horses. You ever meet a dog who's willing to fight off a horse? I mean, seriously. Instead of 100 dogs to fight off a horse, you just need one, Kofi. He's a dog. Okay, what's this one? This is ridiculous. Yes, this motion. I gotta actually get the motion if I'm gonna write this up. That's it! A moment. I'm gonna write this up, and I'm gonna say mean things about Matthew Farwell. Well, not really mean things. I'm just gonna be all mad. That's it! I'm mad. Oh, yeah. I forgot to read you this part. Oh, look at that goat! I forgot to read you this quick thing about Judge Krupp. So before I write the Matthew Farwell piece, let me just read this, because Judge Krupp was integral to the Karen Reed case and also
Tory
to
Bedford
the
hosts
TurtleBoy case.
Conversation. Semicolon. Peter Krupp, the judge who is currently overseeing the potential search warrant for Karen Reed's phone.
Not anymore.
Peter Krupp, the judge who is currently overseeing the potential search warrant for Karen Reed's phone, and the judge who sat on S case until last month, is in the Epstein files from 2010 as an investor in one of Epstein's companies, Green Jets. Right as Krupp was representing a Russian spy. Epstein files source document, page 2 of 7. More context on Krupp working as a lawyer for a Russian spy at the time. Krupp also appears in the files in the context of a lawsuit between Epstein and Scott W. Rothstein, an American former lawyer, convicted felon, and the former managing shareholder, chairman, and chief executive officer of the now defunct Rothstein Rosenfeld Adler law firm. Source document for records search on Peter Krupp as part of a lawsuit between Epstein and Rothstein, page 20 of 40. That lawsuit, related to Epstein abusing underage girls in Florida in the 2000s, was settled just months before Epstein's 2019 arrest on federal charges. Epstein had avoided jail in 2008 with a sweetheart deal. Source as to lawsuit settling and more background, via CNN.
Okay, now let's take a look at the source I cited. Alright, so we're going to go to page 2 of 7. Alright, Green Jets. That shows that it's Epstein's company. And look at that! Is that Peter Krupp in 2011 with a 0.9% ownership share of Green Jets? It looks to be. Now, what was Peter Krupp? You might say, what was Peter Krupp doing in 2011? Well, 2010, 2011. I think I know. Go ahead. Would you be so kind, British reporter towel?
Sources lawsuits.
Yeah, Towel has a New York Times subscription. This is for news reporting purposes. I'm good at what I do.
Spy swap forced prosecutors into balancing act. Preet Bharara, the United States Attorney in Manhattan, said his office should never be a rubber stamp for the White House. On June 29, 2 days after the arrests of 10 Russian agents in New York and 3 other states, Preet Bharara, the United States Attorney in Manhattan, called an emergency meeting of his closest aides. Their criminal case, he was aware, was fast becoming a deal being orchestrated by politicians and diplomats. Mr. Bharara told his aides that he had just learned that serious talks were underway at the highest levels of the American and Russian governments for a spy exchange that would end the criminal prosecution. He knew the idea of a swap had been discussed in the Obama administration as a way to resolve a potentially delicate situation at a time when the United States and Russia were trying to improve relations. But there had been no indication that a deal would come together so quickly. Is it appropriate for us to even be considering these sorts of things? Mr. Bharara said he had asked his lieutenants. Should we ever acquiesce in a trade? The proudly independent Manhattan Federal Prosecutor's Office and the Justice Department should never be an extension of or a rubber stamp for the White House, he said, adding, I feel that very strongly. Mr. Bharara knew something about the sensitivity of law and politics. As a counsel with the Senate Judiciary Committee, he had spearheaded an investigation into the political firings of United States attorneys during the administration of President George W. Bush. The meeting late last month began an intense tutorial by the prosecutors on law and philosophy, ethics and history, politics and statecraft. They examined research on the history of swaps of spies and other prisoners. A big one involving their office occurred in 1986, during the Cold War, when Mr. Bharara was a teenager. Would they ever draw a line? What if the child of a Russian official were arrested for drug dealing and demands were made to drop that case? Would they object to a deal then? Mr. Bharara's office was assigned last year to prosecute another high-profile case, the trial of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and 4 others accused of plotting the September 11 attacks, but before the defendants ever arrived in New York. The plans were derailed by strong opposition from local politicians. In the Russia case, though, the circumstances were different. A deal was being struck by political leaders of two nations that would close a decade-long investigation even before an indictment was brought. In the end, Mr. Barara said he concluded the deal being brokered by the politicians was acceptable and just, and was being pursued for the right reason. And his prosecutors scrambled to secure guilty pleas from the 10 jailed suspects in different cities as the case sped to conclusion. Now, with the deal done and the Russian agents back in Moscow, it turns out that prosecutors were not the only ones questioning their role in one of the odder, more fascinating spy cases in years. Donna R. Newman, the lawyer for one man accused of being a member of what was known as Russia's illegals program, said a prosecutor had made clear to her that the terms of the eventual plea deal were being handed down from the highest levels of government. She said it was usually the United States Attorney's Office that dictated the terms of plea bargains, and she joked with the prosecutor, "I'm used to being window dressing, but in this case you're window dressing, too." Robert M. Baum, the lawyer who represented another of the agents, Anna Chapman, said, "People congratulated me on the result of the case, but I had nothing to do with the result." The case moved so swiftly that Peter B. Krupp, the lawyer for one of the Russian agents detained in Massachusetts, said he first learned the outlines of what later became the plea deal not from prosecutors, but from a Russian official in a jailhouse meeting in Plymouth, Mass. Mr. Krupp said he called a prosecutor, asking for confirmation
Excuse
of the
me?
terms of the deal, and was left with the impression that the prosecutor himself was unaware of the details.
Excuse me, Peter Krupp met with a Russian government official who told him about the terms of a spy swap, and we made this man a judge. No wonder Judge Krupp looked at it. Judge Krupp would not look me in the eye the last time I was in Norfolk Superior Court. Mind you, I didn't know he was going to be sitting on the case. I was there for like a Rosemary Scapiccio hearing. He would not look me in the eye. I was looking right at him. I was like, come on. Come on. Come on. Give me that gateway into the soul. Come on. Just once. He wouldn't do it. I could tell he was all mad. I was like, well, you should be made. Meeting with the Ruskies? Who did this to my state? The damn Ruskies. I knew it was the Ruskies. I've always hated the commies. And I've always hated the Ruskies. We got actual legitimate Russian KGB operations in Massachusetts. These damn Ruskies. That's right. All the spy swaps at that time and the continuing ones with these damn Ruskies. Are you telling me the commies took over, Matt? Literally, the commies. Not just any commies. The commies. The KGB and SVR took over Massachusetts. It wasn't the local, mobs. It was the Russian government. Oh, God. I mean, it kind of makes sense. They use brothels. They hurt kids. They bomb churches. They hate America. They hate freedom. They hate capitalism. They're commies. They're godless heathens. So, of course, and our people bought our own people. My mom went to Russia. Actually, now that I think about it. In like the 70s. She said it was just because she was a student. Now I have questions. Are you serious? We had a KGB, well, I knew it from the Cambridge spy ring, not the Cambridge 5, but the one in Massachusetts. I knew we had Russian operatives here. Are you telling me that the Russian government infiltrated judgeships, lawyers, politicians in my state? Politicians in my state. Oh my God. Now I know it was the Mossad too, but the Mossad doesn't need to do this. They have AIPAC. They don't need to do this. They do other stuff. The Mossad hated Jeffrey Epstein. They kicked him out of the kibbutzes in the 90s. They thought he was weird. Epstein was a KGB guy. Russia doesn't love Israel. They work with them, but they don't love them. Russia's more loyal to like Iran and Turkey and Belarus. Not really China, though. China and Russia are a little mad. China's all mad at Russia. China was like, don't you use nukes, Russia and Ukraine. We'll get all mad. And Russia was like, okay. All right. All right. I'm ready to make a pronouncement. Okay. Everybody gather around. Everybody gather around. Okay? Get out your notepads. Kofi, stand at attention. Prepare your Kofi notepad. I'm now ready to make an announcement. If you were involved in any of the things on the following list, Nightbot, not now, you be nice, Nightbot, including but not limited to hurting children in Massachusetts in particular, that's what I'm dealing with right now, but anywhere, working for the Ruskies, being a commie, being a godless heathen who worships some kind of demon in occult rituals with voodoo dolls, or otherwise, okay? If you were a judge, a prosecutor, a soccer mom, or otherwise, I don't really give a damn if you were in finance, okay? I don't care. I want you to sit down and listen clear, okay? Because Towel has something to deliver upon your ears. All right? How was that for a rhyme? All right? Relax. Well, maybe don't relax if you're one of these people. If you are one of them, I want you to pull up your notepad, okay? We're going to, like swipe or no swiping. So, everybody pull up their notepad. If you're in this category, get out your pencil, pen, or other writing instruments. No blood. No dipping pens in blood. No, don't you do it. Nope. All right. Now, I'm going to have you write down a 3-letter word, okay? And we're going to do a Jesus-based blessing of this piece of paper. We're going to free you from your demons, okay? Jesus himself, I'm going to try to channel him, okay? So I want you to embrace those positive vibes. We're going to do a reverse occult ritual, okay? I want you to think about this clearly now. And I have a message. It is only 3 letters. It starts with the letter R. Oh, it seems Kevin from South Boston knows what's coming. The next letter is U, and then the letter after that is run. And I want to send a special thank you to It's Good to Be Free. Grant, you may have just made the most profound statement ever. God bless you and our country. Well, I don't really remember what I said. I was kind of just, doing my thing there. Mimi says it's when I'm with God. I don't really know if that's what's happening, but I have no idea what I said. So I'm sure it was fun. I hope it got through. And now I have a message that I would like to relay to the damn commies and Ruskies and child abusers who tried to take over my state and my country. I love America.
Live fast, young and hungry. Brand new whip, getaway ride.
Run. Run.
Break out, find our freedom. Hands up, gonna touch the sky. Touch the sky.
Run. Run.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run.
As I wake up and know that I adore you. You're so wonderful. I adore you, and I will rest.
Run.
You're so wonderful.
Can't stop stealing glances. Crack the code, tell me what's inside. What's inside?
Run. Run.
Red dress, black sunglasses. We disappear into the night.
Run. Run.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We'll take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run.
Go to Moscow.
Run.
I'm gonna juridically hunt you. I'm gonna start congressional committees.
Run.
It's gonna be worse than HUAC. I'm gonna reinvigorate the John Birch Society.
We're living the good life, living it up like Bonnie and Clyde. We'll take the money and run. Never see us coming, you ain't never gonna see us coming.
Run.
I'm the most fervent anti-communist you've ever met. About time we had a resurgence of anti-communism in this damn country. You all got wayward. You forgot the point. Damn freaking commies. I'm so mad. I am so mad. Fucking commies.
Run. Run.
Damn commies. I get to, it was the I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. It was the damn commies the whole. It had such an SVR KGB feel to it. And of course they literally said they were going to do this. They planned to do this for like decades. They were going to destroy America, not with missiles and guns, but internally through like social chaos, faking like social movements and like extremist politics, okay, and trying to tear us apart at the seams. And then they were going to blackmail our people in power, and that's what they did. They took over our country. Damn commies. That's it. We got so sensitive and politically correct, we forgot that the point of this was to not allow the Ruskies and the commies to take over America. All right, we thought it was all one big game. All right, we thought it was a joke. We thought the Soviet Union fell. Absolutely not. They may have fell in form, but they never stopped trying to do this in America. They weren't just spying on us. They were trying to destroy us. And they were using the most... Think about what they did. Russia set it up so that our like public officials, our judges, our police officers, our prosecutors were all abusing children and sleeping with hookers. Prostitutes, pardon me, sex workers, excuse me. I'm on a tilt here about political correctness enabling the damn commies. Excuse me. And then the Ruskies would be like, oh yeah, like if you don't do what we say, we're going to reveal this about you personally. But in reality, every time our trusted public officials did this, they were compromising America. They're traitors. That's it. That's it. I want them all tried. I want them all tried. They're traitors. We were too soft on these commie bastards. They're godless heathens. They're Ruskies. They're un-American. Now listen, when I'm covering the war, I got to do my job. Stay objective. When I'm covering usurpation of domestic American politics, I get to yell. These damn Ruskies. I knew it. This freaking Ruskies. They think they're so smart. This was Putin's weapon. Do you understand? This was his weapon. He didn't need to actually win if he controlled every apparatus of government. If he had guys and girls who were compromised everywhere, and we let him do it. That's it. All right, I'm starting a war on communism and prostitution and human trafficking. Get on the bus. Let's go. Are you telling me these people are all fucking Russian agents? Most of them? Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking Russians. God fucking damn it. You know how upset I am right now. Fucking Russians. Cowards. A lot of them. A lot of them. Traitors. I didn't even realize at the time I read that. Where is the New York Times? Compromised great lady. I didn't even realize at the time when I noticed Peter B. Krupp was representing these guys that part of what he did was freaking meet with the Russian government about a spy swap. Dude, oh my God. And he was getting points on Epstein's companies at the same time. Hello! Hello! Epstein was the money man for the KGB. Hello! We got him. Fuck you, Vladimir Putin, you fucking prick. Sorry for cussing. I hate the Ruskies, and I hate not the people of Russia. And I don't want the people of Russia to be like he hates me. I don't. Do you really think I associate you with fucking Vladimir Putin? Do you know how much I hate the KGB and the SVR and Vladimir Putin? I have studied them meticulously for years. I hate them. I will bring back the House Un-American Activities Committee. If you're out there and you sold this country out to Russia, leave. Leave now. I knew it, because why the hell would some random dude, Jeffrey Epstein, some billionaire finance guy, set up a blackmail network? Oh shit. Sorry, was I muted that whole time? It was definitely best that I was muted. If I was muted there, that was definitely for the best. I don't know if like I got muted or was muted. I was yelling about the Ruskies. Alright? That was not going to be a healthy thing. Okay? I don't know how much got muted, but it was basically me just yelling about how much I hate Vladimir Putin. I mean, literally. It's not the people of Russia. I have no problem with the people of Russia. I really don't. They seem very nice. They seem to be very confused by their government as well. It's a totalitarian dictatorship. But I cannot tell you, I suspected for years that it wasn't one man, Jeffrey Epstein, some random... Oh, you did hear, so it only got muted for a bit. So I didn't think one random dude, Jeffrey Epstein, was running this. No, and I didn't think it was American intelligence compromising our own people. That's not what we do. We compromise other countries. This had to be foreign, and it wasn't Israel. Mossad doesn't operate that way. They do have their tactics, but they're small. They're small. Okay, they do like 9-member like hits. They're good, but they're small. Russia, dude, they have like unlimited resources, and the KGB is bigger than most like countries' armies. So yeah, that's all it was. And they did a really malicious thing to this country. All those fake social movements, the bigoted racists, the crazy loony leftists, they were funding it all so that we would collapse. They were trying to destroy the American empire, and no one stood up to save her. But I will. I'm going to run on this platform. I'm going to run on anti-communism, a war on human trafficking, and also I'm going to call people godless heathens, and I don't care if they don't like it. You can be atheist, I don't really care. You want to be Percy Shelley and write a paper on the merits of atheism, fine. But you worship the devil, I'm going to get you. Or Moloch or Baal or whatever the hell you want to call it, I'm going to get you. Damn devil-worshipping demons. I'm going to cast you out of my country. We have been too soft on these freaking evil demons. That's why they came here. Because they thought we didn't care. They thought we were passively enabling them. Or worse, we were just willing to accept it. No, demons. Go find another country now. We're on to you. I'm going to get them. And it's worse that they were willing to help Russia. Seriously. Men and women died for this country to stop the rise of communism. Charles William Wiley was right at the end of his life. We failed those men and women. We told them we were fighting a war against communism when all we did was sell out to them. I'm disgusted. Perestroika my ass. I'm pissed. I've been mad about this for a long time. If this all coalesces, and we will never find out the truth for like 50 years. If this all coalesces, not to Epstein, but to Vladimir Putin, we got to have a serious conversation as a country. These people are our enemy. We must go to war with them. Not a hot war, but we must declare war on the people who did this to our country. We must root out every collaborator, every subversive, every spy, every person who hurt children, everyone who went along with the blackmail. Most of them aren't going to live. I hate to say it this way, but most of them are cowards and will take the officer's way out. That's just how they are. They can't face the music. Are you kidding me? They're cowards. That's why they hurt kids. That's why they were so easily blackmailed. They're cowards. If this was the freaking KGB, think about it. Financial infiltration of the American markets to siphon our resources, okay, coupled with control of the political system, executive, legislative, judicial, so that no one would ever stop them. They'd always have the right guy or girl at the right place to stop, to make sure they never were stopped. They turned our own institutions against us. It's the fucking Russians. I knew it. We just need a few more pieces of this, and we have the full story. But this isn't a news story. This is a political movement, if this is true. And by the way, obviously, this goes way bigger than any one case. This is like compartmentalized intelligence operations. But if it's the case that the variable that no one could explain, the power behind the scenes, was actually this like multi-generation, deep cover Russian blackmail fiscal network in the United States, stripping us of our resources and paying our people for the privilege, yeah, we gotta like, that's a political movement. That's serious. Like, we have to reform the entire government, and we need to like have a recentering of our political discourse on the threat posed by the Ruskies. Not the Ruskies and their relationship to any one person, but Russia as an existential enemy and threat to the United States and our way of life. And I will carry that torch. Watch me. Touch an American journalist on American soil. Do it, you coward. And I might not be able to leave America for a while. So sorry about that. We're gonna have to adjust some plans here. I'm not leaving America for a little bit. I can't. All right. I'm mad now. I'm mad. We're never gonna see this laid out in a federal prosecution. By the way, clearly, like, it was the Dems under Obama wheeling and dealing with the Ruskies. All right, going back a long time. Probably went back before him too. And some Republicans, neoliberals mostly. We got a serious problem in this country. Now I see it for what it is. These people were all part of a bespoke wheel. They all did certain things that were very bad to advance certain like operations. But there's one center of this bespoke wheel, and it's the KGB. Mark my words, and I'm going to prove it. The government probably already knows, because why would our own people do this? Seriously. We might have like tried to flip Epstein, but why would our own people do this? They wouldn't. I've been intent on figuring out not just why some of this stuff was happening in one individual instance, but what was the unifying, driving force. And I think I'm getting close. Not there yet, but I'm close. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for joining Towel News. We went down a little bit of I wouldn't say digression. Pardon me. We went down a little bit of a side path. Right, in the defense contractors, how many of our own defense contractors were actually sold out? And how many judges? Like, I know it's not, like, I know Epstein was the point man, but I think he was just, like, running an operation that was old. And Khashoggi, Adnan Khashoggi, same thing, running a KGB operation. So, therefore, I want to know exactly who in our, like, most highest levels of government. I don't want to know. I want the government to find out. And then I want these people hauled in front of Congress and investigated. They can take the fifth. If they're asked, did you work for Russia, knowingly or unknowingly, and they take the fifth, good for them. But we need to drag. This is not a communist hunt either. Russia could be freaking, I don't know, any number of systems of government. Make one up. And I'd still have a problem with this. But I'm positive now. I'm almost, because not, and I'm worried that my mother was involved in this. Do you understand? She rose to prominence and got really close to people in American politics. And even my own sister one time told me she thought my mother was a spy. And I was like, maybe for the CIA. What I didn't realize was she might have been working for another country. Do you know how terrifying that possibility is? That the pressure and all of this is actually because she was working for another country. And she does have these like weird ties to these like non-governmental organizations like in Europe and stuff like that are like connected to various governments that have maybe not so hostile postures towards the Ruskies. I'm really starting to wonder now about my mom. And like our nannies were from Sweden. And like my dad kind of like acted like it seemed like he was a different man after he met her. That would be wild. So how will I know if she like flees the country or something? She did rise to prominence, like, out of nowhere, too. Yeah, and so my mom has never liked me. Ever. Even when I was a kid. She just didn't like me. I was annoying to her. I don't know. I saw through the bullshit. She would go on TV and be like, yeah, I'm a powerful, like, working legal professional, but I raise my kids. I do both. And I'd be like, you're lying. I'm being raised by a nanny. You're never home. Why are you lying to the public? And she would get mad. And I'd be like, but I'm just calling it. I'd be like 7. I'd be like, why are you lying? So anyway, she never really liked me, but she would tolerate me. And, like, she had a mother's maternal instinct. So when I got very sick, obviously, she still then even tried to, like, project. She, like, would tell the doctors that I had Lyme disease. And the doctors were like, ma'am, like, even if he tests positive for Lyme disease, like, your son, like, has a very serious surgery that's, like, causing him to anatomically, like, degrade. He's very sick. And, like, his physical organs, like his throat, is not working right. Like, they would show her the barium swallow. And she'd be like, no, you don't. That's just all, like, Lyme disease, you know. And what really started our falling apart was I was like, Mom, you have to understand. Like, I know that, like, you really think it's Lyme disease. And it did have a positive test for it. But I was like, Mom, you must understand. Like, I also was sewn together from hip to hip. And the doctors are telling you, like, I have complications from that. And I'm very sick. And, like, at that point, I was, like, in the hospital. Like, I had to get lung biopsies. Like, my body was seriously failing. And the doctors were telling her, like, man, like, your son, like, physically is degrading. And he needs certain, like, support. And she would just be like, well, you're telling me it's not Lyme disease? And they'd be like, ma'am, like, that's not what we're trying to tell you about, like, what, like, we're showing you how when he, like, eats an Oreo with barium, it doesn't go down the right part of his throat. We're trying to show you about, like, his nerves and, like, the conduction testing. And she'd be like, no, it's Lyme disease. And so when I told her, like, we got to stop this. Like, you can't tell every doctor, serious doctors, that you won't listen to them if they won't tell you it's Lyme disease, because then I'm not going to get better. We have to improve my quality of life for me to be functional. So I kind of removed her from my treatment, and that's what really initially made her mad, because she just was dysregulated, and that was not helping me get better. Once I sort of took control of my medical treatment, I was able to move towards a place where, like, we adjusted my medication. I got physical therapy. I got, like, very well supported, and my quality of life improved. I'm still very disabled, but, like, I got better in a sense that I could, like, do more than, like, 1 out of 10 basic daily life tasks. Maybe I could do 2 or 3, but I still really struggled with, like I can't bend very much. I'm sewn together at the hip. If I bend over, you must understand, like 7 or 8 years ago, when I bent over one time to pick up, like, a fork on the ground, I tore my muscle in my back and was bedbound for, like, 8 months. I could not walk. I was in searing pain. I tore the muscle from bending over because of how how I'm sewn together. So I am petrified of bending. Because I think every time I bend, I'm going to tear my back muscle again. So, like, it's hard for me to pick stuff up. Like, I can't bend at the waist. So I have to, like, lay on the ground and kind of, like, move around like a fish to pick things up. So I'm disabled. And I would be like, Mom, I need help. And she'd be like, no, like, just wallow in it. Like, you deserve it. And I'd be like, what the hell, lady? Like, and then she was like, I don't love you anymore at one point. And I was like, all right. That was before I switched sides on the Karen Reed case. Once I switched, then it turned into actual lawfare. Like, then I noticed, like, she was talking to Proctor's uncle-in-law, and then it became, like, actual lawfare. The only people who use lawfare tactics, you only see that stuff when there's something under the surface. Like, if you got a problem, you're going to talk it out. If you use lawfare, bro, like, threatening to, like, reveal people's, like, medical information and stuff to, like, control them, you want to punish them, deplete them of resources, make them homeless, dude, that's not a personal thing at that point. You're following orders. So who are you following orders from? I'll find out. And if you betrayed my country, I will testify against you. I will. I absolutely will. You can rot in federal prison. Absolutely. I have no qualms about that. I'm going to be just fine. I have a clean conscience. Some of these people don't. So anyway, it got me real bad. But like, I don't take shit personally. I got work to do. Like, you can try to kill me. You can stick a gun in my face. You can invade my home, threaten me. Like, bro, I'm very numb. Okay? Like, I know my time here is short. So, I'm going to get as much done, like a wrecking ball, as I possibly can. And I don't care what stands in my way, including my own mother. I think that it's disgusting what people have done to her. They preyed on her just like Ken Mello. I feel bad for her. But I won't let her behavior inhibit my efforts to reform what was done to my country. I love this country. Safety, country, God, family, in that order, and I meant it. I told people for like 3 years. You could have figured out like my priorities if you listened. But anyway, I'm all mad. Hello. How are you, Nefarious? Nice to see you. It's good to be free. How are you, Francine? But yeah, you know, I do, Francine, so I have changed my diet completely. I eat a lot of grilled chicken. It's the only, so I have colitis too. It's the only thing I can really tolerate. Rice. I love rice. I eat a little bit of bread. Bread's good. I'm like Boozy Beauty. Can't turn down bread. You give me like a brioche bun, I'll eat it. Very little dairy, and I only drink water and energy drinks. Maybe if I'm indulging, like a flavored coconut water or a Gatorade. That's my, and when I go out for my birthday dinner, I get a Shirley Temple. That's my special treat. So yeah, like no sugar. I eat candy, maybe Cheez-Its like once a week, like a 2.5 ounce bag of Cheez-Its if I need calories on a walk. I might eat some trail mix, and then I might eat like some candy in the trail mix, but that's it. Maybe a bag of peanut M&Ms once a week. I try to keep my diet like free of sugar, and mostly like grilled chicken, rice, maybe a burger every now and again. That has helped me a lot. I was I was in the hospital to the point where like the nurse, I remember at one point I was hospitalized because of my physical condition, and I was so sick that I remember the doctors rounding, and I remember like coming in and out of like consciousness. It was when I was like younger, and I just remember one of the doctors saying to the nurse like, "Oh, has he started using his computer again?" And the nurse was like, "No, he hasn't been using his computer at all, so we're really worried." And then I was like, oh shit, like they were monitoring me, like, because when I came in to like distract myself in the hospital, I would watch TV shows, and they were like, they would round, so there's no like cameras, but they would like look their head in and like wave and ask if I wanted like, you know, some water or like a video game cart. And I was just, most of the time in the hospital, I was like, no, I just want to sit and watch, like half conscious, and listening to this nurse be like, no, he hasn't been using his computer. I don't know how many days it had been. I think it was after like a major procedure, like a biopsy. And we were like, the nurse was like, we think he has an infection from the drainage tube of the biopsy. And then I remember the doctor being like, okay, that's like an emergency. So then the next thing I knew, there was like a bunch of like people around me, and I didn't have any family. They just abandoned me and left me in the hospital alone. So I remember holding this nurse's hand, and she was like, "It's okay, honey, it's going to be okay." And I looked up at her and I was like, "What the hell is happening?" And she was like, "We're going to take your drainage tube out." It was the worst thing I've ever been through in my life. It was fucking horrifying. Now, oh yeah, and then I have like all the biopsy scars. But I just remember her being like, we have to do this early. And then she pulled it out, and then I fainted. And then I woke up like 3 days later. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And they were like, oh, you had an infection and almost died. And I was like, what? What? It was terrifying. It was one of the most horrifying things I've ever been through in my entire life. Now, I didn't even remember that until right now. But yeah, I was very sick, and because, to bring the point home, because the doctors were trying to tell my mother it wasn't Lyme disease, she just wouldn't be there for me. So I kind of resent her for that. But anyway, I don't know what's motivating her to this day. I'm going to find out. But it certainly wasn't a love of Michael Proctor. She wasn't loyal to the Norfolk DA or the state police. No way. I'm going to find out what's really going on here. And I don't think a lot of these people are going to be around when I get my answers. But that's really what I want on a personal level. I don't want anything but to do my work and be able to help people in a way that makes me feel fulfilled, and that's how I know I'm helping. But on a personal level, what I want is answers. I want to know what happened to my mother. I want to know when and why, and I want to know the money, and I want to know what's going on, what's the deal with Florida. Now I really see it for what it is, and it makes me mad. And I want answers. And you don't get these answers normally about this stuff when people are around. And I've resigned myself to that fate. I also have a lot of friends in government who are very protective of me. So that's why I'm willing to ask these questions. It is what it is, bro. I mostly want it to stop. I don't necessarily in this moment need those answers. What I need in this moment is for it to stop. All of it. The brothels, the blackmail, the allegiance to Russia, the siphoning of my country's economic resources, the decimation of the housing market, the impoverished condition of my fellow citizens. It's wrong, and we're going to stop it. That's what I want in the short term. All these individual siloed manifestations of this evil, we have to work on one at a time, and then systemically we can hate the real evil, which is, I truly believe, the KGB. All the people who went along with it, by the way, they got them because prostitution, drugs, brothels, child abuse, these things run rampant in this culture, and we never spoke up about it. We talked about it like it was a one-off, aberration, when in reality a lot of these people were doing this on the regular, and that's how they got blackmailed. Please, that Cambridge brothel ring was nothing. The real brothel ring was much more embedded. And now they're running scared. A lot of them. Whether they knew it went up to this level or not, they're all running scared. They don't know what to do. Disgusting. They were trying to get a whole new generation of my countrymen through the cannabis industry. Get out. Get out. If you are a traitor to this country, get out. It's too late. Everybody knows. The government knows. Congress knows. The local government knows. The state government knows. Everybody knows. Get out. If you're a traitor to this country, get out. You have a little window before juridically a lot of consequences begin, especially if I get involved in politics. I will direct my Department of Justice to engage a war on spies and on prostitution. And I will show no mercy. There will be no quarter. I'll roll up. I will use drug war tactics on brothels. Nationwide. And you're not going to like it. Your other option is to stop before it gets to that point, because I will do it, and if I set my mind to it, I will accomplish it come hell or high water. But I'd really prefer you just stop. I've been trying to give these people a chance to stop. Some people are going to have to go down. That we have to send a message, but I'm trying to get them to stop. I want you to stop. Every time you go to hurt a child, I want you to think, is Grant going to figure out I'm doing this? I want that in your brain constantly. Every time you go to a brothel, is Grant watching? Does he have a guy out there watching? Does he know? Does he know I'm here? Did he follow me when I got that rental car? Probably not. Did he have somebody who saw me and called him? Maybe. Does he know I'm with this specific prostitute at this specific moment at this specific time? Maybe. Yeah, I want you to think about that constantly, especially when you're hurting those children. I want you to be like, is he with me right now? Is he watching? Is he behind that tree? Is he one of the guys in the mask? Is he actually inside our organization? Does he get reports about all this? Maybe. I have people in a lot of places. You'd be surprised. I got a lot of friends. I told the government, though. I told you I named names. I named names. What do you want? I created a record. Made some 302s. What do you want me to do? You invaded my home. Got all mad. Then Rep Luna retweeted me. It was hilarious. I was like, yeah, let's troll the bastards. Anyway, I'm all mad. That all started because of zoophilia. Or whatever the hell. Matthew Farwell's lawyer, who might watch this because she wrote the motion, is probably like, I used the word zoomorphism, and somehow we ended up on Judge Peter Krupp being involved with the KGB. Yeah. Welcome to Towel Stream. I wonder in some way if it was fated. You know, I really like Jesus. I'm not kidding. I was willing to give my whole life to the church because I really thought, I truly believe that call, the world is yours to behold if you can abscond from your temporal inclinations, meant that I had to serve, and I can't get away from it. And I felt so frustrated that I couldn't be a priest. I just wanted to help people. Just wanted to listen to their problems and give them guidance and maybe teach them philosophy. And then also reform the curia. But I just mostly wanted to listen to people and help heal them so they wouldn't feel sad. But I couldn't do that. So now I'm going to do it this way, which I guess will allow me to help more people. But I always just felt, you know, I don't know how to explain it. You know, it's weird. I feel very blessed. I just go around, try to help people, and then good things happen. Sometimes bad things happen to me, but I try not to feel sad. But on the whole, I take a lot of risks, and I feel protected. I don't act recklessly, because that would be not paying attention to the stepladder or helicopter in front of me when my house is, you know, flooding. You know, the old apocryphal tale about the man on the roof during a flood. If you haven't heard it, it's an interesting one. You know, there's a house flooding during a major storm, and the water's rising higher. An old man goes to his roof, and he's praying. He's a very religious man, and he keeps praying to God, please send, you know, God, come save me. And a man in a rowboat comes along, and the guy on the roof says, no, I don't need the rowboat. I am a God-fearing man, and I'm praying. And the man continues to pray to God, and next a helicopter comes, and the man looks up, and the helicopter drops a ladder in. The man says, no, I am praying to God right now. I do not need your helicopter. He will come save me. And eventually the floodwaters consume the man. And he ends up at the pearly gates in front of St. Peter, and he says, Father, what did I do wrong? I prayed to you. I was a God-fearing man, and I asked for your help. And God looks at him and says, what the hell are you doing here? I sent you a boat, a helicopter, and a ladder. And so that's the point. I don't just go out there on a whim. I recognize the step ladder when it's in front of me, and I'm careful. Doesn't mean I'm going to be here forever, but I'm careful, and I have a lot of friends. And I'm very public, and I've told a lot of people in government and in the press, some very powerful people, what's going on. And they all have it all. And they've had it from the beginning. I was telling them in real time. Because I knew it was risky. I knew where this, even if it was just quote-unquote Epstein, I knew he was working for someone. So I knew I wasn't dealing just with some like crazy maniacal supervillain. I knew it was a state actor. I just didn't know what state it was. I didn't think it was Israel. And Israel's probably the government of Israel is very complicated, but it's probably breathing a big sigh of relief because it didn't want to get blamed for this. Mossad did not want to take the blame for something it didn't do. They don't even like dealing with stuff they did do, but they don't want to be blamed for this when it wasn't them. It was Russia. So, it is what it is. And don't think for 1 second that there are no consequences to that. It's not like a game. The reason why there's such gravitas to working with foreign states is they will take over your country and they will hurt people and children. And that's what happened to us. We need to fix this. We must. This is an important country. And it feels like no one in power is willing to actually address this head on. Most people don't care. They're like very rich when they get into power. They don't care. And that's not okay. Mock says, you don't need to be a priest to have a ministry for Jesus, Grant. I could encourage up some scripture if you need proof of that. I could scrounge up, that's a good point. I've never thought of, I don't like to minister, because I don't like to proselytize. I think you should believe whatever you want. I believe in God. I was raised in a Jewish and a Catholic family, and also a militantly pagan atheist family. It's weird. So I am Catholic. I make no apologies for that, but I also am a pluralist. So however you find spirituality, short of worshiping Baal or hurting children or doing all that bad stuff, I encourage. We have pagans here, Witchy Wash. She loves the trees. You want to worship trees? I'm all about it. However you find spirituality, I'm about. But yeah, in terms of ministering, never really ministered. I would like to be trained if I were going to do that. It's a very serious, sacred thing, obviously. But what I like to do is, as a layperson, like a layperson, I like to read the Bible. And then I like to think about it as a moral message. And then I try to think about how can we think about what was going wrong in the time of Jesus, and then I study the historical figure of Jesus a lot of the scholarship from the Yale courses. I like to study that, and I try to juxtapose. And then I study the overlap between Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I really look at what parts of the scripture might have been derived from earlier parts, what is new, what language is the same in how is Holy Week described in each of those 4 books, what events aren't in which book. I do a lot of comparative historical analysis regarding the books of the Bible, and then I try to think about what was happening at the time of Jesus that Jesus was mad about, and then what is happening now in a different form that is as dangerous or more dangerous, and then I try to think about all that. And I think a lot about, by analogy, what Jesus was doing when he went to the temple. And because he was already yelling at the scribes and Pharisees, he was woe unto you scribes and Pharisees, he was screaming at them in public. But when he came into the temple during Holy Week, right before the Last Supper and before his arrest, he goes in and he flips the table and takes a bullwhip and just starts beating people. And that's the only time he ever uses violence in the whole Bible, ever, and in the New Testament, obviously. And the thing I never understood and still want to understand is what was the socio-political constellation that led him to get so mad that he went in there, because the money changers are an analogy for finance, and then there was some other stuff, I don't know if they were idolaters or what the hell. He was whipping a bunch of people in the temple. But what was he talking about? The Canaanites? Was he talking about Egyptian religion from that area? Was he talking about something that predated that, something pre-Abrahamic that was more from Assyria or whatever? So I was trying to understand the emergence of this sort of force so that I could study what they may have done to carry that forward in time. So that's why I'm so interested. I've always saw Jesus as a figure who recognized systemic evil entrenched within societal forms of control and sought to liberate the people around him because they were being oppressed. And so I've always liked Jesus for that reason. Thank you for allowing me to go through that lecture. God bless all of you. I gotta do, I'm not even gonna write up the zoophilia thing. It's absurd that he doesn't want to be referred to as an animal and use the word zoophilia, but that took us on a long tangent, and I don't think writing it up is necessary right now. I hope you enjoyed that towel lecture.
88 of 3rd, 1495, 1502, 8th Circuit, 1996. Name
God bless you, Mimi. You're so wonderful.
calling simply does not further the aims of justice or aid in the search for truth, and is likely to inflame bias in the jury.
They're not calling him a literal animal. What is this? I'm sorry, just to bring this back as we get back into this document, what the hell is this lawyer talking about? Bro, nobody is calling him an animal. Even by analogy, they're not calling him an animal. They're calling him a child abuser and a murderer. Zoomorphism is where you literally call someone Like, you're like, that person has taken the form of a pig. They're not zoomorphizing him. I can't even believe I have to say this. I'm glad I learned the word, I suppose. I'm going to zoomorphize people in the future. And then when they complain, I'm going to be like, what's the problem, bro? I'm just zoomorphizing you. But the point remains the same. Nobody has zoomorphized Matthew Farwell. This is ridiculous. This is absurd. Grant Smith Ellis, hold on, we have a comment here. Oh, Mox says, by ministry, I just mean loving and helping people. Mox, I never thought about it that way. I always thought of ministry as a verb, or not a verb, but like a formal ministry. I didn't realize it's just spreading love. I really like that. God bless you, Mox. I didn't even think about it that way. That's wonderful. You're wonderful. Nightbot, can you please be nice to Francine? Francine asks, Grant, can you make a merge command for Nightbot? Oh, yeah, I can do that. And then Mock says, Grant Smith Ellis, what he was really angry about was the sin offering was supposed to be unspotted perfect creatures. They were selling old decrepit animals and they had no choice but to buy them. That's right. I knew it was about more than just the money changers. That's right. Let me just go into Nightbot quickly. So I don't want to do a commercial right now for reasons, but our dear friend Francine, who I love dearly, and so does her friend Pete, who's the channel mascot. She asked if I would make a command for her, and I absolutely will do that. Okay, so I'm going to do that. All right, Francine, so if you do store, ! Store, okay, right now, I made this just for you because you're wonderful. Thank you so much, Francine. Let's test if it works. It might take like a minute or two to push, but you're wonderful. And let's go back to our document. I can't get over this zoomorphism word. I'm just mad about it.
And to result in a verdict based on something other than the evidence, abrogated in part on other grounds. Watson versus United States, 552 U.S. 74, 2007. The First Circuit has found that reference to the defendants as animals is especially inflammatory and improper. United States versus Martinez Medina, 279 F3.
We have a question from, welcome, by the way, Greg. Greg asked, have you read John Calvin's Institute of the Christian Religion? I have not. I have read, so I shouldn't say that. I bet it was assigned to me in undergrad or grad school, but I don't remember, like, I had to read everything. I kind of remember reading it. We had to learn a lot about Luther and the Protestant Reformation. I've also been reading a lot of Will Durant, which covers a little bit of this, so that's maybe why I have it in my mind. But I think I actually just listened to a chapter on Calvin the other night. I'm going to make a note of this. Thank you very much and welcome to the channel, Greg. Let's keep going with our motion.
105, 119, First Circuit, 2002. In that case, the First Circuit found it disturbing when the prosecutor characterized the defendants as hunting each other like animals and killing one another with no mercy. Id at 119, citing United States versus Hands, 184, F. 3rd 1322, 1332, 11th Circuit, 1999. Improper to refer to defendant as wickedly vicious man, monster, drug dealer. Courts have condemned prosecutors giving defendants the characteristics of animals. See, for example, Volkmore versus United States, 13 F. 2nd, 594, 595, 6th Circuit, 1926. Scaly, slimy is intentional abuse. Courts have found it improper for the government to refer to the defendant or the crimes as cold-blooded. See, for example, United States versus Shaw, 701 F. 2nd, 367, 390, 5th Circuit, 1983, abrogated. On other grounds, as recognized by United States versus Burden, 964 F, 3rd 339, 350, Note 11, 5th Circuit, 2020. Colder, more cold-blooded, remorseless defendant was improper. Because humans are warm-blooded, referring to blood being cold, is inconsistent with humanity and implies that the Defendant is an other or reptilian.
Okay, so none of these things refer to. Why did they? Is this just to put this? I mean, are we just practicing research here? They're not calling him an animal, or calling him cold-blooded, or implying he's an animal.
Silva versus Roden, 52 F Sup, 3rd, 209, 224 to 25.
Also, I heard that the Lindsay Clancy trial became very intense today. So, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but the judge had to clear the courtroom. I'm very sorry. Apparently some, even of the lawyers that are covering the trial, are having a lot of trouble in these moments. And I just want to let them all know I'm very sorry to hear just of the impact. I knew it was coming. I'm sorry to hear. But apparently there was another situation where things got so overwhelming, judge had to clear the courtroom, and even the defense diaries page is noting things have become almost unbearably overwhelming. Tried to tell people, like, please, like, I understand the importance of covering the case as a commentary on the breakdown in our mental health institutions, but be careful that it's going to take its toll. And I've seen multiple reporters, like, reach their limit with that case, and I understand entirely, and I wish them a very quick recovery, and I pray the toll of that case is not long-standing, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
D. Mass, 2014. Improper to refer to...
And let me just say, maybe, hey, news stations, just, you know, a little hint, maybe don't have women who are just pregnant cover a trial on postpartum depression. Have we thought about that? Have we thought maybe we shouldn't do that? Don't do that. I remember standing outside a certain place at a certain time a few weeks ago and being like, that's a bad idea. Yeah, bro. Don't do that. What is wrong with some of you corporate news stations? Out of your mind. We're going to take the money away from you. You don't deserve it.
Description of event in opening as cold-blooded or slaughter. 4. Case 1:24-CR.
Hi, Shell. So good to see you. We're reviewing motions in the Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell case.
R-10259-DJC. Document 182. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 5 of 13. Likewise, referring to the defendant as a predator is also a gratuitous insult. Bird versus Collins, 209, F. 3rd, 486, 536, 6th Circuit, 2000.
That was the first relevant citation.
Thus, the government should not be permitted to describe Mr. Farwell as having preyed upon Ms. Birchmore.
Okay, the difference between all the other comparisons and preyed is humans are predators. That's not calling him an animal. Ma'am. If humans were not predators, other animals would have killed us by now. Therefore, humans are predators who domesticated and killed the other animals. Your argument doesn't even make sense lexically. You made me read that for no reason. I'm all mad. Denied.
Predator/prey is an animalistic.
Well, Not It Now says, the Russians or our people? Our people sold us out decades ago. Nope, sorry. Our people sold us out decades ago. You don't think the Clintons sold us out? Oh, of course they did. You know, Mena, Arkansas, of course they did. The Dems today sold us out. Of course they did. Oh, I am no Democrat. The Democratic Party left me. I would have voted for JFK, like my grandpa said. But I am no Democrat. Absolutely not. If anything, I think the Republicans might be some hope for reforming some of this because they're anti-communist. And a lot of them don't, well, now they're starting to come around. They don't like Russia. The Dems, they talked a lot about Russiagate, but notice that was only because they hated President Trump. Did they actually talk about Russia? No, because they're a wholly owned subsidiary of the KGB. That's my opinion, and I'm petitioning the government for redress of that grievance right now.
dichotomy, and one that dehumanizes Mr. Farwell. See also Bland versus Sermons, 459, F. 3rd, 999, 1025. 10th Circuit, 2006. Heartless and vicious killer is unnecessary and inappropriate. B. Referring to Ms. Birchmore as the victim. To properly enforce the presumption of innocence, courts must remain vigilant for conditions that compromise the integrity of the fact-finding process. Estelle versus Williams, 425. U.S. 501, 503, 1976. Additionally, courts must carefully guard against dilution of the principle that guilt is to be established by probative evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt. Ms. Birchmore should be referred to by either her name or as the decedent in the case. Given the starkly competing theories that Ms. Birchmore was either killed by another or died by her own hand, to allow repeated labeling of Ms. Birchmore as the victim invades the province of the trier of fact to determine whether in fact Ms. Birchmore was killed. Fed R. Evid, 701. Expressing such a conclusion in the use of this language is not helpful to the trier of fact, where the ultimate issue to be tried is whether Ms. Birchmore was killed by another. In several jurisdictions, referring to a complaining witness or a deceased individual as the victim is improper. The defense argues
Matthew Farwell is going to argue that someone else killed Sandra Birchmore? Wait, what? Wait, what? He's gonna argue at trial that Sandra Birchmore was killed by someone else? Who? Alright, I think I want to write this one up. Wait, what? Wait, what? I did not see this one coming. This is also the longest Twitter article or Twitter post in the history of Twitter posts. It has everything about the Birchmore case in it. Alright, wait, what? Matthew Farwell intends to argue at his federal trial for the death of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn 8 to 10 week old baby boy that someone other than Farwell killed Sandra? Or that, and also that Sandra took her own life, which was an already known Farwell argument. Wow. Wait, what? I can't believe. Who is he going to argue? He's going to get up there and say someone else killed her? Who? Source, page 5 of 13. Is it really page 5? Are we only on page 5? Yeah. You gotta work through these documents methodically. Connor, no sexualizing goats allowed. You leave those goats alone, Connor. We save goats here. We do not sexualize them. Save the goats. Connor, you have me deeply concerned. Stay away. Whether the goats have had baby goats before or not. You stay away from those goats. Don't touch the baby goat. Damn baby goat. We love the baby goats. We protect the baby goats and the adult goats. My point is, leave the goats alone, Connor. Don't make me all made. But that's still pretty big news. I'm shocked he's going to argue someone else might have killed Sandra. There's no... I mean, does Farwell have knowledge? Was that not... Are you telling me that wasn't Matthew Farwell? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The only reason we think, anyone thinks, that Farwell was the man on the camera is because the maintenance man said it. What if the maintenance man just never saw Farwell's brother, Billy Farwell? They both look the same, probably similar stature and height. I guess you could tell. Well, you can't really tell. Are you telling me that his argument is going to be that he was outside and that wasn't him? Or he wasn't there? He was clearly at the complex. They were going to try to use the defense of, you can't tell who it is, it could be either of us. Then why isn't the other... Wait a minute. Why isn't the other guy charged? Unless he's cooperating? No. I think what's more likely is somebody drove with Farwell or drove Farwell to kill Sandra. That man stood outside the building and Farwell went in. Because otherwise the federal government would have charged the other guy. There was definitely an accomplice, but why is Farwell even going to put this at issue? He must have some grounds then to say. You can't just argue somebody else did it. As you all know, under the third-party culprit rules in state court, you can't just get up there and argue somebody else did it. You have to have evidence somebody else did it. You have to argue to get permission to make the third-party culprit defense. And if you don't get that, you can then make a Bowden defense, which is an unknown third-party culprit, which is different than a third-party culprit defense. But it's so fascinating because you can't... This lawyer also really stretched the meaning of zoomorphism, so I'm not going to take her at her word. But if she really is going to put forward evidence that somebody else did it and try to get the court to permit a Bowden defense, which wouldn't be as shocking, an unknown third-party culprit is... Anybody could say that. Yeah, we don't know who did it. It's somebody else. Okay, but cool. Anybody can get that. But if you just say somebody else did it and it's that third-party culprit, you got to argue to the court before the trial that you should be able to make that argument. I want to see what evidence this lawyer has that someone other than Matt Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore. Maybe there's an argument for an accomplice. I see that. So if she were making some legal argument about when there's accomplice liability, it does X, Y, or Z to the defendants. Okay, I would say, meh, everybody knows he had an accomplice. He's on the video. But this, what evidence are you going to show me that's going to, or a competent trier of fact in a pretrial motion, a judge, what evidence are you going to show that's going to indicate anyone but Matt, unless you can say that he's not the man on that security camera, that anyone other than Matt Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore? What evidence do you have of that? Just, I want it to be someone else other than Matt Farwell is not enough, not even close. You need real serious evidence to, as you all know from the Karen Reed case and John O'Keefe case, you need real serious weighty evidence to get a third-party culprit defense approved. And if you're saying someone other than Matthew Farwell killed Sandra Birchmore, even if you're making a Bowden defense, we're going to need something. And it better be a bombshell, because otherwise that's just putting words in motion. And those are serious words to say that you're going to put on a defense. It's one thing to put on the defense. We know John Fanning and others pressured the medical examiner initially to make a finding of self-harm. That it's ridiculous to make that defense now, but that's like a defense just on the factual record from 2021. Fine. I think it's a loser argument, but it's a defense. It's on the playing field. It's bad, but it's a defense. Nothing that I've reviewed, I can say this. I don't know how many other people have. Probably Michelle McPhee too has reviewed everything. I've reviewed almost every document on this docket. So unless there's something under seal, which is there's a lot of this under seal that I have not seen. I'm willing to say I have seen every document on this record. I see nothing about a third party culprit or even a Bowden defense. Nothing. Zero. No evidence. None. No arguments. No references to arguments. No references in motions to documents that need to be sealed. Nothing. Anywhere. Not in the IA reports. Not in the Farwell motions to dismiss. Not in the government's response to the motion to dismiss. Nowhere. At any point. So this is the first, I actually now can say this. This is the first time that Matthew Farwell or his attorneys at any point in time have ever said that they're going to raise a defense. And by the way, I want to qualify this with, they don't say as of yet, and they might not in this motion, whether this is going to be a Bowden defense or a third-party culprit defense. They're very broad, and they don't have to tip their strategy. They do have to have a hearing to have this defense, but they don't have to tip their strategy ahead of trial. The answer to that question will determine how big of a deal this is. If it's a Bowden defense, just so folks understand, that's not a defense. A Bowden, it is properly categorized as a defense. It's considered a defense, but it's not really the same as a third-party culprit defense. A Bowden defense is where you say, someone did this crime, and we don't know who they are. They're out there somewhere, Judge. Let us make the argument to the jury that there's some other person that did this. Here's what we have to argue for that. It's a very low standard. What's not a low standard, what's a very high standard, and we can't tell from this wording, but we can tell there is going to be one of these two. I can promise you it's telegraphed here. What is a high standard is when you say to the judge, I want to show the jury an argument, as you know from David Yannetti and Alan Jackson doing this in the Karen Reed case. I want to present to the jury an argument that X, I think Alan in his motion and David said, Colin Albert, Brian Higgins. I want to present to the jury evidence that Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert killed John O'Keefe. That was what they argued, okay? And that is a third-party culprit. That's a real, intense defense. But you can't just stand up there and say Colin Albert or whoever did it. You have to litigate it with the judge before trial. The judge must approve the motion, and then you can make the argument in front of the jury. I don't know what Farwell's lawyers are even hinting at here, because it's not like I can say to you, I saw this thing where they were like, we think some other guy did it, and in some other motion in passing, and but we don't know who it is. So I can't say to you, they're just making some generalized Bowden argument. But also, on the inverse, I have nothing where they've laid out that they have a third-party culprit. But that changes the whole dynamic of the defense. Sandra taking her own life is a terrible defense for Farwell, for many reasons. Forensic evidence-wise, Sandra's state of mind evidence-wise, statements that Sandra made that are all coming in. Terrible defense. But you can make that defense based on the initial state police cover-up. And that's also what he was saying his defense was going to be. In all the prior motions, his whole argument was that he was going to rest on the findings of the Norfolk DA and the state police, which was that he was exonerated because Sandra died of self-harm. That was his entire trial strategy until this moment, as far as I knew. And as you know from the Karen Reed case, hello, Viper, good to see you. When you make Perry says they might not make these arguments at all, but it will waste other sides' time to tighten up their own arguments. I agree. We haven't. Now that's another wild card. We haven't seen a motion to actually make a Bowden defense or a third-party defense. So you can't walk in on the first day of trial and make that argument. So we will know going into October 5th whether this is a thing. But if they make a motion to actually have a third-party culprit defense, that changes the whole case. First of all, I don't understand. I can't even analyze it because I don't understand what they could even use as a basis to make that argument. The guy's on film, Farwell, at the time of the crime, in Sandra's apartment complex, as far as I know. So that's why it's a big deal. If they, and this is not them raising it as a formal motion to make the defense, but it's a motion in limine, so that means this is what they're thinking about as their trial strategy. If they do that, that'd be wild. That's not what Farwell has said his defense is until now. I can't even understand. And I can't give it too much weight because they could just never bring this up again. They could, and it's their right. They could just decide we're not going to do that and then never file a motion to make the argument. But if I saw a motion go up on that docket from Farwell's lawyers saying they want to get court permission to make a third-party culprit, for example, defense, well, yeah, that changes the whole case. I mean, even just the hearing alone would be freaking wild. But if they say Bowden, which is a unknown third-party culprit, I would say that's more along the lines of what I'd expect from a robust defense. Hello, Mediocre Mac and Cheese. So good to see you again. I love your username. Let's continue with our motion, though. We're only on page 5.
That no crime was committed. State versus Juarez, 2021. UT App 53, 2021. State versus Carrera, 2022. UT App 100, 2022.
Well, I agree, Viper. It is weird.
The term victim is defined as one that is acted on and usually adversely affected by a force or agent, or one that is injured. State versus Nomura, 79, Hawaii, 413, 400.
To Mediocre Mac and Cheese, we're so happy you finished work. You came in at just the right time. We still have this motion to go and another motion from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Birchmore case, so God bless you. Enjoy the downtime, and I hope you're enjoying your day watching Tower News.
16, Hawaii Court of Appeals, 1995. Consequently, the term is conclusive in nature and connotes a predetermination that the person referred to has, in fact, been wronged. Ido at 416. State verse Mondon, 292, P3D.
Oh, is that Tripoli Bob? Hi, Tripoli Bob. How you doing? Shout out Tripoli Bob. Save the goats. Hashtag paintings. Hashtag give me my damn paintings back.
205.
Tripoli Bob, you definitely check out that stuff I linked in the Discord for you, by the way, about my reporting on the damn Rooskies. I got him.
Paul, 2012. 5. Case 1:CR-102-59-DJC. Document 100.
You're wonderful, Viper. We're very lucky to have you with us as we go through these intense motions. God bless you all.
82. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 6 of 13. The government has, in pleadings and in court hearings, referred to Ms. Birchmore as a victim. For a few examples, in their motion for pre-trial detention, the government wrote that Mr. Farwell used violence both to harm his victim while she was alive and to obstruct justice by killing her. DN 9 at 14. Additionally, in the government's second supplemental memo in support of detention, they refer to a letter from victim Sandra Birchmore's family. DN 127. In the Yo.
I heard a question. Welcome to Diane. Diane asked if Towel News will be covering the trial. Yes, absolutely. I will be covering the trial wall to wall every day. I haven't formally set up the full structure, but I'm well on the way. I've ordered remote mobile sort of internet capabilities. I'm going to set up, I believe, a potential broadcasting studio, and I'm going to do interviews. I'm going to go every day during the trial, and then I'm going to do lunch break coverage. Then I'm going to cover the afternoon session. Then I'm going to take a break for dinner. Then we're 5 nights a week. We're going to go to do interviews with people who are in court watching the proceedings. I'll try to find different people for each day. And that is my towel plan. God bless you all. Chat Mom Lynn says, so now either someone else did it or she did it herself. That insults our intelligence. I am mad and outraged. You absolutely have a right to be all mad. Tell Chat Mom Lynn, I agree with you. It's a travesty. It's an outrage. It's a shame. It's a mockery.
Reply to the motion to suppress. The government refers to Mr. Farwell's 23-year-old victim, DN 153 at 4. Whether Ms. Birchmore's death was caused by a criminal act or self-harm sets this case apart from those where the issue is whether the deceased was killed by the accused or another.
Ma'am, you just said, Farwell's lawyer, that you're going to be arguing that not only is your defense that Sandra took her own life, which is a ridiculous defense, but you just said you're going to be arguing someone else did it. Now you're saying, well, this case is different because we're not really arguing someone else did it. We're arguing that Sandra took her own life. This lawyer really frustrates me. It's so frustrating.
As such, it would be improper to use language in the upcoming trial which assumes that the decedent was in fact killed at the hands of another.
You just said that's going to be your trial argument in part, ma'am.
2. Speculation and recreating the decedent's last moments. Arguments in which a prosecutor purports to recreate the deceased victim's thoughts and feelings as the alleged crime unfolded are nothing more than gross speculation. Combs versus Coyle, 205 F 3rd, 269, 292 to 293, 6th Circuit, 2000. See also Land versus Allen, 573 F 3rd, 1211, 1219 to 20, 11th Circuit, 2009, where no direct evidence of events at decedent's home, improper for prosecution to invite the jurors to speculate on interactions between defendant and deceased. The prosecutor exceeded the bounds of appropriate conduct by claiming to describe exactly what happened, and particularly what was said, with such specificity.
So we had a question from Mox, or an insight, which is, what if Farwell's trying to bump or bait others involved, or who knew? So they can wait for them to move and create a pretrial investigation. Very interesting theory. Very interesting theory, especially since the death penalty is off the table. Very interesting. I didn't think of it that way. I dig it. I like it. I like the way you think, Mox. I like the way you think.
Versus Rodriguez, 581 F 3rd, 775, 803, 8th Circuit, 2009. Direct review of federal death sentence. Government asking jurors to imagine the decedent's raw fear of what would be her fate as the defendant drove her into the night was improper, because government...
Hold, ladies and gentlemen, we may have some breaking news incoming. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts has filed its opposition to Miles King, his supplemental motion to dismiss involving Proctorgate. And then further, Miles King has posted a motion for additional discovery related to NCDAO and Massachusetts State Police investigation into the Michael Proctor case. Oh goodness, it's not impounded. Okay, okay. I am waiting for Dee Dee to post. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this might be a late night on Towel News. Okay, hold on. We have the opposition to the second motion to dismiss involving Proctorgate. I'm going to get it for you now. I'm going to have it prepared to be read out. We're going to go from one Birchmore document to the King opposition to the MTD. What we need from Super Didi is Rosemary Scapiccio's motion for more information from the NCDAO regarding Proctorgate. As soon as that gets posted, we'll be able to do that one as well. I'll get to work now. Thank you for supporting Towel News, just to let you all know. I haven't done a donation read. I can restart the chat goal. Thank you all for your support of Towel News. It does cost money to generate these documents in a voice that is palatable. Okay, so if you want to help in Towel News or me or Feed Me or any number of things, you can do so by the goal already ended. It says goal ends in 000, so why can't I start a new one? I don't understand. But my point is, you can help. There are donation options via Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. You can find them in the chat. Money sign Grant Smith Ellis is one option, and then on Cash App there's a Venmo at Grant-E1, and then a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. Please don't ever feel obligated to donate. Please only donate if you're able to do so, and you would like to help support various people get access to information. God bless all of you. Don't ever take food off your own table to help Little Towel, but anything you can do to help offset expenses does help. Especially the new voice that we use now. It's great. It's a nice voice, but it costs. So I've generated, 5 documents. For each 30-minute document, it probably costs $4 to $5. I tear through the API tokens to do it. But it's worth it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't think it was worth it. The other voice is fine, but for long documents, I prefer doing it. But I have to generate it. I have to make the PDF into text. I have to actually go into the studio. I have to put the text in. I have to get it to export. It takes credits and a download. So anyway, God bless all of you. Thank you for your support of Towel Channel. You're all wonderful. And I will have a dance compilation and goat video for you as soon as we have a break between these motions. Although at this rate, I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. I am a towel though, so God bless you all. Thank you for watching Towel News. We might have one of those late nights. All right, no promises. Wait a minute. I got an extra energy drink. I was at the CVS. It was buy one get one free, or buy one and get $3 off the other one. The point is, I have an extra one. I'm very frugal, but I love energy drinks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a long night. Let's go. I got a PDF to transliterate for you if you're interested in Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Miles King coverage, but tangential Karen Reed and John O'Keefe coverage because of Proctorgate information. Stay tuned. That's coming up next here on Towel News.
And introduced no evidence of the victim's fear. Urban versus State, 714 South 2nd, 411, 421, Florida, 1998. Prosecutor went far beyond the evidence in emotionally creating an imaginary script demonstrating that the victim was shot while pleading for his life. Bertolotti versus State, 476. 6. Case 1:24-CR-10259-DJC. Document 182. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 7 of 13, so second 130, 133, Florida, 1985. Finding prosecutor improperly urged the jury to place themselves in the position of the victim and imagine the victim's final pain, terror, and defenselessness. Speculating about matters that will not be in evidence is a quintessential form of misconduct. In United States versus Canty, 37F 4th 775, 2022, the First Circuit addressed improper argument in mischaracterizing a piece of evidence by drawing conclusions about what a video allegedly meant. The prosecutor's final improper argument was improper as to Canty when commenting on the video showing Jordan helping Osborne apply a tourniquet to his arm. The prosecutor mischaracterized this piece of evidence. At the end of rebuttal, referring to both defendants, she stated, "They'd help you put a tourniquet on your arm if it meant that you were going to get what you needed so that you could go back out and make another deal." It is improper for the prosecution to make a statement unsupported by any evidence. I'd all at 789, citation omitted. There is a complete absence of evidence here about the final moments of Ms. Birchmore's life. Any attempt to fill that gap on the part of the prosecution by attempting to recreate the final moments of her life or guessing as to the state of mind of another would be grossly speculative, highly inflammatory, and prohibited by Rule 403. Federal Rules of Evidence 403. 3. Prohibit use of video in opening statement. The proper functioning of the opening statement of the prosecutor is limited to a discussion of the evidence which he intends to introduce and believes in good faith is admissible and available. It is not to poison the jury's mind against the defendant. United States versus De Vincent, 632, F. 2nd 147, 153. First Circuit, 1980. Internal notations omitted. Nor should an opening statement contain unnecessary, overly dramatic characterizations. United States versus De Rosa, 548, F. 2nd 464, 470. Third Circuit, 1977. These principles necessarily lead to the conclusion that the opening statement is to be limited to a general statement of facts which are intended or expected to be proved. An opening statement is not designed to be an evidentiary recitation, which 7. Case 1 24-CR-10259-DJC, document 182, filed August 3, 2026. Page 8 of 13 minutely describes in detail, rather than generally outlines or foreshadows, the testimony to be produced, ideo at 470-71. In accordance with these principles, this court should prohibit either party from playing video or audio evidence in their opening statements because such a practice would create unfair prejudice, confuse the issues, and mislead the jury. As set forth in the exhibits to the motion to transfer venue, the Boston Globe has aired repeatedly a videotape or still photos of imagery that they contend shows Matthew Farwell entering the apartment complex where Sandra Birchmore resided. They attribute a specific time frame to that video and contend that it demonstrates that Matthew Farwell was actually in the apartment itself when Sandra Birchmore died. The discovery served on the defense shows that the timestamp on the video is off by an undetermined. The camera's video time and actual time was believed to be 13 minutes off. USAO_008890. From another law enforcement report, it should be noted that the timestamp on the DVR system was approximately 13 minutes faster than the actual time. USAO_00883536. These are imprecise measurements of time, and the method of calculating the estimates will be the subject of cross-examination. The defense objects to any argument or use of the videotape in the opening statement, objects to the foundation for the admissibility of the video, and will raise such objections if and when the piece of evidence is offered, and objects to any conclusions that might be drawn from the errant timestamp on the video, even if the defense did not have such objections, arguing that the video demonstrates where Mr. Farwell was when Miss Birchmore died, lacks evidentiary foundation and is an improper argument about the contents of the video. As such, the defense 8. Case 1:24-CR-10259-DJC, document 182, filed August 3, 2026, page 9 of 13, specifically moves to exclude reference to this video or playing the video during the government's opening statement. One example of the government claiming that the video establishes the exact time that the defendant was allegedly in the apartment occurred during the detention hearing, where the government argued that at 9:40 p.m. the phone records 8 steps, and it ends up at its final resting place under a closet doorknob, face down. The defendant is still in the apartment at that point for another 3 minutes. That phone never moves again, never lifted up, never backlit. Again, DN 134 talked her at 36. This argument about the timing was drawn from the alleged timing on the lobby videotape. Similarly, in the government's briefing, they wrote, had the medical examiner known that someone was with Birchmore when her phone activity stopped, and the last time her movements were recorded, she could have considered these facts when making her determination. DN 111 at 13 to 14. Again, this argument was based on approximate timing of the lobby videotape. These or similar claims should not be permitted in the opening statement, nor should the video from the lobby be shown in the opening until the admissibility of the tape can be determined. First, the timestamp on the video is unreliable. Second, even if the timestamp on the video was reliable, which it is not, the most the video shows is that Mr. Farwell allegedly exited an elevator. The lobby video does not show precisely when Mr. Farwell left any apartment, and Ms. Birchmore's apartment is situated on another floor of the building. It certainly does not establish that he was in the apartment when Ms. Birchmore's phone stopped moving. Most importantly, it does not demonstrate that Mr. Farwell was with Ms. Birchmore when she died. Such argument is inflammatory. Its prejudicial value substantially outweighs any probative value, and the argument should not be permitted in the opening statement. Federal Rule of Evidence 401, 403. 9. Case 1:24-CR-10259-DJC 4. Document 182. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 10 of 13. Prohibit vouching for the federal government's investigation. In pre-trial hearings, the government has contended that Matthew Farwell had gotten away with criminal activity for over 3.5 years since Miss Birchmore's death, and while the investigation was pending in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and that it took this federal prosecution to bring Mr. Farwell into custody. At DN 127, page 4, the government argued that Farwell took no steps to flee, nor are there other notes like this written during the 3.5 years that he believed he had gotten away with the charged offenses. At DN 134, page 33, the government argued that he successfully obstructed justice for years. At page 41, they argued, when he was asked by investigators around the same time to meet with them also in a parking lot, they told him, this wasn't criminal, there's no suspects, and this investigation is the last thing they needed. And one can assume that this defendant was told the same thing.
What? 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 Oh my God! John Fanning told Matthew Farwell that this wasn't criminal, there's no suspects, and this investigation is the last thing they needed. Oh, there it is. Oh. When did we learn that? It was at an oral hearing, that's why everybody missed it. They ordered transcripts of the oral hearing. We'll get to the Commonwealth response to the King motion to dismiss next, but I can't believe what I'm listening to right now. John Fanning told Matthew Farwell that the Sandra Birchmore's death wasn't criminal. There's no suspects, and this investigation is the last thing they needed. Big Brian Tully State Police Unit. Boom. Got him. Also, thank you to everyone who has been helping Towel Channel. I had to figure out a way to add $20 to this, like reporter towel thing. We're going to use the American voice for the Commonwealth's response. It was this whole complicated process. It took like 20 minutes. I got all made. And then I heard that. I need to report this. This is a big deal. Damn it, John Fanning! John Fanning knows I've been coming for him. Juridically. He knew I was on to Tully, but Tully was not who I was really coming for. Yeah, John Fanning, I know. I knew. Alright, people talk. I knew. Damn it, John Fanning. Damn it. I know what you did. John Fanning was up to bad stuff before this case, weren't you, Mr. Fanning? Don't test me. I'll get all mad. John Fanning has made Towel mad. I'm all mad. I gotta write now. You know what happens when I start writing. That means I'm all mad. I'm all mad. That's it. Bunny Towel's probably getting ready for dinner, but I'm mad. Somebody tell Kofi I'm mad. That's it. Hi, Pats are back. We'll get to the Miles King response in 1 second. I'm all mad, and I gotta yell about things. I'm going to yell and no one's going to stop me. You know why? Because I am a towel. You can be a towel too. That's cool. Making me all mad. Standing Stones, how you doing? I'll hold my thought for as long as I can. I'm getting all mad. I'm all mad. Making me all mad. You gotta open this file. It's the same file we're reading right now. Okay, gotta grab the link. Gotta go over here. Damn it, Matthew Farwell. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mean. It's really John Fanning's fault and Matthew Farwell's fault. I need to just compose myself for a second here so I can yell. So I can get all made. I'm all made. This is how I keep myself calm when I'm all made. I just keep saying, that's it, I'm made. And then I don't say things, I don't start yelling. I just get all made. One time I was doing an interview with attorney Melanie Little, and I just slipped into towel mode, and I was like, they made me all made. And she was like, they made you made? And I was like, yeah, they made me all made. Made me all made. Alright, let's go. Let's go! Oh, Kevin from South Boston is a great model, isn't he? Isn't he? He's so handsome. He's a great model for Towel News. He's going to be the Towel News model. He's great. Alright, look at me all made. Come on now. How long was it since I reposted this dang thing? I post a lot of stuff, apparently. You don't really realize until you actually try to scroll Towel feed just how much Towel posts in a day. Oh, look at his baby towel. Oh, he's so cute. His little baby towel. Back when I was just a little washcloth. I'm all adorable. I'm a baby towel. Nope. Oh, this is a hilarious video. Have you seen Emily C. as Dwana Perkins? There's a forum going on right now about the Norfolk DA. We don't have time to watch that right now. I have other things I gotta do. Oh, that's Chatmon Lynn's Penguins. Oh, my Twitter feed is kind of like my brain. It's just penguins and court cases and various funny things. Where is this damn thing? I'm getting all made. Oh, I know where it is. I linked it under this person's post because they're terrible at life. I was all made. There it is. Damn it, John Fanning. Alright, here we go. Okay, now I gotta write for a little bit, and then we'll be back to do the King case, okay? And so you're gonna listen to a song while I write. That's how I do my writing. We're gonna listen to the Commonwealth's response. I'm still waiting for the Rosemary Scapiccio motion. We're gonna get to do a Rosemary Scapiccio motion if Dee Dee's able to upload it. Alright, here's a good song. It's called Are You With Me? The Afro Soul version. Hi, water under the fridge. God bless you. I am all mad.
Are you with me? I wanna dance by the water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by a string of blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by the water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by a string of blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by the water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margaritas by a string of blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? I wanna dance by the water beneath the Mexican sky. Drink some margarita by a string of blue lights. Listen to the mariachi play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me?
That was a good song. We need a little bit more music. So what's next? What do you got for us next, Graham? What do you got next, Taylor? Some of you might remember this old classic. It is a classic, isn't it? Let's go.
The first thing I gotta do is tell you the words of this little song. There's song of the South, sweet potato pie, shut my mouth. Going to win, there ain't nobody looking back again. Now what we simply need y'all to do here tonight in Cleveland, need y'all to say those little words. Song of the South. Going to win. There ain't nobody looking back again. Cotton in the ditch, we all picked cotton, but we never got it. Daddy was a veteran, a Southern Democrat.
They ought to get a rich man to vote like that.
Songs on the South. Gone, gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again. Well, somebody told us Wall Street fell, but we were so poor that we couldn't tell. The cotton was short and the weeds were tall, but Mr. Roosevelt
God bless you,
saved us
April.
all. Well, Mama got sick and Daddy got down. The county got a farm and we moved to town. Papa got a job with the TVA. He bought a washing machine and a Chevrolet. Yes, it did, yes, it did, yes, it did, yes, it did. Songs on the South. Gone, gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again. Singing songs on the South. Sweet potato pie and shut my mouth. Gone, gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again. Songs on the South, sweet potato pie, shut my mouth. Gone, gone with the wind. There ain't nobody looking back again.
I'm just a simple towel. You know, I'm just a simple towel. I'm a Southern man. Kevin from South Boston, you weren't wrong. I'm a simple Southern man, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue with our motion. That's a big deal, though. I can't. John Fanning. Damn it, John Fanning.
Not a suspect. Nothing criminal, no investigation, and so lack of flight means nothing. And at page 42, the government contended that the first time the walls start to close in on the defendant, what does he do? He writes a goodbye letter. The walls are much closer now. It is not just Dr. Baden. It's a federal grand jury. It's a federal indictment. It's an imminent looming trial date, and it is a mandatory life sentence. Granted, those arguments were proffered by the government in a different context. But should a similar argument take place at trial, for example, that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts did not bring charges and the defendant nearly got away with an offense until the federal government stepped in, that would be taking the argument to impermissible bounds. In United States versus Canty, 37 F 4th 700, 75, First Circuit 2022. The First Circuit addressed the concept of improper vouching by the prosecution. A prosecutor improperly vouches for a witness when she places the prestige of her office behind the government's case by, say, imparting her. 10. Case 1:CR-10259-DJC, document 182, filed August 3rd, 2026, page 11 of 13. Personal belief in a witness's veracity, or implying that the jury should credit the prosecution's evidence simply because the government can be trusted. ED at 789. Citing United States vs. Avil: 536 F3D1, 25, First Sir 2008, quoting United States vs. Perez Ruiz, 353 F3D1, 9, First Saraus 2003. Emphasis added. The Canty Court considered the impact of 4 improper statements made by the prosecution from improper vouching and 3 other statements, each addressed below. The First Circuit found that the arguments spanned from opening through closing, and in rebuttal, Ultimately, the court reversed the convictions at issue and granted a new trial. In Canty, the government argued, among other things, that, and with all due respect to defense counsel, these agents did 3 years of work, and it is evident in the exhibits that you saw. Those grand jury transcripts they waved around were hundreds of pages long. We didn't just throw people up there that we met. So we spent 3 years carefully talking to those people. So to say there's been no law enforcement work is unfair, because this case has revealed that these agents spent time with people. They showed compassion for people who had problems. They spent time with them, and they made sure that there was corroborative evidence for their stories. 37 F 4th at 788 to 789. The First Circuit found that the prosecution crossed the line in the above argument when she used "we" in describing the work that had been done to make the case. ED at 789. In total, these arguments conveyed to the jurors that the government witnesses in the case could be trusted because of the hard work of the police and the prosecution had put into selecting and vetting them during the investigation. ED. These statements were improper, the court held, because they tied the witnesses' credibility to the hard work and compassionate character of the police and prosecution. 11. Case 1:24-CR-102-59-DJC. Document 182. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 12 of 13. Any argument to the effect that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, the Massachusetts State Police, the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, or the Stoughton Police cannot be trusted, and that the federal government rightfully brought Mr. Farwell to trial, or that Mr. Farwell almost got away with it for over 3 years, would be improper here. 5. Prohibit appeals to the jury's emotions as conscience of the community. At the hearing on the motion to transfer venue, DN 88, transcript at 28, the government argued, simply because the evidence necessary to support a motion for pretrial detention based on dangerousness, obstruction, and risk of flight might be unfavorable to the defendant, does not render the government's filings inappropriate or inflammatory, as inconvenient as those facts may be, including Farwell's truths to the untruths to law enforcement. Those are facts. That's not a basis to move this trial because the government was fulfilling its obligation to ensure that the community was protected, and the proceedings were upheld with integrity. Though the argument at the hearing on the defendant's motion to transfer venue was made for a different purpose, any argument or statement at trial that the jury should serve in a role as protector of the community or conscience of the community regarding the topics presented in this case would be improper. It is improper to appeal to the jury's emotions and role as the conscience of the community. United States versus Canty, 37F, 4th 775, 787. First Circuit, 21, 24, First Circuit 2008. Quoting United States versus Martinez Medina, 279 F 3rd, 105, 119, First Circuit 2002. Conclusion. For these reasons, the defense asks this court to prohibit improper characterization of the alleged homicide or Mr. Farwell, provide the relief sought herein. Case 1:24-CR-102-59-DJC. Document 182. Dated August 3rd, 2026. Filed August 3rd, 2026. Page 13 of 13. Respectfully submitted, Matthew Farwell, by his attorneys, Kimberly C. Stevens. Kimberly C. Stevens, NC State. Bar number 20156. Joanne M. Daly, BBO number 6533375. Federal Public Office. 51 5th floor. Boston, Massachusetts, 022.
Okay, so there you go. We got through Farwell's motion. There was something wild in there that had come up at a oral hearing, but strangely had not been mentioned to this point by anyone else. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you all very much for being with me. That John Fanning, hello Talmon Bunny, hello Kofi, hello Bo. That John Fanning, the state police officer, basically announced to Matt Farwell that he was not going to be prosecuted. The investigation of Sandra Birchmore's death was a problem for Brian Tully's police unit. Yes, that is a very big deal. Now, I want to give people, including some Proctorgate motions, one from Rosemary Scapiccio. She is deserving of it. She is the queen. Everybody loved Rosemary. So, how about, let's see, matured, reassuring, and confident. I'm liking that. Let's go.
The years teach much which the days never know.
Read the voice of that. Okay? Now I'm going to generate this for you. We're going to listen first to Rosemary's Proctorgate document. Then we're going to listen to the Commonwealth's response. Okay? Then, no, I don't want Bill. We are not having Rosemary Scapiccio read in the voice of Bill. How dare you insult Rosemary Scapiccio? To have Rosemary read in Bill. Absolutely not. We are going with the much more refined and erudite voice. So if you're just tuning in, we got maybe a minute or two before I read out these Miles King motions. All right? You got a minute or two at most. And then the Rosemary motion is 9 minutes long. That's how long it will take. And then the Commonwealth response to the MTD is like 30 minutes. So grab your energy drink. Grab, if you're Kofi, chase away the horses. You know, continue to be a towel. Hello, Superstition Man. I hope you had a great day. I hope your dentist appointment wasn't too bad. I hope you've been well. How are you doing? Shout out to Arizona. Hello, in Limonene. Hello, in Nefarious Shenanigans. You all did a great job on the Matthew Farwell motion. We learned something crucial. It was a big deal. I'm glad we all got to see that together. It was wild. The fact, although it had come up at oral argument, no one noticed, somehow, that John Fanning basically said that the investigation of Sandra's death was a problem for Brian Tully's state police unit. That's a huge freaking deal. In fact, it's such a big deal that, you know, there might be a song that I want to play, you know, to the people who thought that Sandra's death was a big deal and then covered it up. I have a song. We already listened to this one today. You know, I guess actually, let's dedicate a song to John Fanning, Brian Tully, and Kate Peter, and the big guy, Michael Morrissey. Alright? Let's dedicate a song to them. You know what they say, guys and girls. I'm glad to hear it, Superstition Man. God bless you. Oh yeah. Let's dance, Kofi.
The smell of your skin lingers on me now. You're probably on your flight back to your hometown. I need some shelter, my own protection, baby. Be with myself instead. Serenity.
as for Queen Rosemary, here's the document. It's coming. Took a long time to process, but I got it done. Shout out to Queen Rosemary. What a great song. You know, good lesson for Kate Peta to learn. Big girls don't cry. You know what I'm saying? Alright, here it is. Here it is. The new Rosemary Scapiccio Proctorgate motion. You're going to hear it first on Towel News, read by an erudite American woman. Let's do it. Is this it? This is not the right one. So I get a missed towel. This is not the right one. I'm going to let it open anyway and then just switch.
Case 1.
This is wrong. It's actually the most recent one. It's this one. Should be 8 minutes long, please.
285.
Yeah, let's
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Dedham Superior, Norfolk, SS, docket number 2182, CR 00320.
Oh, you can be damn sure I rolled out a new special voice just for Rosemary. Shout out Queen Rosemary. She gets a special voice. Damn right she does.
Up SS, Miles King equals O, Z, and BS. Defendant's motion for additional discovery related to NCDAGANE. Massachusetts State Police investigation into Michael Proctor C. BE. Now comes the defendant, Miles King, in the above entitled matter and moves pursuant to the 5, 6, and 14 amendments to the United States Constitution, as well as Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, the new Rule 14 of the Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure, March 1st, 2025. Youngblood versus West Virginia, 547 U.S. 867, 2006. Kiles versus Whitley, 514 U.S. 419, 1993, United States. Versus Bagley, 473 U.S. 667, 1985. United States versus Agers, 427 U.S. 97, 1976. Brady versus Maryland, 373 U.S. 83, 1963. Commonwealth versus Ellison, 376 Massachusetts, 1978. Commonwealth versus Saint Germain, 381 Massachusetts, 256. 261 Note 8, 1980. Commonwealth versus Pisa, 372 Massachusetts, 590, 595 to 596, 1977. Commonwealth versus Day, 411. Mass, 719, 733, 1992. Commonwealth versus Tutchery, 412 Mass, 401, 1992. Commonwealth versus Bing Sial. Liang, 434 Massachusetts, 131, 2001. Commonwealth versus Martin, 427 Massachusetts, 816, 824, 1998. Commonwealth versus Gary, 436 Massachusetts, 422, 2002, and Commonwealth versus Green, 72 Massachusetts Appeals Court 903, 2008. Commonwealth versus Ellis, 475 Mass.
Her case.
459, 2016. Commonwealth versus McFarlane, 102 Mass. App CT, 264. 2023. Graham versus District Attorney for Hampton District, 493 Massachusetts, 348, 2024.
That is the most cases I've ever seen cited in a string citation. So first of all, let's see if she did that right. So there are rules under the Blue Book for string citations, but they're incredibly complex. And I think the rule is, like, you start with the highest court, and then when you go down the list, there's a certain, like, alphabetical order. I can't possibly judge this, but this is called a string citation. That, T.A. Sarah, this is going to be on the final, every case in this string citation. What you're looking at, it's not substantively like a bombshell, it's just impressive. Because in law, when you cite to cases for a proposition, in this case, like why Rosemary Scapiccio should get the Proctorgate materials, or more of them, what you have to do is, like, normally you cite like 1 or 2 cases. We always see like that in our inline citations when we're reading a motion or a ruling, like X case citing, like Aguilar citing something else. Internal quotations omitted. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hold on, starting again. She goes across lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 cases, plus 3 constitutional amendments, an article of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, and the new, just so Judge is clear, Rule 14 in Massachusetts, which has to do with reciprocal discovery obligations of the prosecution. How about them apples? That's the greatest string citation I've ever seen. How many cases did I say again? 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think 70 cases she practices with her daughter. She was probably like, I'll show you how to do it to him. Alright? Damn right she did. I gotta write that up. You know, I just gotta say, it's so impressive. I don't even know what the motion's about yet. I'm just already impressed. You know what I'm saying? That's Rosemary Scapiccio for you, ladies and gentlemen. TA Sarah needs more paper. 70 billion bonus points towards the purchase of paper. You can't really use bonus points to buy anything, but you'll figure it out, TA Sarah. TA Sarah's very smart. You know, she's a genius. She's all smart. You know what I'm saying? TA Sarah's all smart. I gotta spell Rosemary's name right, though. Rosemary's name always escapes me. I can spell it, but, like, you try to spell Scapiccio, like, blind. It's hard as hell, bro. Alright, so I gotta go to this thing. I gotta you know, I do this. You know, I'm a one-man operation here, folks. I upload the documents. I translate them into text. I then get the text, like, read out for you in language. And then I write the stories up myself. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I have to upload the PDF to Google Drive so people have the ability to access it. I got to rename the file so it's clear what it is. I do this all by hand, GSE, and then I got a Rosemary Scapiccio motion regarding a Proctor Gate in the King case, 8/12/2026. Now, I don't think Miles King is ever going to be free. No one's trying to free Miles King, but this is the Miles King case, all right? You know, Miles King sold crack while he was on probation, you know, bro. So, you know, general life rule, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Don't sell crack while you're on pretrial probation. All right, I want you to write that down. TA Sarah, this is going to be a big question on the final. It's going to be easy points. Should you sell crack while you are on pretrial probation? The answer is no. Now, you might be saying, but, you know, is it just generally a bad idea to sell crack? Yeah, don't sell crack. You know, I probably shouldn't have to tell you this, but if you are on pretrial probation, please, everyone, make sure you take a note of this. This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, but I did go to law school. Do not sell crack. Seriously. I didn't know we had to have that. Like, we have to have so many conversations I just was not expecting or imagining we'd have to have. Ladies and gentlemen, do not sell crack on pretrial probation. I'm going to make that a shirt. Do not. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. That's it. Do not sell crack on pre-trial probation. Towel. Okay? That's going to be the shirt. It's just going to say, do not sell crack on pre-trial probation. How's that for a shirt? I love it already. That's it. That's it. That's hilarious. That's it. Rosemary Scapiccio came out swinging in her new Proctor Gate discovery motion. It has 17 cases in a string. The first page alone has a 17-case string citation and references to 3 constitutional amendments and the Mass Declaration of Rights and the new Rule 14 epic link. That's how you do it to him. You see what I'm saying? I could be Rosemary Scapiccio's hype towel. Hit me up, Attorney Scapiccio, you know? You got to get in the orbit of the right hype towel, you know what I'm saying? I'm a hype towel. All right? You came out swinging, and I'm going to tell the world about it. Hashtag Rosemary Scapiccio. We can call her Queen Rosemary, you know what I'm saying? If you can do a 17-case string site, her daughter was probably like, this is epic, and she was like, yeah, you watch, they're going to read it on the YouTubes, and they're going to be like, this is epic, and then she was probably like, yeah, this is epic, you know, and then they like sat around and they did whatever Rosemary and her daughter do to relax, you know, maybe they sat on a veranda and overlooked, you know, the Boston skyline, whatever, you know, rich lawyers do, you know, they could be rich, they do good work, you know, they're allowed to be rich. Some rich people I really don't freaking like. But Rosemary, she's allowed to be rich. She's cool. You know, she gives back. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if she's religious or not, but I bet she would read Matthew 25:31-46 and be like, yeah, I don't need that much money. You know, I just like a nice view. All right. Water Under the Fridge says, Boozy says to smoke crack. Fent's been killing the junkies that have been junkies for 20 years. Junkies fix your car, run 10 miles, play basketball, crack. I'm not, we'll just, it wouldn't let me comment on that one, Water Under the Fridge, so God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. We'll go with, okay, you know, I'll just say okay to that. I think that's the best way to do it. All right, back to work after the 17-case string citation.
For the following relevant discoverable information. 1. A list of all cases Proctor worked on for the last 13 years, including any pending cases and cases that resulted in trials or pleas. Any and all investigations, notes, memorandum, files, and communications regarding the investigation into Proctor's hundreds, if not thousands, cases currently being reviewed by the 2. Massachusetts State Police, as referred to by Massachusetts State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble, who stated publicly on July 20th, 2026, on WCFB's On the Record, that every single Proctor case that was worked must be evaluated to determine if Proctor's personal bias or misconduct compromised the integrity of those investigations.
Hi, Jules. Hello, Jules. We are listening to a brand new Rosemary Scapiccio motion for Michael Proctor, Proctorgate materials. We are on page 2 just now.
3. Any and all investigations, notes, memorandum, files, and communications regarding the investigation into Proctor's cases by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office regarding Proctor's cases, as was mentioned by Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey on June 5, 2024, where he stated, the NDAO continues to review cases in which former Trooper Proctor was involved to ensure a fair and ethical prosecution of all defendants. 4. Any and all investigations, notes, memorandum, files, and communications regarding the investigation into Proctor's cases by any Massachusetts District Attorney's Office, as was mentioned by Massachusetts State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble, who stated, we want to be very proactive with working with the DAs with reviewing our cases. That review continues to this day. I'd like to be clear to say that our review in all the cases that Michael Proctor was involved in continues. King understands that this investigation may not be complete, but requests the investigation to date. King requests these documents in advance of the August 27, 2026 hearing because these investigations can lead to admissible evidence for the hearing scheduled on August 27, 2026.
Oh, Adam Lally. Adam Lally is running around in circles right now. Rosemary's a boss. Adam Lally, listen, I have some suggestions for you. I got to write a story about this, or a post. So, Adam Lally, I have a song for you. Oh, God bless you, Jules, who says, Grant, for dinner tonight, you keep it real, educating us in real, keeping you, P.S., can us Canadians adopt you? Yes. God bless you. I accept your invitation. I want to come visit my friend Rigged Outcome and others. I may not love the politics of Canada's government, but I love the Canadian people. As long as you don't invade Detroit again, you have my heart. Let's go. Adam Lally, listen. You can't go anywhere. You got to be here on August 27th for this hearing. Rosemary, oh God, Rosemary, the people of Norfolk County should build a statue of you. She's watching. Come on, who else is going over this quickly? Are you watching, Rosemary? Are you enjoying your day? Are you having a beer or a glass of wine? I'm not sure. Anyway, good to meet you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm Wendy Murphy's son. Rick Ellis was my father. It's a long story. You can talk to Lenny Keston. He was a little bit blown away by it all. You know what I'm saying? Don't F with me. That's all I'm saying. Not you, Rosemary, the bad guys. My point is, I'll find them, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, Rosemary Scapiccio is a boss, and I want to play this song because not Brian Tully. I keep saying Brian Tully because I'm convinced Brian Tully's going to try to flee to Vietnam. Anyway, don't pull a Donna Adelson. My point remains the same, okay? I think it is very relevant for Adam Lally ahead of the August 27th hearing. He shouldn't run, but if he's thinking about places to go, I have a song for him. God bless you all.
في دبي قولي الله فامي باي باي سريكة على بلدان ونسيتوها في بومباي دبي باي باي دبي دبي باي باي دبي أنا بدك أنا بغيك يا شيري وأنا موت عليك قلبي تلفك تجي عيني في عينيك وانتي ما فينا طلب ربي لي يخليك حتى وحدة يا عمري ما تنسيني فيك نروح لأمستردام هذه يا لوكازيو وجيتي تبغيني نروح نديرو إيفازيو نروح لأمستردام باي باي دبي باي باي
I bet you didn't think this is how this was going to end. Vibing to Arabic music. Got him. That's 4 days before the primary. Can't get Rosemary for election interference. She's such a G. She knew. That's why she picked August 27th. She's such a boss. She set him up. She's gonna rail him. She hates these guys. Let's go, Rosemary. Come on, you can dance to Arabic music. It's allowed. You just got to embrace it. Excellent job, everyone. Excellent job. Excellent job. That is 4 days before the primary. She set him up. I love her. I love it. Listen, that is a lethal assassination, metaphorically. Do you understand what she's done? She set up the biggest showpiece hearing possible. Forget an October surprise. This is 4 days before the primary. Adam Lally's going to get on the stand and be grilled about Michael Proctor and the Norfolk DA and all of it. Every case he's ever investigated 4 days before the primary. She knew please, she didn't mention this till right now. She knew what she was doing. She was like, no, listen, Judge, I just want to continue the evidentiary hearing with Mr. Lally. You know, if we could have Mr. Proctor there, that would be great, you know, but, you know, just let's finish, like, what I had to ask Lally. You know, Judge, it's procedural, it's perfunctory, you know, let's get it on the calendar. Okay, August 27th. Attorney Scapiccio. This was like, I watched the hearing, bruh. This was like 2 weeks ago. I think I was in the courtroom when she got the date, actually, in fact. It was like me and like two other reporters who understood how big that hearing was. We knew it was just scheduling, but there was another hearing like later in the day we had to be at in Norfolk Superior Court, so we were there just hanging out. Anyway, so my point is, when I heard her saying over Zoom, yeah, like, Judge, you know, I do need to finish questioning Mr. Lally, but, you know, if you could just give me a date, like, you know, within the next, like, month, you know, we got some things like with trial. I don't know if we can go to trial before like I really have this continuation of Lally's testimony. Do you mind just like scheduling it like within like a month? You know, I really just want to make sure that if I'm going to have to make a motion to delay the trial, and judge was like, yeah, I understand. This is the kind of thing, it's a lot of material, Attorney Scapiccio. We might need to move the trial date. So then judge's mind is already looking at the November trial. What she was really doing is trying to get a date as close to September 1st as possible. This is great! And I promise you she's not going to endorse Adam Deitch. She's not going to say shit. This is great. Oh, you don't understand. It's just so it was already teed up for some lawyer somewhere to ask for everything on that Proctor had worked on. She's going to get it. But she's teeing it up quickly. She needs this immediately because she has a right to finish that Lally hearing, and the questions for Lally are going to be about Proctorgate. Coup de grace, set him up, knock it out of the park. That's how you do it. That is a legal, by analogy, assassination. That's not... A coup de grace is when your opponent's like down and you want to, by analogy, like give them a graceful exit. So you let them, you like give them a finishing blow. This is not that. This is, I have you down and I'm going to come and stamp on your feet like a boot from the public, smushing your institutional corruption forevermore. It's in verse 1984. It's great. So lawyers don't stand on the courthouse steps and flip people off or cuss or scream. They do something like this. So they, first of all, the other side doesn't see it coming. And second of all, when you go, you just go. We haven't even read the Commonwealth's opposition to the motion to dismiss yet, which I'm sure will be about Proctorgate. What she's done here is what I would call great work. Here's a prof song for you while I write it up. Sometimes you got to do what needs to be done.
Whoa. Don't be too precious.
Yeah, she wanna kick it where the big dog's at. Now have your goofy ass just think on that. Need some jelly on my sandwich, where the big bone's at. I'm liking what I see, let's double click on that. Go ahead and bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it. Go ahead and bust it, bust it, bust it. Product selling all over the country. Bust it, dirty work, bust it, bust it, dirty work, bust it, dirty work. She do the dirty work. Go ahead and bust it, dirty work, bust it, bust it, dirty work. Product selling all over the country. She wanna kick it with a winner. Well, look at it, look, y'all. I'm that dude who caught the football. I'm that dude who avoided litigation. I've been making hits, little bitch. What took y'all? Tell it on the mountain. She brought 7 of her friends. Oh yeah. Will the happiness and pleasure ever end? I wanna take her bowling and shit. Toilet seat loose so you know that you thick. Go ahead and bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it, bust it. Go ahead and bust it, bust it, bust it. Product selling all over the country. Bust it, dirty work, bust it, bust it, dirty work, bust it, dirty work. She do the dirty work. Go ahead and bust it, dirty work, bust it, bust it, dirty work. Product selling all over the country. Yeah, I'm up right now. I'm high and I can't land. Damn, man, I heard you in the damn van. I'm more drop top Grand Dam, Jean-Claude Van Damme, walk off Grand Slam. God damn, selling out all over the country. Gotta op, I make sure he can never get comfy. Yeah, motherfuckers thought I was just having fun. There was an air tag on your whip in 2021. Go ahead and bust it, 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 bust it. Go ahead and bust it, bust it, bust it. Product selling all over the country. Bust it, 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 bust it. Go ahead and bust it, bust it, bust it. Product selling all over the country.
That was a good song.
Fuck it, bust 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 it.
All right, you know how it is, though. We got it right. I got shit to do, you know. What do you know about it? Jules says here's a bit more so you can buy some wild lettuces, Reddington calls it. I like tobacco. Straight from Virginia. Oh, thank you, Lori.
I just got back with Bino.
Even Karen can bop to this, you know. Seriously, hit me up though, you know what I'm saying? Not in that way. We got stuff to do, we got people to save, we got goats to protect. What is wrong with some of you? Do I look like I censored myself there. See how nice I am? Look how nice I am.
Who's sneaking in the club? That's that youngster rapper. Unsaran, wrap the purple. Wrap that blunt under after. Smoke all out the window. Cops can eat a dick.
Only some of them.
You just might be the lid. Flame on, I'm yo bitch's ringtone. She like when I raps, but better when I sing songs. Go Drake, but I get my tray on. Killing in the hood like Trayvon. Shopping like
Shout out Michael Proctor.
Saving like I got a cape on. Cooking crack in my eight.
You love that Trayvon line, don't you? You deserve it.
I made change and I made it and I napalm. Trippy shit to watch. Drugs while on the clock. Acid on the face. That's a work of art.
Talk to on the phone again. Leaving the head on the road again. So bitch, let's fuck so I can smoke again. I gotta smoke again. I got shit to do now. Talk to on the phone again. Leaving the head on the road again. So bitch, let's fuck so I can smoke again. I gotta smoke again. I got shit to do now. Talk to on the phone again. Leaving the head on the road again. So bitch, let's fuck so I can smoke again. I gotta smoke again. I got shit to do now. Talk to on the phone again. Leaving the head on the road again. So bitch, let's fuck so I can smoke again. I gotta smoke again. I got shit to do now.
Solo, ho, twerk something. Throw it back like you trying to hurt something. I'm so deaf, I ain't never heard nothing. My name herb, take herb, smoke herb. Say what? How about you? No dat, but I'll take.
Oh, this gets a little vulgar. I don't like this line. I don't like that line. I don't like it.
Yeah. Them niggas piss need potty train. They movement shit, that's a potty train. She ain't left yet, but she probably came. We kicked it, then I scored. Soccer game. Yeah. She was a phony goalie. I got great aim, no, don't insult me. I'll give it to you straight, this is what she told me. My name's Solo, cause I'm the one and only. She only got you as a nigga on the side. That's a nigga on the side of a side, bitch. Then we got out of Dodge, like them Dukes of Hazzard. Music and tabs of Lucy. Take your chance with this rapper.
Talk to on the phone again. Leaving the head on the road again. So bitch, let's fuck so I can smoke again. I gotta smoke again. I got shit to do now. Talk to on the phone again. Leaving the head on the road again. So bitch, let's fuck so I can smoke again. I gotta smoke again. I got shit to do now. Talk to on the phone again. Leaving the head on the road again. So bitch, let's fuck so I can smoke again. I gotta smoke again. I got shit.
All right, almost done.
Green Lantern.
It's only appropriate if I say
The evil genius.
think it's time that I lost my mind and spit that gangsta shit. I feel fine, I got peace of mind and I'm chilling with my gangsta bitch. Think it's time that I lost my mind and spit that gangsta shit. I feel fine, I got peace of mind and I'm chilling with my gangsta bitch. I'm a grown man,
It's
I ain't
over.
gotta hold hands, you a baby that can't make a fist. And plenty bad hoes wanna give me that though, you got lotion and a handkerchief. Got a kitty cat soaked that she really mad though, cause I won't let her taste the dick. And a man
Just
is a
how
man,
it is.
can't stand a nigga name, so I treat him like Jada Kiss. Kiss my ass goodbye, I'm leaving, I am not grieving. Mind if I stop the nonsense, I'm seasoned. 2 on the flavor of love, bringing New York back. But the game is delicious, tell her to fall back. Say my name and I will appear, niggas call me Beetlejuice. Cause this ain't rap, this is beat abuse from the one and only Beetlejuice. So many different women wanna sit on my linen, but they can't get to Beetlejuice. That's why they call me Beetlejuice. Some motherfucker call me Beetlejuice. Now there are a lot of rappers that I really don't like. They praying to feel ghosts cause they really don't write. They trying to get high but they feel he won't light. While I spit the crack to make lilies go white. Lilies on your casket, bastard. The tech could pop. The only way that you'll be next to pop. Stretch your wig. Maybe you'll be next to Big. Get the gun. Maybe you'll be next to Pump. That's my aim. You might be next to Game. Still alive but niggas trying to forget your name. Even the beat said wow. You better bow. You little meathead now. Did you catch the subliminal? Charlie San Diego, no catching a criminal. Niggas know sickest flow, I got that. You can see my crack words, call it eye contact. I'm say my name and I will appear. Niggas call me Beetlejuice. Cause this ain't rap, this is beat abuse from the one and only Beetlejuice. So many different women wanna say on my living, but they can't get the Beetlejuice. That's why they call me Beetlejuice.
I'm a lovable
call me Beetlejuice.
These guys brought this upon themselves and they know it. It takes a village. It really does.
That's why they call me Beetlejuice. Some motherfucker call me Beetlejuice.
Alright, good job. It really does take a village, though. I think these guys would have gotten away with it if not for these various people who are so intelligent. I spelled specifically wrong as well, but that's how you know I don't use AI. Alright, I know what the rest of this motion will say. We'll get through it. But that's a big deal. I mean, mark your calendars. Wow. I mean, that's a huge deal. I don't know. That date can't change. That makes that a huge deal. That hearing has to happen on that day. Wow. That changes the game in Norfolk County. It changed that. You can't do. What are you going to do? Wait, what day is that? Oh my God, it's a Thursday and the election is on that next Tuesday. And is that Monday a holiday? August 31st? Wow. So that hearing is going to be Thursday, and the last news cycle before the election, Saturday the 29th, Sunday the 30th, Monday the 31st, will be all about that hearing. Yeah, they're done. Put a fork in them. They're done. She cooked them. She finished them off. They needed to be finished off. They're done. They don't stand a chance. Mark my words right now, Deitch is going to... You got to go vote if you're in Norfolk County. Don't count on it. But based on everything I'm seeing, not only is he going to walk to victory, but that weekend is going to drive like 50,000 people to the polls. They're going to be pissed at Lally and Proctor. It's going to be wild, and that whole unit and Morrissey.
In support thereof, King asserts that the requested discovery is relevant, material, and...
It does, AK, I agree. Yep. Absol and Chance are great.
Potentially exculpatory. As such, due process requires that it be disclosed to the defendant prior to trial. See Brady versus Maryland, 373 U.S. 83, 1963, Commonwealth versus Ellis, 475 Mass. 459, 2016. Additionally, King has a constitutional right to due process, a fair trial, and to present a complete defense pursuant to the 5, 6, and 14 amendments to the United States Constitution and Article 11 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. These constitutional rights mandate that Mr. King's right to present a complete defense must not be abridged. Chambers versus Mississippi, 410 U.S. 284, 294, 302, 1973. The right to present a complete defense includes the right to present the defendant's own version of the facts. Washington versus Texas, 388 U.S. 14, 1967. As such, the defendant must be provided with discovery of evidence that could raise doubt as to whether the defendant's version of the facts is true. Thus, this discovery motion should be allowed to protect the defendant's constitutional rights. King also has a constitutional right to effective assistance of counsel pursuant to the 6th Amendment and Article 12, Sirikland versus Washington, 466 U.S. 668, 1984. This right includes the right to counsel that investigates potential defenses. It is axiomatic that failure to investigate a potentially viable defense falls below the level of competence demanded of an attorney in a criminal case. Osborne versus Commonwealth, 378 Massachusetts, 104-111, 1979. Counsel would be ineffective if she did not investigate the state police and that NCDAO investigation and other potential claims of bias by Proctor. United States versus Bailey, 834 F. 2nd, 218, First Circuit, 1987. Defense counsel has a duty to investigate all sources of evidence, even long shots. Powell versus State of Alabama, 287.
Oh, AK, I know that song by Absol. He's great. And then I also got a very good recommendation from Water Under the Fridge. K Rhino, Three Gods. Yeah, so if you can't tell, Towel really likes hip-hop, and Absol is great. And some of his songs, you know, obviously the titles are very artistic, to put it lightly, but so is Lupe, Mr. Liff, Immortal Technique. I listen to a lot of politicized hip-hop. I think it's all wonderful, and I think Absol is very talented. I thought Foolio was very talented. Rest his soul, God rest his soul. He did have a lot of bodies, though. But then again, people killed his friend, so I look at that as more of a war. The point is, you know, we had an entire generation of very talented hip-hop artists over the past 20 years, many of whom died tragically early due to drugs or guns, and it's a shame. We didn't just lose prophets. Forget the 27 Club. We lost an entire generation of musical talent because of whatever happened in the music industry in the 90s. I don't even want to know. They destroyed a beautiful art form, and they created a culture of mass death that only took from us beautiful art and wrought unnecessary cycles of generational trauma on impoverished neighborhoods. And I'm mad, because that art was beautiful, and those artists deserve better than the fate that whatever it was, the unholy conflagration that came together in the music industry in the 90s, whatever that was, wrought upon this country for the past 30 years.
U.S. 45, 57, 1932, thorough pretrial investigation and preparation is critical to the constitutional right to counsel. Conan on Wealth versus Baran, 74 Massachusetts Appeals Court, 256, 2009. New trial. Ordered in child molestation case, it is ineffective assistance for defense counsel to fail to fully prepare and investigate based on available discovery. Commonwealth versus Epps, 474 Massachusetts, 743, 2016. New trial. Ordered. It is ineffective assistance for defense counsel not to call an expert in shaken baby syndrome. Commonwealth versus Johnson, 103 Massachusetts, Appellate Court 1121, 2024, unpublished. Defense counsel was ineffective for failing to consult an expert who could refute the Commonwealth's expert. Counsel would also be ineffective if she did not evaluate the alleged investigations into Proctor and how his racist, bias behavior affected the cases he worked on. Counsel would be ineffective for not getting this information to investigate and potentially develop a pattern of bias conduct by Proctor. As such, failure to allow this discovery motion would prevent defense counsel from properly investigating this case and pursuing avenues of defense in violation of King's right to effective assistance of counsel. Strickland, 466 U.S. 668, 1984. A. Here, if King is not provided all of the above requested discovery well in advance of trial and with enough time to investigate and plan his defense, then the defendant's constitutional rights pursuant to the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments and Article 12 will be violated. See Youngblood v. West Virginia, 547 U.S. 867, 2006, Ailes Vive, Whitley, 514, U.S. 419, 1995, Bray Vorv, Maryland, 373 U.S. 83, 1963, United States v. Alvarez, 987 F. 2nd 77, First Circuit, 1993. Wherefore, King respectfully requests that this honorable court allow this motion in its entirety and order the Commonwealth to provide him with the requested relevant and exculpatory discovery. Date R/IZ202-9.
All right. Excellent job, Rosemary Scapiccio. So there you go. That was a 4-page motion, but what it really tells us is that your calendar should be marked for 4 days before the Norfolk DA primary. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 days before. August 27th will be a big day. Adam Lally, Michael Proctor, regardless of whether Proctor's there, Adam Lally's going to have some tough questions to answer. Non-conversational. I have been renamed, and I'm honored, Grant Youngblood. I will leave that to you as to the honorary designation, and I will not object to you using that name. God bless you. All right, here we go.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Norfolk SS Superior Court, 2182 CR 00320.
This is the
Commonwealth versus Miles King. Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's second supplemental motion to dismiss. Introduction. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office's NDAO review of a court-ordered extraction of former Massachusetts State Police, MSP, Trooper Michael Proctor's personal phone that began on September 27, 2025, revealed that over the course of many years, Proctor privately exchanged voluminous communications showing bias against women, LGBTQ plus people with intellectual disabilities, Black, Asian, Arab, Hispanic, and Jewish people. But because the materials in Proctor's personal phone are not government conduct, because the defendant has not shown that he cannot receive a fair trial or that the investigation charging him with murder was motivated by race, and because dismissal of indictments charging murder and firearms violations. As a remedy for a police officer's private expression of bias and racism without a showing that the defendant cannot receive a fair trial is not appropriate.
You hid the messages from him. First of all, Proctor was talking about pulling over black people because they were black. That was government conduct. Second of all, material to the Michael Morrissey's out of his mind. Material to the prosecution of Miles King is the fact you hid them from him.
The motion to dismiss should be denied. See, for example, Commonwealth versus Lewin, 405 Massachusetts, 566, 585, 1989. Police misconduct in serious charges, which included murder, warranted direct censure, condemnation, and punishment, but ate this.
Stop! I'm already made. Stop it! I'm made. I'm all made. That's it! I'm made. How many times can these people make me mad in a single day? You know what? I'm all made. I need to channel my anger. I'm writing this up. They are going to bat for Michael Proctor. Michael Morrissey is going to bat for Michael Proctor, and I'm all made. I'm all mad. You know what? I'm going to play some music that Michael Proctor would like. This is called Griselda Blanco by Fulio and Cash Kid. It's a very nice song. It reflects a more simpler time in the American ethos. A nostalgic epoch, if one would say. I'm using the tone of my voice to indicate to you the smooth rhythmic composition of this beautiful piece.
Hey, 6. Hey, Cash Kid, what it is, nigga? Yeah, brother. Run the bands up, move the blood to Costa Rico. Lil' mama running shit, she my queen, Griselda Blanco. Just bonded out the counter, you won't see me a whole dufo. Sliding in the fortune, boy, you know that this is Stolo. Thought it was a game, trying to play me like a banjo. Cash Kid on the beat, swipe that car with on the bands, ho.
Hey, walked inside the party with $1,000 pants on. All I ever wanted was some bands in the red ball. All these dead people, my pocket should have a headstone. I should work for Subway cause my bread long. Yeah, 5, 6, we get busy, make you think I got a mean ass bitch. Icky Vicky, you can't shine with me. You ain't grind with me. Pretty Ricky, get returning checks like SSI. Mississippi, no sex. I'm up next, like I'm trying to get a hickey. Yeah, hold up. Hey, wait a minute, let these niggas catch it. Just had a ball with your bitch. This ain't Cinderella. Say she want a chocolate nigga. They keep that chopper with them. Pull up with the biscuit, pop a nigga like Popeye shit.
She a shooter, not on point. He a sloppy nigga. But if you ain't got no haters, you ain't poppin', nigga. Fuck a bitch, I took my shooter gun shopping, nigga. They on the glizzy in the nigga, feeling cocky, nigga. Might not have to shoot, might turn into a boxing nigga. Like my boy, I'm doing dirty like the Rocky nigga. Speak on 6, mention that he got them shotters with him. Reaching for my tan, what you kicking off that flocka, nigga? It only take a half a second just to pop a nigga. Murder one, red room, had to drop a nigga. With my proud family, I'm feeling like the Oscar cash kid that my brother play with him and not off you, nigga.
Yeah, Fulio, got the Tully on in the studio. Doing fraud, yeah, I play with cards, this ain't Yu-Gi-Oh! But I fuck with Pete, so I use cash at the Gucci store. All facts, no cap, like I grew a fro. Dolce & Gabbana hoodie on, got my jury on. I keep fucking up your bitch knees, she the new D-Rose. When I use the bowl, I'm tryna turn a nigga to a ghost. Only time you push shots in the air is when you do a toast. Had to pull my dogs to the side, the fuck you be on. Tighten up, get your shit together, you too loose with hoes. Fuck around, stab me in the back when shit moving slow. Yeah, niggas, whoever put them up, niggas know. Hey, I see cotton in her coochie hole whipping cruise control.
And that's how you do it, okay? You just got to kind of get in the zone. You got to read the document. You got to write up what happened. Then you just got to tell people, you know? And then you also got to make sure you upload the opposition. I do have the Mega link, but, you know, Mega's fine. But I like to put it on something that's more permanent. So I'm just going to upload it to Drive. Yeah, and people, I could tell I was really getting to the people who are, you know, dangerous and all this, because they started telling, like, openly telling me to, like, shut the F up. And I was like, dude, if you're telling me, if the last thing you got, if nothing's worked and the only thing you got is telling me to shut the F up, like, it's over already. You know what I'm saying? It's over, bro. Like, take the L, you know? You can't take an L gracefully, I get that. But, like, if you tell me to shut the F up, I'm just going to talk more, you know? So, Bunny Towel Mom, I'm riding with you on that one. I imagine it was Bunny Towel Mom who said that. I can't even see the chat right now because I'm getting the link to the file already. Okay, and then you just type source, and then you post the link, okay? Then you got to get the actual picture of the ridiculous statement they made in defense of Michael Proctor, and then you're done. So good work, everyone. Good job. 10 out of 10. I'm proud of you all. You know, we're learning. T.A. Sarah's learning. Everyone's learning. Good job, Bunny. Good job, T.A. Sarah. T.A. Sarah, 1 trillion Googleplexes. You got to figure out how big of a number that is. Worth of bonus points for everyone in the chat. Okay? You all did a very good job. I'm very proud of you. So now, let's listen to the Norfolk DA's office talk more about Michael Proctor.
Society need not punish itself by dismissing the charges. Where prior to any involvement by Proctor, the victim had identified Mizzy Cash, who Milton police knew was Miles. 1. The MSP suspended Proctor on July 8, 2024.
Hi, Interpret Towel. How you doing?
And terminated him on March 19, 2025. 1. King, the defendant is not entitled to an evidentiary hearing on his equal protection claim based on the discovery of materials showing bias and racism on Proctor's personal phone. 2. Relevant procedural background and examination of Proctor's work phone and associated iCloud account and personal phone. On April 22nd, 2025, after an extraction on the cellular phone and its associated iCloud account that Proctor was issued for work. A report regarding Proctor's work.
No. I want to know about the personal phone. We all know, so just so everyone understands, there were 2 disclosures. The work phone is very materially relevant, but the work phone is not the Proctorgate materials. We just learned about this 3 days ago in a motion we were reviewing. I think it might have been in one of Karen's cases, actually. They are 2 completely separate things. They did simultaneously get produced, but there is a work phone and a personal phone. Okay, so they're talking about the work phone. They're talking about the cellular phone, because we're in a section only about the work phone. We need to know about the personal phone. I imagine we're going to get to it. This is 30 pages long, but like, they're being weird from the jump. They start with the personal phone. The personal phone is where the racist messages were. The work phone did have some messages, but the work phone is not the Proctorgate materials. The work phone is only like a small part of this. We learned this the other day in Karen's filings.
Phone and associated. iCloud account was provided to the defense. Docket papers number 59.
Right. Stop. That's correct. On April 22nd, so in April, last spring of 2025, the work phone was provided. Okay, we all know that. What we want to hear about is what happened in August of 2025 with the personal phone. Okay? We all know that the work phone was turned over. That did not have the Proctorgate materials on it. Everybody knows that.
89, 130, 131. The court, Michael P. Doolin, J., ordered that the defense provide words and terms the defense wanted to. Have searched on Proctor's work phone. The Commonwealth provided the first report with word. Search results on July 28, 2025. Docket paper number 138. A second report pertaining to additional. Words and terms was provided on October 30th, 2025.
Okay.
Docket paper number 138. On May 28, 2025, the defendant filed a motion to dismiss based on late disclosure of evidence. 3. Docket paper number 95. An evidentiary hearing began on July 21st, 2025, and was suspended. While the first witness was on direct examination,
Lally,
Peter B. Krupp, J., the matter was continued to August 5th, 2025, at which time the court, Krupp, J., ordered the defendant to file a supplemental. 2. On April 4th, 2019, the defendant was charged with receiving a stolen motor vehicle and firearms offenses as a result of an incident in Milton on April 3rd, 2019. Quincy District Court number 1956, CR 001424.
Yep, that was Fulio and Cash Kid on that last one, Grisella Blanco.
On November 21st, 2021, the defendant was indicted on the charges arising from that incident, Norfolk Superior Court, number 2182 CR 00315. On October 20th, 2023, a judge allowed the defendant's motion to dismiss in part. The firearm charge has a trial assignment conference scheduled for January 21st, 2027. 3. The defendant was held without bail at arraignment. On June 27, 2025, the defendant was released on $10,000 cash with GPS and home confinement. see docket paper number 114. On May 8, 2026, the Commonwealth moved to revoke the defendant's release. Docket paper number 214. The defendant is now the custody of the United States Marshals on charges of conspiracy to
Typo! The defendant is now in the custody of the U.S. Marshals. Typo alert! Typo! Now in the custody. Typo alert.
distribute, and possession with intent to distribute controlled substances and distribution of 28 grams or more of cocaine base. Docket paper number 214. United States versus Roffin Williams, also known as Poncho. Et al., United States District Court for District of Massachusetts. 1:26-CR-10147-MJ J-4. 2. Motion to dismiss by August 15, 2025. On August 15, 2025, the defendant filed a supplemental motion to dismiss, docket paper number 145. Also on May 28, 2025, the defendant filed a motion for preservation and production of records for Proctor's personal phone, docket papers number 91, 92. On June 10, 2025, the court, Doolin J., issued an order that Proctor preserve his personal cell phone and all data on it, provide his personal cell phone to the Commonwealth and disclose the carriers for his personal cell phone to the Commonwealth. Docket paper number 103. The court also ordered that any investigative materials and information favorable to the defense or otherwise subject to automatic discovery under Rule 14 found on an extraction of Proctor's work phone or on his personal phone was to be produced to the defense. The court allowed the Commonwealth to move for protective orders for the court's review prior to
Grant's Golf Swing, great username. The answer to that question is a brand new 2025 law passed by President Trump, which makes it a federal crime for a person to, through like an assaultive act, take the life of an unborn fetus. It does not criminalize medical procedures. As you know, that's a whole different can of worms. Mr. President Trump, personally, if you listen to him, believes the states should legislate that. He does not believe there should be a federal abortion legislation solution, just so you all know. He doesn't believe in that. So the law is not about medical procedures. It's never been used against a doctor. It's never going to be used against a doctor. It's only allowed to be used when, like, say you were on a train and you fired a weapon and you struck a pregnant woman in the belly and her fetus died and she lived. You can be federally, no matter where you pull that trigger, I don't care if it's on federal property, state property, in the middle of a forest, on wherever, on the ocean, the maritime jurisdiction of the U.S., you can be federally charged for taking the life of that unborn baby. It has to be, you got to read the statute, it has to be a specific type of assaultive act. And you can also be charged with killing the mother separately, although that's harder to charge under federal law. You need like more federal murder is mostly a state crime, but not murder of an unborn baby. And I don't mean in a medical setting. Whatever you think ideologically about that, set it aside. Assaultively murdering an unborn baby, that's all we're talking about. Just so we can, I know a lot of people have opinions. I'm a Catholic, all right, but we're not gonna get into the weeds about whether this could or will eventually expand. It doesn't. The law is narrowly written. If you assault a pregnant woman and kill her unborn baby, you can and will be charged federally. It doesn't matter. You set everything else aside. Doesn't matter what state you're in. Doesn't matter what the state law says. Just the act of taking the life of that unborn baby is a federal crime if you do it as an assaultive act. And to be very clear, this is new. Brand new. 2025, Mr. President Trump, and I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, but the way the law is written, you damn well better support this. they all came together. I don't think it was unanimous, but it was easy to pass. They did not have a big fight about this. They passed it. Mr. President Trump signed it. It did not like come up from years ago. He spearheaded this initiative personally. I think it was actually the First Lady. To fact check me on that. It was like a group effort that culminated, and the reason why no one knows about this is the media hates President Trump. They hate him. Some of the right-wing media will be favorable to him, but even some of them take pot shots at him when they don't get their way, which is disgusting. Like, if you want to disagree with him on policy, fine. Like, to debate the policy, but don't take pot shots at him because he didn't, like, do what you want. But anyway, the media is not going to tell you Mr. President Trump passed, like, a landmark law that makes assaulting a pregnant woman and killing her unborn baby a federal crime for the first time ever. Because they don't want you to think positively about him. And overall, most people are going to agree with that. Whether they are left-wing, right-wing, moderate, independent. It's a law that everyone hears about and they're like, wait a minute. It was not a crime before that in some states? Like, what if you... Of course it should be a federal crime. But yeah, of course it should be, but it wasn't. I believe, and I need to do a little research. It's such a new law. I think this might be the first indictment. You double check. There's a lot of federal prosecution, so I can't exhaustively tell you whether this statute was charged before October of 2025. But it was literally passed in 2025 and then immediately used for the first time to do a superseding indictment on Matthew Farwell. That's why it might be a little bit confusing to some people, but just pausing to go back to the Farwell case, that is a new law. Brand new. So new that most people don't know every federal law, but that law is so new, most people don't know it's illegal yet, federally, to do that. So, very important to know, and the reason you didn't learn about it, and you should be mad about this, the reason you didn't know about it is because the media wouldn't cover it because it was a thing that like both parties were okay with, that President Trump personally spearheaded, and they didn't want to give him credit. And that's wrong. Like, he takes credit for things gratuitously sometimes, but that's, he's a showman, okay? But this one, he deserved the credit for, and they wouldn't give it to him. I see why he gets pissed off so easily, Mr. President, with these guys. I can see easily why he gets mad. Because the media will not recognize when he actually tries. He's not being an ideologue when he's doing that. He doesn't want people to feel like they have a license to go out there and punch a pregnant woman in the belly. And her baby dies, and they're in some liberal state. You want me to be my Jewish tendency? I'm Jewish. What do you want? My dad was a great Jewish man. But anyway, I came from a very interesting family. My point is, he's not going to let some liberal state let that guy off. No, he created it so his DOJ and future DOJs could charge the bastard. And I like that. So, but yeah, it's not a political issue. It's not an ideological issue. It's specifically about men or women. I guess a woman could go up and hurt another pregnant woman who punch a pregnant woman, for example, and kill the fetus, the unborn baby. That is a federal crime now. It was never a federal crime before 2025, which shocked me. When I found out that we had to create a law to make it a federal crime to punch a pregnant woman in the stomach and kill her unborn baby, I was like, what are we doing here? Like, what? There was a murder in Forest Hills Station on the Orange Line back in like the 90s or 2000s. I went to the trial. David Meyer was prosecuting it personally when he was chief of homicide for the Suffolk DA. I remember going to the trial. I was young. I was a kid. My mom brought me. Yeah, that's what Tal Mom used to do. Bring me to homicide trials when I was like 7. Great idea. So anyway, the point is, there was a woman who was killed on the Orange Line, and she was pregnant. She was 7 or 8 months pregnant, and they did charge on the state level for the killing of the baby in that case. David Meyer prosecuted it. He's the guy that's looking into the Enrique Delgado Garcia cover-up in murder in Worcester. He's the special prosecutor. But yeah, he charged that case as double murder. But it was controversial at the time that he did that. I didn't think it was controversial. The guy didn't mean to kill the pregnant woman. He was shooting. He was on the train, and he shot from a moving train to the platform. And the bullet trajectory, he like aimed at one guy, but the bullet, when you shoot from a moving train, the bullet doesn't go straight compared to where you're aiming. You're like, the train's moving. So the natural movement of the train took the bullet like through the car, the train car, and it struck a pregnant woman, killing her and the baby. And so I thought, as any human would, okay, after that, people realize this is a thing that happens. We need to have a law like on the federal level so that people will not, because what you want in people's mind is, do not discharge a firearm while there's a pregnant woman around you. I don't care if you're mad, unless someone is trying to, because this is, I'm going to leave open this possibility. I saw it happen in Cambridge like 3 months ago. Unless there's a crazy person firing a weapon that's threatening the life of the pregnant woman, there is no reason to ever pull a weapon around a pregnant woman, an unarmed pregnant woman. And even around an armed pregnant woman, look for other, ways to get out of the situation. The reason you have a federal law about something is the same reason you have a federal law about Glock switches. You want the person who's thinking about walking around with an automatic Glock to be thinking, if I get caught with this, I'm going to federal prison for life. I'm not going to South Bay for a few years. I'm going to federal prison for life. And so that's what you want people thinking, because you've got to get into their mind in that like 5 seconds, even when they're really pissed. You've got to be able to get through to them with a law. They have to know, if I pull this trigger and that baby and that pregnant woman gets hit, even if I might not get charged otherwise federally, I'm going to the federal pen for life. That might stop them from firing the weapon near the pregnant woman. That's the point of the law. It's a deterrent. Why isn't all murder federal? That's a great question. So this is a matter of statutory jurisdiction. Now, there's something called federal and state comity. Federal law and state law have to work together, but also in silos. Murder is in the original jurisdiction in Massachusetts of the state police. This is because the local authorities are closer to murder investigations. I need to actually research in the literature why that choice was made, but by statute, murder, and I don't mean to say just, but the taking of a life with no other context is a state crime by statute. Now, there are federal statutes. For example, if you murder someone and carjack them and cross state lines, if you murder someone who's a cooperating federal witness, there are federal statutes that supersede that original jurisdiction. But most of the time, what you see with murder prosecutions, the way it's supposed to work, is that, say like the Donna Adelson case, okay, in Florida, even if you have a conspiracy to murder, the state prosecutor charges the case and the FBI gives resources to the state prosecutor to prosecute the case for murder. The only time that doesn't work is when the prosecutor is trying to cover up a murder and won't accept the FBI's help, or the FBI has to investigate the local police themselves. Hence the Sandra Birchmore case. And now you know. And you must understand how much it would piss off a federal prosecutor to have to step in and prosecute a murder because the local DA had cops who were covering it up. Dude, you will bring absolute hell down on yourself if you get caught by the Department of Justice doing that, because they don't prosecute murder. They will prosecute some murders, terrorism, obviously, very important that you know that's also an exception to this hard and fast rule. But the system is designed completely the other way. And charge murder, except in the most extreme of cases. Murder of an unborn baby, carjacking across state lines that involves a murder, or murder of a cooperating or potentially cooperating witness or victim. That is the only time the feds should ever be prosecuting murder. Now, when they initiated this prosecution, there was no law allowing them to charge Farwell for killing Sandra's unborn baby. The law was passed during the trial. They had to do a new grand jury and indict him again, which they're allowed to do. It's legal, surprisingly. You can write into the law the ability for it to apply to crimes committed before the law. It sounds weird, but it works. It's not ex post facto because you're not criminalizing something that was legal, like wearing a yellow shirt. You're reframing a criminal act as a federal criminal act, so it can apply ex post facto after it's passed. And there's no statute of limitations on murder. So that's why the Farwell case is so unique. It's the first time this statute has been passed. It's a showpiece legislation for Mr. President, which means, I guarantee you, Mr. President, it knows the name Sandra Birchmore. He might not know, he's got a lot of stuff to do, obviously, he's the president. But he knows about this case because that's his law. The First Lady helped personally lobby for that law. They know about this case. It's their law. When you, like, a law is a special thing. It's a group effort because you got to get it passed. But when you shepherd it through the committee process, through the drafting process, through the voting cycles in the Senate and the amendment process, when you really get a law through the process, that is your baby. You care a lot about that law. And I'm telling you, the White House knows about this trial. It's as far as I know, it's the first use of this statute. So thank you for that slight digression. We have to read this next part because now we're going to learn about the personal phone and what the Norfolk DA will tell us about how they got Michael Proctor's personal phone. And the fact that no one will tell me in any of these motions makes me all mad, and I want to know.
Producing the information. On August 13th, 2025, the court, Krupp, J.E.T. Digers, issued an order permitting the Commonwealth to begin examining Proctor's personal phone for Rule 14 materials upon receipt of a privilege log. From Proctor's counsel no later than September 26, 2025. That order required that the Commonwealth provide any Rule 14 materials to the defendant by October 24, 2025. Docket paper number 139. Pursuant to the order, Proctor's counsel provided the privilege log on September 26, 2025, and review of the extraction of Proctor's personal phone began on September 27, 2025.
Everyone pause. Pause. This is not the timeline that I previously understood. I understood that material to have been turned over at the end of August. So now we got to shift this timeline completely. Somebody between August 13th, remember, Michael Proctor's counsel, which the Norfolk DA skipped over, told Judge Krupp and Judge Doolin twice in July of 2025 that there was no personal phone to extract and there was no responsive documents. Why? Because Michael Proctor got rid of his personal phone in November of 2024 and his new phone auto-deleted every 30 days. They skipped over that in this, but I know that. But the other thing I want to talk about is what this now means is that somebody in August or September of 2025 came up with Michael Proctor's entire extraction, and his lawyer was the one who actually got it. You can't do a privilege log unless you have the extraction. Who gave that extraction to that lawyer that didn't exist as of July and then suddenly existed by the fall? Who gave it to him? Tell me. I want to. Why is everyone hiding the ball on this? It's so sketchy. It's sketchy as hell. Tell me. Somebody knows. This is now the third or fourth motion from the DA that I have read about this personal cell phone. No one has just said the simple sentence everybody wants to know. Who gave that personal phone extraction, or the phone itself, which didn't exist apparently, to Michael Proctor or his lawyer in August of 2025 or September of 2025? So, Mox, good question. This is the King case. This is how Rosemary Scapiccio got the Proctorgate personal phone extraction. What nobody knows and what no one can answer, and we still don't have an answer here, which is really upsetting me. It's not upsetting me because it's going to blow everyone's mind, because there's a reason they're not talking about it. Latent within this timeline, okay, is that someone who's not Michael Proctor or his lawyer went to Michael Proctor and gave him, he didn't find a phone he said he destroyed or got rid of. Someone gave him an extraction or a clone of his phone and forced him to comply with this order. That's the only explanation. He didn't, and they're not saying it. They're not saying after Proctor went through, a landfill and managed to find his trash from November of 2024. No, so Mox, that's what's fascinating. It's not an iCloud backup. There is an iCloud involved here of the work phone. Okay? Of the work phone. Issued for work. That is not the personal phone. The personal phone is an extraction. How do I know? Because I've seen Rosemary Scapiccio's attachment B to her supplemental motion to dismiss, which has screenshots of the extraction. It's a forensic extraction. As such, what I believe this means, and no one will effing say it, which is shocking. Even Rosemary must not be allowed to say it. The only conclusion I can make for this, okay? Because look, it had voice recordings, text, emails, images, etc. The only explanation I have for this is that the FBI had those files. And we're going to find out, okay? That extraction only runs through like 2024. February of 2024, maybe a little later. Nobody knows how long the extraction runs. We've heard 12 years, but nobody knows because it's under protective order. I hope you all understand the implications of this. I'm going to be right about this. Otherwise, they would just say it. If the answer was Proctor had some redundant backup, they would just say it. Proctor materially misled the court in July of 2025, and then it suddenly appeared, and they're not saying how they got this phone. It's jumping, it's staring us in the face. You understand? This is one of those moments where if we didn't know, we would come back, okay? Okay? We would come back and be like, whoa, it's staring at us in the face. I'm telling you right now, this is a huge deal. This is the fourth time now where they've talked about this. And first of all, they're glossing over more and more. Because at least in their prior motions, they would admit that Proctor misled the court in July of 2025 twice. There's footnotes where they admit it. Here they won't even cop to it. This is a big deal. I think it was the feds. I really do. Grant's golf swing. My point is, I think the feds had the extraction the whole time, waited for Proctor to mislead the court, and then as soon as Proctor misled the court, they went to Proctor and constructively notified him that he was in the possession of an extraction. They handed it to him and were like, you got to go turn this over now. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Yes, it's admissible. It's not fruit of the poisonous tree. So what it is it's actually very unique. You have a situation where Proctor potentially inadvertently misled the court in July of 2025. He said correctly that he didn't have his old phone or a record of it. He didn't really perjure himself, nor did his lawyer. That's why no one got in trouble. They were being truthful. They didn't know that existed. What this implies, it's not fruit of the poisonous tree, just so you understand. That's the doctrine of an unauthorized Fourth Amendment search can't be used to derive evidence against a criminal defendant. It's only a right for the charged defendant. I'm not a lawyer, that's not legal advice. I did go to law school, though. The difference with this is what we have here is Proctor's phone they may have told Proctor, the feds, in February of 2024, listen, we have 3 months of your messages. We have questions about X, Y, or Z. Okay? Did my headphones might have died. That's okay. I can work around that. I might have to charge them. We've been going for a while. 6 hours. Oh yeah, we have. We got more to go too. But the big deal here, just so you understand, the big deal is that what you're looking at is a potential implication that Michael Proctor, okay, his personal phone was not just 3 months of it, but 12 years of it in the possession of the federal government as of February of 2024. They then sat on that information and did not tell Proctor. They told Laura McLaughlin, but not Proctor. That's why Laura McLaughlin couldn't show Tully the Proctorgate federal files. She had to just read them to him when he was doing his IA investigation in April of 2024. Feds didn't trust him, rightfully so, because he was a target, I think. Anyway, so what this means, I can't prove it, because no one is saying it, which is part of the reason why I'm so frustrated, because we deserve to know. But I think what likely happened, based on the totality of the circumstances, is that Proctor and his lawyer actually didn't know in July of 2025 that his personal phone had been retained by the FBI. So they were right when they told Judge Krupp and Judge Doolin, we can't comply with this. We don't have it. Then, suddenly, somebody came to Proctor and was like, listen, so here's 12 years of your phone records. You possess this now. It was legally obtained through a federal search warrant, but it's now in your possession. And we know about the ruling from Judge Doolin. You must turn this over. And by the way, don't even try to manipulate it, because we're giving you it, which means we have a copy. It didn't get dropped on his doorstep by a pigeon. It didn't just appear. It's not the Northern Lights in Principal Skinner's kitchen as Superintendent Chalmers is waiting for dinner. Steamed hams are delicious. It didn't just appear. This thing is like the mysterious force of this case. Two Bears like, yes, exactly. All right, I'm writing it up. I got to think to write it up, though, so you know what that means. T.A. Sarah, 70 trillion bonus points to everyone in chat and a Googleplex worth of cookies to Kofi. Kofi, tell Bunny, tell Mom and Bo, you get a treat, okay? Okay, all the animals are going to freak out. I'm not supposed to say the T word. Listen, Kofi, you're the only animal that knows how to spell that watches this. T-R-E-A-T. All right, turn to Bunny Mom. Look at her like this, okay? Just kind of look at her expectingly, Kofi. You turn and look. And just stare at her until she, does what you say. All right? Good. No, that's okay, T.A. Sarah. You don't have to actually do any work to give out bonus points. You know, you're gardening. That's wonderful. To give out bonus points, all you have to do is, exist. You just give them out whenever you want. They're in like a bank for you to distribute. All right, we got to listen to music now. I have to center my zen, my towel zen, and then I got to write this up. This is a big deal. At this point, it's not written there, but I've come to the inescapable conclusion of what has happened, and I'm ready to render my judgment upon thine earth. Let us begin. God bless America. And this one goes out to, we'll just say unnamed people, because Scotty really doesn't know. Why can't I hear my song? Pause, please. I can't hear my song. I'm offended. This is a travesty. This is a shame. This is a mockery. You might have been able to hear it, but it's not playing in a way that I can hear it, and I'm all made. I have to disconnect it and then connect it again. Everybody pause. Okay, now can you connect again, please? But I want to hear the music. I can't write without the music in my headphones, all right? I have my ways of doing things, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Just going to get a little mad for a second. All right, let's go, please. I would like to play my song. Going to test this. Going to make sure it's unmuted. All right, everything's looking good. That's registering. All right, can I listen to my song now? Because, Scotty doesn't know. All right? Here we go. Let's go. Scotty does not know. Hi, chat mom Lynn. I'll think about that after this article. Good idea. Let's go.
Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my bed every Sunday. She tells me she's in, but she doesn't go till she's on her knees. And Scotty doesn't know. Oh, Scotty doesn't know. So don't tell Scotty. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
Tully doesn't know. Tully doesn't know. I'm gonna fervent. Listen, I know I can just say things. Stop. I know I can just say things and they become reality. Fervent. Tully doesn't know, bro. We gotta collab. Tully doesn't know. You don't understand. I'm ready. Emily C, can you be in it too? Listen, we're gonna make a song called Tully Doesn't Know. We have to do it. Listen, I had to stop this because I just had an epiphany. It's one of those moments where you have a musical score in your head and you must tell the world about it or it will forever be lost. Brian Tully doesn't know we're doing it.
It's a three-way call and he knows no.
Yeah, I was able to write it up. See, I need the music to really get in the zone. All right. And I don't think we want sweet potato pie right now. We need a message for all the Proctor defenders. Actually, can we listen to Proctor Defender? I want to play it as an homage to Fervent. He's wonderful. God bless Fervent. I want to make some commentary by dancing to the song. Now, if you've never heard Proctor Defender, let me just tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is an all-time great song. Okay, it's called The Life of a Proctor Defender. Okay, now I want to just say this is by Fervent. He's great. Okay, I need to do a little more writing, but it really is an apropos song. So everyone check out Fervent. Give him a subscription. He's great. He is on YouTube. You can find this here. This is called The Life of a Proctor Defender. It is quite possibly one of the greatest compositions ever put together in modern American music.
The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend ya. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident.
He did,
no
though.
corruption, so what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame, Karen, Reed, and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. Please judge, don't let these texts out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave
Shout out K. Peter Fervent. What are we doing
Not
here?
so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell her how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than a flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate, cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black, and as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh,
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White
I hadn't heard this part.
stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes.
Let's go.
The life of a Proctor Defender.
Oh, we have to run that back. It's so appropriate. It's such a
The
great
life of a Proctor.
This is how you run it back,
Kids.
kids. That's how you run it back.
Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption, so what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame, Karen, Reed, and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these text out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the Emmy? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew they're gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate, cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black, and as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh!
Okay, Jesus, Bear, please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
Stop, stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a Proctor defender.
Yeah, mess with my mother again. That'll teach ya. Can make me all made. I don't even think Michael Proctor was the main problem in all this, but he made me all made. Alright? I don't care if he was working for somebody or otherwise. Make me all made. Alright? But that's a big deal. Alright? And I wanted to get all mad and yell about it. And then I did. Now we're going to go back to the motion. I don't really love listening to the Norfolk DA, but sometimes there be nuggets of gold in them there hills. Jackson's Unleashed said Boston Mayor Michelle Wu was a passenger in a car that crashed recently. Towel was driving. She was caught on traffic cam distracting him with something in her mouth that it wasn't doing, bro. I can confirm for you on the record that I have never been in a car with Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. I did see her one time when I was at an event on Boston Common that I was covering. It was some political rally. There were lobsters running around. The left is just weird, bruh. I don't know what to tell you. But I did see Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. I didn't ask her any questions because it wasn't a press conference. She was giving a speech. And she had a baby. She had a nice little baby. And her and the baby walked up to the stage, you know, and then she had to, do her, dignitary thing. So she gave some people some hugs. She had a little baby. It was very nice. I don't love her politics. All right, I'm going to be the first one to say it. But that day, my only interaction with her, all she did was hold a baby and then walk up to a stage. And then, I forget what the people were yelling about. There was some guy dressed as George Washington. They didn't really have, very cohesive messaging. There was, a Peruvian pan flute band of some kind. I don't know, bro. You ever go to, a modern Democratic, party protest? It's a little odd. As a member of the media, my job is not to, debate with the attendees. I'm just there to figure out, what are you doing? And, what are you trying to tell? What do you want people to know about what you're doing? This event, all I really took from it, I just want people to understand, was there were inflatable lobsters. So I understood this to be something to do with the British, because I was like, okay, we called the redcoats lobsters, so they're mad about the British. And then there was another guy dressed up like George Washington, in full continental regalia, walking around yelling about King George. And so what I took from it is they were going to go dump tea in Boston Harbor because they were mad about the taxes imposed by the king, and they wanted us to be liberated from England. And I was like, well, we kind of already won, so I don't, I get it, the British king, Prince Andrew, we're mad, but I don't understand, the British aren't here. They might be here in spirit, because we didn't divest them of their economic holdings after the Treaty of Paris, but that's really not, that's besides the point. I was just very confused. I didn't understand what they were saying. I didn't understand why they were mad at King George, and I really didn't understand why there were inflatable lobsters there, because I was like, there's a lot better way to call the British, the Irish. No, if you listen, can we take one more pause before I have to listen to more from these ridiculous Norfolk DA attorneys? the Irish know how to insult the British. Okay, I just want to be very clear. If you want to insult the British, okay, this is how you do it. I'm going to teach you all, like Democrats, whatever you were going for there, that didn't work. Okay, so if you want to make a point about like the occupation of the colonies by the British, I don't really understand why that's a problem these days, but if you want to do that, we're going to learn how to do it, okay? We're going to learn you have to use humor in your songs, okay? Now, ideally, I really want to be able to play this specific song, okay? I just only want to be able to play one version of it. If I can't play this song, then I don't want to do it, all right? I'll be offended. There's only one way that I can make the point about how you should do this. Hold on. You're going to have to give me a second here. I got to go deep into my I got to go deep into my catalog to find this song, but I will find it if it is available for us. All right, where is it? It's not that one. If they don't have it, they don't have it. But I'm going to try to teach the British, the Democrats, how to make a point to the British. Oh, come on. I mean, I guess I can see why they wouldn't have it. But it really is a song that should be on here. You know, it's just such a great way to make a point to the British. And I kind of thought it was on here, because they do a version of it. Like, somebody does a version of it that you figure they would have, but no, I can't find it. I'm all mad now. All right, back to the motion. I'll see if I can find it.
Preliminary review of the extraction from Proctor's personal phone revealed more data than had been anticipated. On October 16, 2025, the Commonwealth filed a notice of discoverable information and moved for more time to complete its review of the data. Docket paper number 170. The Commonwealth noted that the extraction yielded hundreds of thousands of items, some of which are dated as far back as 2013. The volume of items was unexpectedly larger than representations of Proctor's counsel concerning the cell phone. Subject to a protective order, Krupp, J. The 3. Commonwealth made its first production of Rule 14 materials from the personal phone on October 24th, 2025, and the final production on November 20th, 2025. 4. Docket papers number 175, 178, 179. The protective order was modified on December 10th, 2025, to allow disclosure of materials to attorneys, paralegals.
Did you see what this said? Oh, never mind. Excuse me, 1 second. I might just be a little bit off on the document. A lot was going on right there. Here we are. We're not at the part that I want to read yet.
Assistants, investigators, and experts assisting counsel for the defendant. Docket paper number 188. Materials on Proctor's personal phone included voice recordings, text, messages, emails, and images showing bias against women, LGBTQ plus people with intellectual disabilities, Black, Asian, Arab, Hispanic, and Jewish people. On February 13, 2026, the defendant moved for additional time to investigate the Proctor. Materials, docket paper number 194, and on May 8, 2026, filed his second supplemental motion to dismiss which references materials from Proctor's personal phone, but not from his work phone, or associated work iCloud account.
There you go. Confirmation that only the work phone had an iCloud account. There you go.
Docket paper number 217. On June 4th, 2026, the Commonwealth moved for additional time to respond to the second supplemental motion to dismiss.
Mimi, you're wonderful. I'm so glad you're still here. Your energy is so needed right now. You're so wonderful. It's been a long day.
Number 228, which was granted, Krupp, J. On June 11, 2026, the court, Doolin J., allowed the Commonwealth's motion to unimpound the defendant's second supplemental motion to dismiss. On June 18, 2026, the court, Krupp J., allowed the Commonwealth's motion to modify the sequestration order, docket paper number 227, to allow the Commonwealth to discuss the defendant's second supplemental motion to dismiss with the Assistant District Attorney initially assigned and the supervising investigator at the Milton Police Department. 4. The defendant submitted a USB drive containing the materials from Proctor's personal phone that the NDAO provided to the defense to the court in conjunction with the second supplemental motion to dismiss. Defendant, second supplemental motion to dismiss 4 at Note 2. That USB drive is impounded. The Commonwealth will stipulate that the USB drive containing the materials from Proctor's personal phone that the NDAO provided to the defense is admissible at the hearing on the motion to dismiss for the court's consideration of the defendant's motion to dismiss. 4. Factual background. Murder investigation 5. At about 6:07 p.m. on Saturday, July 10th, 2021, Milton Police Officer Henry Colligan went to the area of 36 Belvoir Road in Milton in response to a 911 call about a shooting. At grand jury, Officer Colligan testified that when he arrived, he saw a man later identified as victim Marquis Simmons laying on the street. G.J. August 19th, 2021, 36. He saw J.C., a man he was previously familiar with, standing to the left of the victim's head. G.J. August 19th, 2021, 52. Officer Colligan observed that the victim appeared to have a gunshot wound to his left shoulder area, and 2 spent shell casings were a couple of feet away from the victim. Officer Colligan approached the victim and asked his name and his date of birth, which the victim provided. He asked the victim who shot him, and the victim said, Mizzy, Cash. 6. He asked the victim whether he was beefing with anyone. The victim said no. The victim was going in and out of consciousness. G.J. August 19th, 2021, 37 to 43.
That's called a dying declaration, and it comes in because if he died, which I believe he did, that's his last words. And it's considered to be more truthful than other type of statements.
5. In conjunction with the filing of this opposition, the Commonwealth has submitted an ordered appendix on a thumb drive. The appendix contains grand jury minutes and exhibits, Milton Police reports, and Massachusetts State Police reports. Grand jury minutes are referenced as GJ, followed by date. The Milton Police reports are combined into one PDF document and are referenced as Milton PD and the author's name. The Massachusetts State Police reports are referenced as MSP, followed by report number. All are followed by page number. The Commonwealth has filed a motion to impound its appendix. 6. During a July 15th, 2021 interview, the victim's mother, S.A., reported hearing the Milton. Officer asked her son who did this, and she told her son, "Tell them the name. Tell them everything. Please, Marquis, give them the name." She saw the Milton officer lean in with his ear towards her son's mouth area and heard her son say, "He said he was gonna do it. He said he was gonna do it." MSP 8-2. This is the only statement she reported hearing. See MSP 8-2. When she testified before the grand jury, S.A. said that her daughter told her something was happening outside. As she walked down Belvoir Road, she heard someone say, "The kid with the red dreads, the red dreads." Knowing that the description matched her son, she approached and saw her son on the ground. She saw an officer kneeling by her son saying, "Marquis, do you know who shot you?" And I'm like, "Marcus, tell them everything. Whatever. Tell them whatever. You know, please." She testified that she heard her son say, "Mizzy, Mizzy, Mizzy Cash." Marquis then said he was going to do it. He kept saying he was going to do it. GJ, September 15th, 2021, 24 to 26.
That's odd. So first, the mother said she only heard Marquise say he was going to do it, he said he was going to do it. And then the officer said he heard Marquise declare as he was dying, "Mizzy, Mizzy Cash." And then the mother, later at the grand jury, changes her statement and says, "Oh yeah, I didn't just hear he said he was going to do it, I heard him say, Mizzy, Mizzy, Mizzy Cash." And you wouldn't really refer to someone by their government name. You wouldn't. When I say they, I mean people in the world of whatever you want to call that, gang, rap, whatever. You wouldn't refer to someone by their government name. You would only refer to them as their pseudonym. Maybe if they were your friend, but it would be not just insulting. To say someone's government name wouldn't even be on your mind. You would think their street name. Especially if you've just been shot, your brain isn't used to call. Your brain's gonna, in my opinion, say whatever it is you called them by on a daily basis. But yeah, someone had asked why not say his government name. Well, I just don't think that's how Marquise referred to Miles King. So, let's continue. But the other thing is, that's a drastic change in the testimony. It's very favorable to King, too. It makes the mother of Marquise's mother, S.A., look completely non-credible.
As Officer Colligan was administering aid to the victim, he asked J.C. what had happened. J.C. said that he didn't know. When asked if he had seen anything, J.C. did not answer. After assisting the victim, Officer Colligan looked up and observed that J.C. was no longer present. 7. G.J. August 19, 2021, 53. Officer Colligan followed the ambulance transporting the victim to the hospital. G.J. August 19, 2021, 47. At approximately 10:15 p.m. that night, the victim was pronounced dead. G.J. September 15, 2021, 31. The medical examiner determined that the cause of death was a gunshot wound to left shoulder. G.J. June 29, 2021, 88. G.J. Exhibit number 6. Milton Officer John Binda responded to the crime scene. G.J. July 29, 2021, 25 to 27. At the scene, Officer Binda learned from a fellow Milton officer that Mizzy Cash was a suspect. G.J. July 29, 2021, 35. Officer Binda knew the defendant from previous encounters, conversations with others who knew him and social media, and knew that the defendant's rap name was Mizzy Cash. 8. G.J. July 29, 2021, 35 to 36. The defendant lived on Decker Street in Milton, 3 streets south of the Belvoir Road. Crime scene, G.J. July 29, 2021, 35. At about 10 a.m. that day, Officer Binda had seen a black Mercedes sedan with main registration plates parked in front of the defendant's home and ran the plate. GJ, July 29, 2021, 36 to 37. He had seen the black Mercedes sedan at the defendant's home multiple times. GJ, July 29, 2021, 37. 7. Milton, Detective Walter Pires, and Detective Lieutenant Michael Collins attempted to speak with JC on July 12, 2021. JC, who resided in the vicinity of the shooting, declined to speak with them without his attorney present. On July 14, 2021, JC's attorney declined to have JC interviewed. Milton, PD 17, Detective Pires. On August 24, 2021, after a hearing before the court, Krupp, JC was found to have a Fifth Amendment privilege. 8. The defendant's Instagram handle was MizzyCash617, and a YouTube video showed the defendant wearing a necklace that read Mizzy. Milton PD, 1 Officer Binda, GJ, September 9, 2021, 43 to 44. 6. Milton, Detective Louis Bullard, was asked to respond to the scene. First, he went to the Milton police station to gather his equipment. Detective Bullard was informed that Miles King, the defendant, may be the shooting suspect. Detective Bullard texted Detective Simildoro at 7:32 p.m. Milton, PD 14, Detective Bullard. After getting no response from Detective Simildoro, Detective Bullard went to Belvoir Road, driving past the defendant's Decker Street residence. GJ, September 16, 2021, 47. Detective Bullard testified at the grand jury that at the defendant's residence he saw a black female at the back of a black sedan with her hands in the area of the license plate. The plate appeared consistent with a Massachusetts passenger registration plate. He also observed a Mercedes-Benz and a Volkswagen vehicle near the residence. He believed the Mercedes was registered to EL, the defendant's mother. He then proceeded to Belvoir Road. On arrival, he was told by Milton Lieutenant Brian Cherry that they were looking for a black sedan, possibly a Mercedes, with main plates. Detective Bullard told Lieutenant Cherry that he had just passed the defendant's home and told him of his observations. GJ, September 16, 2021, 47 to 50. Detective Bullard and Lieutenant Cherry returned to the defendant's Decker Street residence and saw that the vehicle and the black female were no longer present. Detective Bullard, who was familiar with the defendant's mother, EL, knocked on the door and had a conversation with her. 9. After informing her that her son was a potential suspect in a shooting, he asked if EL knew his whereabouts. EL told Detective Bullard that she had just arrived home. When asked about the vehicle he saw earlier, EL said it belonged to the defendant's girlfriend. BG10EL tried to call the defendant, but he did not answer. When asked when she had last seen the defendant, EL told Detective. 9. Detective Lieutenant Collins was also present for this interview. GJ, September 9, 2021, 73. Detective Bullard subsequently viewed an RMV photo of BG and identified her as the black woman he saw on July 10, 2021. GJ.
All right. Who let Michael Proctor into the AI program?
9/16/21, 52. BG was indicted as an accessory after the fact to murder on November 19, 2021, Norfolk Superior Court, number 2182 CR 00321. A nolle prosequi, was filed on July 25, 2025. 10-7. Bullard, she last saw him at 5:30 p.m. at the family's barber shop where she had cut his hair. Detective Bullard retrieved a business card and told E.L. that the defendant can turn himself into me whenever he gives you a ring back. G.J., September 16, 2021, 49-51. At approximately 9 p.m. that evening, E.L. was re-interviewed by Detective Simildoro and Proctor. She said that she last saw the defendant at 5:30 p.m. when she gave him a haircut at her barber shop on Columbus Avenue in Roxbury. She stated that she last spoke with the defendant at 8:48 p.m.
Typo, not at, on.
And he told her that he was going to the police station. E.L. provided investigators with the defendant's cell phone number XXXXXX6961, MSP13. Milton officers interviewed F.C. on July 10, 2021. F.C. subsequently testified before the grand jury that he was on Belvoir Road on July 10, 2021, for a family cookout at his cousin M.K.'s house, and that he and another cousin's husband, D., left to get supplies for the cookout. G.J. July 29, 2021, 7-9. F.C. and D. returned to Belvoir Road and parked one house away from 21 Belvoir. While unloading groceries, F.C. heard one popping noise that sounded like fireworks. Approximately 30 seconds after the popping noise, F.C. looked in the direction of the noise. He saw two unidentified black men in their early 20s wearing face masks as they slowly walked down Belvoir Road. One wore a red tracksuit, and the other wore a darker tracksuit, believed to be green. G.J. July 29, 2021, 12-15. F.C. then heard someone scream, "Somebody got shot. He's not getting up." G.J. July 29, 2021, 11. He saw the two men who had been walking start jogging down the street. G.J. July 29, 2021, 15. He also saw a heavy-set black man, balding with gray hair and glasses, applying pressure to the victim's gunshot wound. 11. G.J. July 29, 2021, 18. The only statement F.C. heard the 11. A Belvoir Road resident gave Milton police a photograph of the man administering aid to the victim. Milton P. D. 22, Detective Lieutenant Collins. The man was identified as M.T., who was living with J.C. G.J. September 9, 2021, 90-91. On August 19, 2021, after a hearing, Robert C. Cosgrove, J., M.T. was found to have a Fifth Amendment privilege.
No! 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 Cosgrove ruled on the King case. Oh my God. That's it. How many times is this? That's it. Watch, Kevin from South Boston is going to perk up. I woke him up with all my yelling. How you doing from Kevin from South Boston? You having a good night? That's it. Come on, man. Oh, come on. Bullshit. Bullshit. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? When did he retire? He last served as a judge. Are you kidding me? He was on the King case. Oh, God. How, I mean, even though, just, how, he can't. How are we supposed to deal with the King case when Judge Cosgrove ruled regarding not just the Norfolk DA's office, but a case Michael Proctor touched, and now Cosgrove's making arguments about Proctor as a named victim/witness in the Carney case? That's it. Even caught my cat. Even my cats caught that one. Hello, kitties. Outrageous. I gotta write more. I'm so tired. We've been going for 7 hours. How many things can you possibly do? You know, well, Michael Proctor doesn't like Irish people, so, you know, he mocked them for the potato famine. So we're going to listen to, you know, some songs, some Irish songs. Someone one time asked me how I knew what Come in a Bar was, and I was like, well, I listened to the songs. And then this Irish man was like, oh, okay. He was really concerned for a minute. He was like, who have you been hanging out with? And I was like, I've been around. You know, I'm a man of the people. You know, I support the underdog. It doesn't mean, you know, I necessarily do anything to advance that support. You know, I just listen to people. I'm a man of the people. What do you want from me? You know. I found my song! Ladies and gentlemen, I have excellent news. I found my song. If you want to insult, listen, this one goes out to all the British people who have ever made fun of the Irish, okay? The Irish have one for you. Damn British.
I drove my Saracen through your garden last night.
Sing up the ride.
I kicked your front door down around at midnight.
Sing up the
Oh,
ride.
something's telling me, boy, you're avoiding me. And when I find you, you will go for your tea. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. My good friend Bertie, he's in the UDR. Searching for weapons, he will go near and far. Up around by Kappa, you'd never find him there. Oh, the only gun he'd get there is an Armalite in his ear. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. My good friend Trevor, he's in the RUC.
I see.
But now they've handed him his redundancy.
I see.
The folks along the border won't be seeing him anymore. That provost sniper will be missing him for sure. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. My good friend Nigel, he's in the SAS.
Oh yes.
He said that change is just as good as a rest.
Oh yes.
But now they've gone and posted him way down to Crossmaglen. He wishes to blazes he was back in jail again. Oh,
You can't silence the revolution.
lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. my good friend Sammy, he's in the DUP.
I see.
An outstanding member, as all the world could see. I said go up to Donegal if you want to have some fun. He said I'll take a run there if I have nothing on. But I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. I drove my Saracen through your garden last night.
Sing up the rhyme.
I kicked your front door down around at midnight.
Sing up the rhyme.
Something's telling me, boy, that you're avoiding me. And when I find you, you will go for your tea. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land.
Proctor in the context of the Dr. TurtleBoy prosecutions, where Cosgrove is now a special prosecutor working for the same person upon which he ruled as a party, the Norfolk DA, in the King case. It's fascinating. All right, so I need to wake up a little bit. You're going to hear a little techno now. You know, here we go. It wakes me up. It's really loud. Yeah, it's this song. This is how I write. What do you want from me? Good song.
You ever press next song straight through the list? Like half these playlists shouldn't exist?
Yeah.
I'm constantly disappointed, time and again. I'm about to make rap music exciting again. Pray for my heart now. Check the frame, let the top down. Notice the chain when the pop out. Pray for the heart now.
Since 2020, I've been getting these fools sight right, boy. Stop betting against me, then you might find joy. The set of skills that I got for it is not like yours, and I got more, but I digress. Look at that booty move. I got a yardstick of hard dick and some blue chews. It's gotten cathartic since I started, I need a new mood. If wasn't no strings attached, you fall off like a loose tooth. For real though, shit, how are you keeping with this facetiousness? Stage diving, you up there seated right where the bleachers is. You piece of shit, work for what I got. You want a piece of it? Somebody come and tell his feet and tits what my weakness is. Have to pray for my heart now. Check the frame, let the top down. Notice the chain when the pop out. Ooh. Have to pray for the heart now. Check the frame, let the top down. Notice the chain when the pop out. Ooh.
Okay, just got called up for jury duty. One breath. I'm guilty of hanging out with naked models. That was nature made to swallow. Half house avocado, Parmesan Reggiano. Take account the name and model. Pay them all, lay it over, save a bundle. Free, I'm a dealer with proof of purchase. Super fast women, supercharged fast cars. Freshly discharged, Benjamin Larch. Oh, swear to God you thick all the way around. Brick house, I'ma shut it down, I'ma chop it down. Oh, swear to God you thick all the way around. Brick house, I'ma blow it down.
Have to pray for my heart now. Check the frame, let the top down. Notice the chain when the pop out. Ooh. Have to pray for the heart now. Check the frame, let the top down. Notice the chain when the pop out. Ooh.
Well, goddamn.
Alright, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. That was wild. How can Cosgrove stay on? How? How did we not know this until now? Was this disclosed? Did Cosgrove ever tell Aiden's lawyers about this? How can Cosgrove do this? How can he have been intimately involved in a recent ruling involving a case Michael Proctor investigated and have been a judge in a Lumen Martin hearing, which is normally closed to the public? These proceedings under Lumen Martin are usually closed door, and that would mean Cosgrove had non-public knowledge of the King case and potentially Proctor's role therein as early as 2021. All right, a maid. Just get more made. There's a lot in here. There, you really gotta pay attention when you read this stuff. I didn't mean to close that window. Just getting tired. I'm so tired. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so tired. We're gonna get through this though. I have willpower. This is what it's like when you don't just stop. We get 23 more minutes to go of this document. Inevitably, I'm gonna weigh in and start yelling though. Let's go!
MT died of natural causes on June 12, 2022.
Hi, Andrea. How are you?
Victims say was, can you ring the doorbell 2 houses down, a White House? FC went to the house and rang the bell. 12 GJ, July 29, 2021, 19. Milton officer Timothy Doyle interviewed MV on July 10, 2021. 13 MV reported that. She was in her kitchen on Blue Hills Parkway shortly after 6 p.m. when she heard 2 gunshots, somewhere in the neighborhood. After hearing the gunshots, she went outside and observed a black male in his late teens/early 20s, slowly jogging on the sidewalk southbound on Blue Hills Parkway coming from the direction of Belvoir Road. The man was wearing a gray zip-up hooded sweatshirt with the word Klein in black letters on the back. She described this man as having a small build, standing approximately 5 feet 8 inches and weighing approximately 150 pounds. She lost sight of the man as he jogged past the fence that separated her house from the Tucker School parking lot. She also reported observing an older model black Mercedes-Benz sedan possibly pull out of Belvoir Road after the shooting at a high rate of speed. She reported that the vehicle possibly had a Maine license plate, Milton PD, 4 Officer Doyle. During a July 13, 2021 interview, MV informed Milton Detective Mark Simildoro and MSPI Trooper Kevin Nickel that the male was skinny and that he appeared as though he was putting his hands down his pants as he ran. He ran past her home on the sidewalk in the direction of Oak Street. She lost sight of him when he reached the fence on the left side of her property abutting the Tucker School. MSP 7, 1-2. An arrest warrant for the defendant for first-degree murder was obtained the next day, July 11, 2021. 14. That same day, the defendant turned himself in at the Milton Police Department. GJ 12. This was the victim's home. MV was not called as a witness before the grand jury. 14. In coordination with local police and the medical examiner, the district attorney or his law's enforcement representative directs and controls investigations into deaths due to violence or other unnatural means. GL Chapter 38, Section 4. Proctor was the affiant on the warrant for the defendant's arrest. 13. 9. November 19, 2021, 16. The defendant was arraigned in Quincy District Court on July 12, 2021. Docket number 2156 CR 001848. On July 13, 2021, Milton officers, with assistance from Quincy Police Officer Christopher Donovan and his K-9 partner, searched the area and properties of 65 and 67 Oak Street. Milton. PD 13, Sergeant Clifford Murphy. Milton Sergeant Kristen Clifford Murphy found a black cloth bonnet-style cap on the front right corner of 61/59 Oak Street. G.J. September 9, 2021, 47. Behind the fenced yards of 67 and 61/59 Oak Street, Officer Donovan found a gray zip-up style sweatshirt with Klein on the back. G.J. September 9, 2021, 48. In the southwest corner of 65 Oak Street, Milton Detective Gerard Douge found a firearm. Milton PD 11-Detective Douge. The firearm was Glock 26 9mm pistol with 1 round in the chamber and an extended magazine which contained 23 rounds. The magazine was capable of holding 30 rounds. The firearm had a laser sight. 15. MSP 5-2. Detective Simildoro reviewed surveillance footage from the Tucker School, located at 187 Blue Hills Parkway. GJ July 29, 2021, 69, GJX number 24. That video showed that on July 10, 2021, at about 6:06 p.m., a black male wearing charcoal gray pants, a gray sweatshirt, a red undershirt, and dark-colored footwear ran through the school parking lot. He appeared to be holding something under his sweatshirt. GJ July 29, 2021, 69-70. At the same time, a black Mercedes sedan drove southbound at high speed on Blue Hills Parkway, past the school. At about 6:07 p.m., the same Man ran down Oak Street towards Blue Hill Avenue. GJ, July 29th, 2021, 70 to 71. Police reviewed surveillance video from 71 Oak Street, which appeared to depict the same. Man from the Tucker School video running past 71 Oak Street and crossing in front of 67 Oak Street. GJ, September 23rd, 2021, 11, GJX, number 17. Another video from 18 Union Avenue showed the man. 15. Forensic examination of the ballistic evidence did not yield any fingerprints or DNA suitable for comparison. Forensic examination determined that the two discharged cartridge casings recovered from Belvoir Road were a match to the recovered firearm. 10. Emerge from a wooded area on Oak Street, no longer wearing the gray sweatshirt, but clad in a red undershirt. GJ, September 23rd, 2021, 54. Police also reviewed surveillance from a residence at 105 Blue Hill Avenue. On July 10th, 2021, at about 6:02 p.m., a black Mercedes with dark front wheel rim traveled northbound on Blue Hill Avenue and turned right on Belvoir Road. About 20 seconds later, the victim, riding a moped, turned onto Belvoir Road from Blue Hill Avenue. GJ, September 23rd, 2021, 67. GJ Exhibit, number 17. Proctor reviewed video from Central Avenue at Brooks Road, Milton, that Sergeant Clifford Murphy provided to him on July 14th, 2021. Proctor also reviewed video provided by the Boston Police Department, the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, and several businesses in the city of Boston. MSP 15-2. Surveillance video from Homeland Security cameras in Boston on July 10th, 2021, showed that at about 4:30 p.m., a black Mercedes with a Maine registration parked near the
So clearly Proctor had federal contacts.
Corner of Columbus Avenue and Weld Avenue, where the barber shop was located. At about 4:35 p.m., a black male wearing a gray sweatshirt and dark-colored pants walked from Weld Avenue and entered the barber shop. At 5:14 p.m., the man wearing a gray sweatshirt and dark pants exited the barber shop with another black man who was wearing a red athletic jumpsuit with white stripes and turned right down Weld Avenue. At about 5:16 p.m., surveillance video from a nearby homeless shelter showed the black Mercedes traveling from Weld Avenue onto School Street. At about 5:17 p.m., a black Mercedes traveled on Washington Street towards Columbus Avenue, passing the 1011 store. The next video showing the vehicle is from 105 Blue Hill Avenue, Milton, when a black Mercedes turned onto Belvoir Road. GJ, September 30th, 2021, 28 to 33, GJ Exhibit number 16, 11. On July 14th, 2021, Proctor obtained a search warrant for T-Mobile for telephone record 4, number XXXXXX6961, including CSLI, for July 10th, 2021, from 5 p.m. to July 11th, 2021, at 6 p.m. 16, Quincy District Court Search Warrant 21SW306. On July 15th, 2021, Detective Simildoro and Proctor interviewed KL, who lived across from the defendant's Decker Street home. KL had known the defendant since he was a young child. KL stated that on July 10th, 2021, at about 6 p.m., from her living room picture window, she saw a dark-colored sedan with a silver grille pull up very fast and then stop abruptly in front of her. Driveway. A slender male wearing dark-colored pants exited the passenger side of the vehicle. KL lost sight of the man as he went towards the defendant's residence. 5 minutes later, a female, wearing short jean shorts, black tights, carrying a dark-colored trash bag, entered the passenger side of the sedan. The sedan left quickly in the direction of Route 138 in Milton. MSP 9, 1-2. On July 19, 2021, Proctor interviewed 3 witnesses without another officer being present. Fallon paramedic Zachary Miller, who reported only hearing the victim say his own name. Marquise. 17. Fallon paramedic Ryan Mitchell, who only reported hearing moans from the victim. 16. During the investigation, Proctor applied for and obtained the following Quincy District. Court search warrants. On July 11, 2021, T-Mobile for 15 days of telephone records for XXXXXX-6961, a number associated with the defendant, 21SW303. On July 14, 2021, T-Mobile 4. Records for number XXX-XXX-5962, the victim's number, 21SW307. On August 4, 2021, T-Mobile for XXXX-XXX-0134, number associated with SJ, 21SW329. On August 13, 2021, T-Mobile for XXX-6961, ping data for the defendant's phone, 21SW347. On August 13, 2021, to seize and search defendant's phone, 21SW348. And on January 13, 2022, cell tower data for T-Mobile, 22SW0021, Sprint Wireless, 21SW0022, Verizon Wireless, 22SW0023.
Hey, Michael Proctor does know how to do an investigation. Who knew? Ladies and gentlemen, it's a miracle. Michael Proctor actually knows how to do an investigation. Who knew?
And AT&T, 22SW0024. 17. Fallon paramedic Miller testified before the grand jury that the only communication he had with the victim was regarding his pain. When he asked where it hurt, the victim responded, "My shoulder." G.J. August 19, 2021, 33. 12. And Milton firefighter Brian Fenney, who denied any communications with the victim. MSP 12, 13, 14. Milton Detective Lieutenant Collins and Detective Timildoro interviewed VH on July 21, 2021. Milton PD 18 Detective Lieutenant Collins. VH subsequently testified before the grand jury that on July 10, 2021, he was working at 30 Belvoir Road on a second-floor porch.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did they? Are you telling me that none of the other witnesses heard Marquise Simmons identify Miles King? Are you telling me that they may have played up this police officer saying that he heard it was King, or heard Marquise Simmons say it was King when no one else heard that? Wait a minute. No way. I mean, clearly, oh, that would be wild. It certainly seems like that officer, the cop, was the only one who heard Miles King say that. Or, excuse me, the victim, Marquise, say that about Miles King.
August 24th, 2021, 6 to 7. Sometime after 4 o'clock p.m., he heard 2 pops that he thought were firecrackers. He continued working. G.J. August 24th, 2021, 13. He picked up his head and looked, but did not pay attention until he heard someone crying out to call 911. A couple of minutes later, the police and ambulance arrived. G.J. August 24th, 2021, 14. On July 30th, 2021, Detective Simildoro and Proctor interviewed A.D., girlfriend of victim, Marquise Simmons. She told the officers that on July 10th,
Pause. This file is so long, we have to actually switch to part 2. It's such a long, dense document, I had to generate it in multiple parts. Just having this document read out was an adventure and a half. Alright, so we're switching to part 2, which starts at page 14.
14. On September 21st, 2021, S.J. testified at the grand jury that he had known the defendant for a couple of years. G.J. September 21st, 2021, 35. S.J. denied any memory of 3 phone calls with the defendant.
Pause. We're not quite ready for that. We still have a little bit more of page 14 to go. Pause. We're going back to the last one. We still have a little bit more of page 14 to go on the last one. All right, which one was that? Was that this one?
Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yep.
Detective Simildoro, 13. He picked up his head and looked, but did not pay attention until he heard someone crying out to call 911. A couple of minutes later, the police and ambulance arrived. G.J. August 24th, 2021, 14. M.J.J.J. H.A. is charged with conspiracy to distribute
back up.
MSP 12, 13, 14, and defendant followed one another on Instagram. MSP 11, 1 to 2. On September 0024. 17. Fallon 18. Detective Lieutenant Collins.
This is really frustrating me. I'm so sorry.
On September 21st, 2021, H.A. testified at the grand jury. 18 H.A. testified that he had been friends with the defendant since meeting him in 6th grade. G.J. September.
We have to go back just a little before that to like this.
Dropped the victim off at D.W.'s home in Mattapan.
A little bit before. Sorry. Now we got it.
14. On July 30th, 2021, Detective Simildoro and Proctor interviewed A.D., girlfriend of victim, Marquise Simmons. She told the officers that on July 10th, 2021, she dropped the victim off at D.W.'s home in Mattapan for maintenance on his scooter. She received a text from the victim at 5:11 p.m. that he was about to leave. She said that in November or December 2020, she received a friend request on Instagram from MizzyCash617, which she accepted. She observed that the victim and defendant followed one another on Instagram. MSP 11, 1 to 2. On September 21st, 2021, H.A. testified at the grand jury. 18 H.A. testified that he had been friends with the defendant since meeting him in 6th grade. G.J. September 21st, 2021, 23. When asked if he recalled speaking with the defendant on July 10th, 2021, he testified that he recalled speaking with him that night. G.J. September 21st, 2021, 25. He agreed that he had 5 contacts with the defendant after 9 p.m., but did not recall if the defendant after 9 p.m., but did not recall if the defendant called him or if he called the defendant. He initially did not remember what the defendant said to him, but when asked if he recalled speaking with police. 18. On May 7th, 2026, EHA was among the people, including this defendant, charged in the United States District Court. United States versus Ron Williams, also known as Pancho, et al. Criminal number 26CER-10147-MJJJ. HA is charged with conspiracy to distribute and possession to distribute. controlled substances and distribution of 40 grams or more of fentanyl. 13. About the call on August 24, 2021, H.A. remembered that the defendant stated he was going to turn himself in, and he loved me, and he missed me. 19. G.J. September 21st, 2021, 25 to 27. On September 7th, 2021, Milton Sergeant Clifford Murphy and Proctor interviewed their defendant's nephew, D.K., who resided on Victory Road in the Dorchester section of Boston. Based on the call detail records T-Mobile had produced in response to search warrant 21SW306, police knew the defendant contacted D.K. after the shooting, and that at about 7 p.m., the defendant's phone had connected to a cell tower in the Victory Road area of D.K.'s residence. D.K. confirmed that on July 10, 2021, at about 7 p.m., the defendant called and asked for his address and directions. Later that evening, the defendant arrived. At some point, D.K. saw an unknown female with the defendant on the couch in his living room. The defendant used D.K.'s cell phone to make a call. The defendant and the female stayed at D.K.'s home for a few hours and left. MSP 20, 1 to 2. SP, the defendant's manager, testified before the grand jury on September 21st, 2021, he had been managing the defendant for 5 years. G.J. September 21st, 2021, 8. He recalled receiving a phone call from the defendant around 8 or 9 p.m. on July 10, 2021, and the defendant told him that he was gonna turn himself in, and he loved me, and, just keep music alive.
T. Sarah, hello, excellent question. Did Simmons' mom, Marquise Simmons' mom, hear him say Mizzy Cash? Not initially, according to what she told police, but she did say she heard that at the grand jury. Her testimony evolved.
SP was getting his hair done when the defendant called, and when he called the defendant after, he did not receive an answer. G.J. September 21st, 2021, 15. 19. On August 24th, 2021, Detective Lieutenant Collins and Proctor interviewed H.A. concerning phone records for 7.
Why would you censor everything else but leave? Maybe that's an disconnected phone number, but come on now.
After the homicide, H.A. told investigators that he last spoke with the defendant, who he has known since the 6th grade, in the evening hours on July 10th, 2021. The defendant told H.A. that officers went to his house and were currently looking for him, and he was going to turn himself in. MSP 22, 1 to 2, 14.
285. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Dedham Superior.
Wrong one. This one.
14. On September 21st,
New voice.
2021, S.J. testified at the grand jury that he had known the defendant for a couple of years. G.J.
50 billion bonus points to T.A. Sarah for a good question and for paying attention. Never know what's in these documents. New voice.
2021, 35. S.J. denied any memory of 3 phone calls with the defendant. On July 10th, 2021, a 2-minute call at 5:17 p.m., a 22-minute call at 5:31 p.m., and a call at 6:08 p.m. when asked about receiving a phone call at 7:38 p.m. from a phone number associated with D.K. He testified that he did not know D.K. and did not know why D.K. would be calling him at that time. G.J. September 21st, 2021, 42. On November 19th, 2021, Proctor testified at grand jury regarding a CSLI PowerPoint prepared by MSP Lieutenant Brian Tully, using call detail records for the defendant's phone, that T-Mobile, provided in response to search warrant 21SW306. Troopers showed where the phone was located, based on towers. This evidence showed that on July 10, 2021, at 5:22 p.m., the defendant's phone was in the area of his mother's barbershop in Roxbury. At 5:40 p.m., the defendant's phone moved away from the barbershop, from Weld Avenue to School Street, then to Washington Street in Boston. At 5:55 p.m., the phone was in the area of Hyde Park Avenue in Boston. At 5:59 p.m., the phone was near Blue Hill Avenue, Cummins Highway, which is Mattapan Square in Boston. At 6:02 p.m., the phone was in the area of Belvoir Road in Milton. At 6:06 p.m., the phone was in the area of Oak Street in Milton. At 7 p.m., the phone was in the area of Victory Road in Boston. GJ November 19, 2021, 48-53, GJX number 44. During the investigation, members of the MSP interviewed additional witnesses with the assistance of Milton officers. July 11, 2021, Trooper Matthew Dunn, Trooper Yuri Berkanik, Trooper Jeffrey Kotkowski interviewed DW, MSP 10, 1-2. September 9, 2021, MSP, Sergeant John Fanning, and Trooper Kevin Tufts showed DK a photo array, MSP 17, 1-10. September 20th, 2021, Proctor. 20. The target of the array was the defendant's girlfriend, BG. No identification was made of the female target, MSP 17, 1. 15. And Detective Simildoro interviewed MJ, MSP 19, 1-2. October 13th, 2021, Proctor and Detective Lieutenant Collins interviewed LK, MSP 16, 1-8. Argument. The defendant asks this court to dismiss the indictment charging him with the murder of Marquis Simmons because former MSP Trooper Proctor, designated as the MSP case officer, held views so fundamentally racist and opposed to him as a black man that the entire investigation was tainted by the lead investigator's bias, and that no action save dismissal will be enough to clear that taint. Defin second sup in motami to dismiss 9. Dismissal with prejudice is the most severe sanction that the court can impose in a criminal case to remedy misconduct on the part of the Commonwealth. Commonwealth versus Mason, 453. Massachusetts 873, 877, 2009. Dismissing a criminal case is a remedy of last resort because it precludes a public trial and terminates criminal proceedings. It ends at 877, quoting Commonwealth versus Cronk, 396 Massachusetts, 194, 198, 90.
Wait a minute, do the Kronks now have a reference for why they're Kronks? Commonwealth v. Kronk? I gotta write something up, by the way. I need a little music. It turns out we have a lot more to go. This motion is so long and so dense, and we're about to get to the heat of it, that I actually am astounded that I have to keep keeping myself awake. Normally when we're doing dense motions, the U.S. Attorney's Office, like a 30-page motion only takes 40 minutes to read through the thing. This is so dense, it's going to take 2 hours to read it in total. We're only halfway through. Translator towel, great question. Why doesn't the AI scan it before it, for the accommodation software, before it reads it out with pauses? What it's doing is I'm actually taking a PDF and then saving it, converting it to a text file, and then taking the text file and copying it and putting it into the accessibility reader, which you have to pay for the good voices. That causes there to be periods inserted by the OCR scanning, because the PDFs aren't natively scanned in OCR. So when I go in and try to override and make it OCR scannable, it adds periods and line breaks to translate the text, and that's where the pauses come from. Will de Glera was wondering about that as well. So it's actually a byproduct of the non-OCR compliant PDFs that are uploaded, because lawyers don't like clicking the button, which forces me to use a workaround, jerry-rig a solution to get the text out of the PDF, which then I have to manually by hand take and put into the voice software, which will then generate the clips. And what makes it worse is the voice software will only accept like an hour worth of text at once. So if you have a 35-page document, I have to like put half of it in, then find the exact point where that half ends, and then start the next part. It's a lot. I do it all manually. That's how this happens. It's a great question though, Interpretel, because other people were wondering like the process, and I wish it were automated. It's not. This is a very manual, labor-intensive like process, each individual file, and then you have to pay for the tokens to generate it. Otherwise, the voice isn't as good. Anyway, I wish accessibility were better. I want to write a court rule that requires lawyers to make their PDFs OCR compliant, but we're not there yet, and that's very low on my list. It's important, but it's low on my list. All right, I got to write up the thing about Fanning, because if Fanning covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder, that's exculpatory material for King. And Rosemary Scapiccio's got to know. So we need a towel song to wake Towel up. I also have the dentist tomorrow, so I can't stay up past, like, I don't know, 9. We got to get this done in the next hour. I've been waiting so long to finish this dental procedure. It took 4 surgeries, multiple needles in towel. I was so mad because of like the nature of how you have to get fitted. First they have to do the procedure, then you have to go back, and then you have to go back again, then you have to go back again, and then they can finally put the final thing on to complete the surgery. And I can't even use the left side of my mouth to eat. I'm all mad. But anyway, it ends tomorrow in the morning. I'm finally done. Alright, wake me up.
Feel like I'm in Princess House, purple painted on the walls, sitting down on this fancy couch and I can't see straight, I'ma stay, 22, I'm in Paris, baby, got strippers tits in my face, pull up and I'm
no comment.
I want Christian, not family, I want I already make that paper, I don't need to chase no crowd, wow. I don't usually pipe out, but I don't like how you run in your mouth, wow. You're a side piece from East and I'm a bad bitch from the South, wow. Baby, baby, I got more money coming in than going out. Why you calling my phone at 6 in the morning? So they need me right now and it's important. It's not a lot of girls you can open up to. And spend some money, some design and fuck the feel like I'm in Princess House, purple painted on the walls, sitting down on this fancy couch and I can't see straight, I'ma stay, 22, I'm in Paris, baby, got strippers tits in my face, pull up and I'm Bentley, I want Christian, not family, I want I already make that paper, I don't need to chase no crowd, wow. I don't usually pipe out, but I don't like you running your mouth, wow. You're a side piece from East and I'm a bad bitch from the South, wow. Baby, baby, I got more money coming in than going
Yeah. Where's my next song? Can I have a song, please? I'm trying to work here. You know, I like some songs while I'm writing. What do you got for me? You got anything for you? Oh, how about this? Throwback. Apparently Shania's all the rage right now. According to the New York Times, at least.
One wish, I'd wish you could see the way you kiss. Ooh, I love watching you, baby, when you're driving me crazy. Ooh, I love the way you love me. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. Ooh, to feel the way I feel with your arms around me. I only wish that you could see the way you love me. Oh, the way
Where is my article that I wrote earlier today about John Fanning? Where is it? Where is the damn thing? Did I not write that up? Ah, here it is. Here it is. Oh yeah, I did him serious justice, in fact. I wrote a whole nice post up for John Fanning. You know what? Damn you to hell, John Fanning. I cannot believe you said on the record to Matthew Farwell, it was in the Farwell motions, that's why. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. Oh yeah, it was in the Farwell motion. I can't believe you said, Mr. Fanning, wow, so you really got to track all these documents to understand this. Wow. I now understand why people say I have quite a mind. I didn't really understand before. You all baffled me with that. Earlier today, I reported the following shocking information about Fanning and his cover-up of Sandra. I know it's a cover-up, Birchmore's murder. I know it's a cover-up now. According to filings in the Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore case, Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey State Police Unit, run by Brian Tully and John Fanning, and his first officer, and his, I think it's called like executive officer, John Fanning, told Fanning the investigation, told Farwell, correction from earlier, the investigation of Sandra's death would be a problem for them because there were no suspects and that Sandra's death was not criminal. This occurred in 2021. Correction from earlier, which stated Fanning was told that information. Fanning is the person who relayed that message about Tully's unit to Farwell. No, I gotta correct that now. Damn it, how did I get that wrong? Oh man! That's what happens when you have to review so many pages of documents in one day. Although, I guess Fanning was probably told that. It was actually Fanning who relayed to Farwell that it was going to be a problem for Tully's unit, which I understand is a lot to convey, so I had to go correct that. But, you know, I'm mad at myself. I'm all made. Alright, so I'll post that, okay? Then I'll go over here. Okay. Correcting the first paragraph to read. Alright. Alright, I corrected it. It's very... Now, I'll continue to explain this over and over, but it's very important to understand that it is Fanning who relayed to Farwell that the investigation of Sandra Birchmore's death would be a problem for Brian Tully's unit. So, we're going back to that earlier. I can actually edit the post on Facebook, I think, so that makes it a little easier. Twitter, you can't edit after 1 hour. But I'm also one man, so... Oh, thank you. Hello, Mac. Welcome. You're very kind, April. I am very hard on myself. I am a stickler. So the only I am okay with some typos in my work because the prevalence of AI means that if you make typos, first of all, people watch me type, so everyone knows I write my stuff. But if you make typos, you are probably not using AI. Because AI it is terrible grammatically, but it spells. It's like trained on spell check, so it knows how to spell. I am incredibly hard on myself with my writing. A spelling error is not okay. Like a formatting error, like a single like break in the formatting where like I copy something and like a username breaks the formatting on Twitter, I don't like. Like I'm a perfectionist and a stickler. I will edit some of my Patreon articles when I publish like a long form investigative piece like 70 times. Like I'll catch like not substantively, but just like a space that shouldn't be there, like a period. I'm a very harsh critic, and that's why I catch so many typos, because it's how I read my own work. I'm a jerk to myself. So if I hold myself to that standard, I can be a jerk to other people when it comes to typos. But yeah, I'm a stickler. Like if I have to read something you write, it's like not ideal, because I'm very intense on like spelling, grammar, formatting, because that's how I think about my own writing. I try not to hold people to standards that I don't hold myself to, but I mull over typos for hours on end. I get so mad when I make a typo in a story like that I'm working on, like, or get like switch a name, even when like the context is, like that wasn't the biggest typo because the point was relayed that Fanning's unit was concerned about the Birchmore investigation because of it being a problem for them. So it's not like the biggest one, but like because it obfuscates like Farwell being told that by Fanning, and thus it doesn't fully convey the nature of Fanning being in cahoots with Farwell to protect Tully's unit. That's what kind of frustrated me. But yeah, I'll mull that stuff over for hours, and then I'll be like, all right, we're not going to do that again. Like, pay attention. Like that typo in the Farwell story and the Sandra Birchmore story, 18 USC 2422, where I said section 2422 after I put like S 2422. I was so mad about that for 3 days. I'm still not over it. Like, I hate typos. I hate them. I have a compulsion against typos. I have to be perfect. I'm not. I understand, but that's where it comes from. Just this compulsion to always be perfect. Oh, so I beat myself up rhetorically over very small errors.
Precluding trial of the accused based on some unauthorized or unconstitutional conduct on the part of wayward prosecutors, police, or other officers within the law enforcement or judicial system deprives the public of its ability to protect itself by punishing an offender. Commonwealth versus Viverito, 422 Massachusetts, 228, 230, 1996. Absent egregious misconduct or at least a serious threat of prejudice, the remedy of dismissal infringes too severely on the public interest in bringing guilty persons to justice.
Oh, this is an egregious misconduct? Really? The Proctorgate messages?
Commonwealth versus
and you hiding it?
Gardner, 467 Massachusetts, 363, 368, 2014. 1. While explicit bias materials found on Proctor's personal phone show that Proctor is not fit to be a law enforcement officer, the materials do not show misconduct attributable to the government. Whether an indictment should be dismissed for egregious government misconduct turns primarily on the ability of the defendant to obtain a fair trial after, and in light of, the impropriety. 16. Commonwealth versus Lamb Hugh, 391 Massachusetts, 301, 311 to 312, 1984, discussing prosecutorial misconduct in context of late disclosure of exculpatory evidence. An indictment must be dismissed for government misconduct upon a showing of irremediable harm to the defendants, opportunity to obtain a fair trial. Lewin, 405 Massachusetts at 579, 588. But if a defendant can receive a fair trial despite government misconduct, dismissal is not appropriate. See Viverito, 422 Massachusetts at 230, showing of prejudice necessary to justify dismissal for police misconduct. In the absence of prejudice, dismissal could be required for prophylactic reasons. Commonwealth versus King, 400 Massachusetts, 283, 290, 1987. However, the Supreme Judicial Court has never ordered the dismissal of an indictment for misconduct in the absence of prejudice. Commonwealth versus Monteagudo, 427 Massachusetts, 484, 486, 1998. Internal citations and quotations. Omitted. The only reason to dismiss criminal charges because of non-prejudicial but egregious police misconduct would be to create a climate adverse to repetition of that misconduct that would not otherwise exist. Monteagudo, 427 Massachusetts at 486, quoting Commonwealth versus Drumgold, 423. Massachusetts 230, 246, 1996, quoting Lewin, 405 Massachusetts at 587. The court's inquiry in that regard begins with the recognition that the public has a substantial interest in prosecuting those accused of crime and bringing the guilty to justice. King, 400 Massachusetts at 290. Citations omitted. There, the Supreme Judicial Court has emphasized that any remedy should be tailored to cure the prejudice to the defendant, because judicial responses should be limited to truly remedial and not punitive measures. The absolute necessity for integrity in law enforcement recommends, in appropriate cases, recourse to civil remedies and departmental police discipline.
Excuse me, did the Norfolk DA just tell Miles King to sue Michael Proctor? Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Did they just make Karen Reed's case for her? They're saying Miles King should sue Michael Brock. That's it. That's it. I can't even get to bed because every single line of this just leads to something more absurd. This is Boozy Beauty. How you doing? Don't get mad. Be a towel. Listen to me. The Norfolk DA, in response to Miles King's motion to dismiss by Rosemary Scapiccio, just said that if Miles King is aggrieved by Michael Proctor's bigotry in the Proctorgate messages, he should sue Proctor and other people. Wait a minute. Is the Norfolk DA siding with Karen Reed? Oh my God. This has become an absolute farce. I live in a Kafka novel. Okay, you just get to say, when you're a DA, you just get to say stuff as it suits your purpose. Oh, you want to make sure Miles King, the King case doesn't get dismissed criminally? Just argue that, King, because of Michael Proctor's racism, should just sue Michael Proctor. Yeah, guys, that's a great argument. I can't see any reason why we wouldn't want to make that argument right now. I mean, how dumb are these people? Oh my God. Some days, ladies and gentlemen, some days are tougher than others. Some days I'm just convinced that I live in a satire. Okay? You know what? I think I have the perfect song for this moment. Now, some of you may be saying, Grant, you're not gonna play the song that we used to play over news conferences during the war. Grant, you're not gonna do that to the Norfolk DA. Oh yeah, I am. You damn right I am. Oh yes. Now, if you weren't here for the war coverage, we have a song that we play when people at press conferences say things that make Towel mad. Now, I like to play it, if you've seen the movie V for Vendetta, I like to play it over people saying dumb things at press conferences. So, here we go. Oh yeah. The only appropriate song for right now. That's how you spell aggrieved? Oh, come on. That's the only appropriate song for right now. I don't care what anyone says. This is absurd. I live in a Kafka novel. I demand some kind of, this is just absurd. It's just absolutely absurd. I'm telling you it's absurd. I'm standing here before the world saying this is absolutely absurd. Alright? I just can't believe what I'm reading. What page? Page 17 of 35, okay? And also I need to figure out how to spell aggrieved. No, aggrieved. Aggrieved? It's a hard word to spell. Oh, that's how you spell it. Source, page 17 of 35. That's it! Michael Morrissey and Karen Reed are on the same team, apparently. Michael Morrissey's office thinks Karen Reed should sue Michael Proctor. Okay? That's the headline from today, ladies and gentlemen. Tell your friends. It's official. The world has turned completely on its head. You live in a Kafka novel. Michael Morrissey thinks Karen Reed should sue Michael Proctor. Alright. That's it. That's it. We live... What do you want me to say right now? This is absurd. It's actually absurd. You must understand, it works in the context of the King case to argue this, because they're trying to avoid dismissal due to Proctor being a virulent bigot. So they're like, listen, there's no prejudice. He can just sue him. Okay, folks, hey, let's think about that for a minute. You're the Norfolk DA. There are active civil cases already. Maybe there's going to be more. And you're telling those defendants, hey, if you're aggrieved by Michael Proctor, or perhaps our hiring and retention of him, wink, wink, you should sue Michael Proctor. Oh my God. This is absurd. Did these people even read their own documents? Like, you gotta pay attention to what you're doing. They're all gonna use this now. They're gonna be like, well, it's not just a quote from Mason 453 quoting Commonwealth v. Hine. It's the Norfolk DA endorsing this as a remedy. And it's not saying, oh, they should win at their civil case. It's not all the way there. But do you realize what this is saying? It's the Norfolk DA adopting constructively the position that if you're a criminal defendant and you were aggrieved by Michael Proctor's messages in any way prosecuted by the Norfolk DA, you should sue Michael Proctor or other people. Excuse me? What? How many lawsuits do you want people to file? Not to mention, do you realize what this means? I get this is a long motion, and it's very dense. But seriously, you gotta read your motions, because this is devastating. You're inviting, first of all, you're inviting the current litigants, where Proctor's involved, to point to this and be like, see, even the Norfolk DA who prosecuted us, they're saying, you got to sue Proctor. That's your only remedy. And now you wonder why the DOJ had to intervene in Karen's cases via a bunch of fake experts. You think Robert Cosgrove's actually going to be able to find anyone to put Aidan Carney on trial? Who the hell would get involved in a prosecution with the Norfolk DA's office right now as an expert witness or anything like that after what happened in the Reed trials? This is actually crazy. I can't believe the Norfolk DA's office just made that argument. I mean, what are you even trying to accomplish? You don't need to try King. He's in federal prison, and he's never going to get out. He sold crack on probation. Why are you doing this? Are you trying to save face? Are you telling me that even if all this stuff came out in Karen's cases, it was always going to go to trial because the only remedy, absent prejudice to the defendant, is to sue? I see. Well, class actions are weird. My dad used to do them. They got very limited by the Federal Tort Claims Act, and there's caps on them. It's very weird. But my point is, it's hiding in here. But if you read this as a lawyer for a defendant, a potential lawyer for a defendant who was subject in any way to prosecution by Michael Proctor vis-a-vis the Norfolk DA's office, you're like, gold mine. Hello. And yes, I get that's the case law. I get it. I get it. Inevitable, people are going to find it. But you're adopting it constructively. And I get in the context narrowly of this one motion, it advances your argument that, hey, listen, Judge, dismissal here, no. That's without some prejudice to the defendant. Dismissal isn't how you deal with this serious misconduct, even extreme. They can sue. Well, yeah, bro. Hello, non-conversational. It's so good to see you again. Yeah, I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, that's absurd. It's all. Is Morrissey just like, F these people? Like, what are you doing? I mean, how many what are you... If a lawyer said this, okay, like a lawyer for a defendant, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, great argument. Exactly right. That's why Karen sued. It's not abnormal that's a fine case to talk about. It's, like, in fact, very on point. What's odd is for the Norfolk DA, bro, you can just delete that part. Like, I get it. It's a strong part of your argument, but you can just delete that part. You don't need to say that. They had to know. I mean, was this lawyer just not... I mean, oh my God. I'm not sure. Do you all understand that I am not sure that a lot of these defendants, even some of the higher intelligent lawyers around them, even would think about Mason quoting Commonwealth v. Hine. That's not what they're thinking. You've just directed them all of them, who ex post facto now are going to go back and be like, wait a minute, was Michael Proctor on my case? And I didn't get a chance to get this stuff. My case was over before the Proctorgate materials came out. I never had a chance to get a remedy, criminal or civil or otherwise. Nobody told me this. Damn. That's your position, huh, Michael Morrissey? Your position is that the defendants, including Karen and Aiden, because Michael Proctor mocked the Irish, that they should sue Michael Proctor and the state police and whoever else for his behavior and the misconduct of anyone else involved in their investigations. Really? I mean, I agree with you. I'm just shocked that that's your position. You know, sometimes, even when an argument helps your motion, maybe you shouldn't include it. You know, let the defense lawyers, you know, argue that. But, you know, I'm just shocked. I'm stunned. Hello. How's everybody doing? Chat Mom Lynn, how are you doing? Grant's Golf Swing, they can't sue. You could try. But, I mean, barring... I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Barring evidence that the DA constructively participated in a violation of statute, it's very hard to get... Oh, Alan Jackson actually talked about this. I think it was on one of his interviews with Billy Bush. He said to Billy Bush about the question about suing the Norfolk DA, listen, it's almost impossible. It's a little different with police, but it's almost impossible with a prosecutor, except, and Alan didn't define it. Alan said something like very narrow circumstances. What that means is if you can show the prosecutor themselves constructively engaged in a violation of law, you can get there. It's really hard to get there because it's most of the time not a prosecutor doing it directly. But if you can prove that a prosecutor did an action that is in violation of a statutory duty imposed on them as a prosecutor, that is what Alan was alluding to. There are some statutes that say in them this applies to public officials or prosecutors or whatever. If that specific statute applies and they break it, then it can pierce the it's not a corporate veil. It can pierce the it's kind of like a lawyer's privilege. It can pierce their immunity from suit in the context of their actions taken in their official position, even as a lawyer. But it's very narrow. It's almost like being charged with a crime as a lawyer for something you did with a client. It's really, it's like being sued as a lawyer for something you said in court. It's almost impossible. Is it? For lawyers, it's even rarer because there's almost no laws that apply to a lawyer in the courtroom specifically, like a specific statutory duty. They have rules of ethical conduct which are different. There's almost no laws that will apply to a lawyer in the courtroom, except for social security numbers, medical records, stuff like that might bind a lawyer's conduct in the courtroom, and then they could potentially violate a statute, I suppose. But prosecutors are different, because they are public officials. So some of the statutes governing certain things that prosecutors do specifically apply to them, and that's a tort. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but to break a duty owed to someone under a statute, even if they're a criminal defendant that you're prosecuting, is enough to pierce the immunity of the prosecutor. But you're talking maybe 3 statutes in the whole state, if that. I'm talking broadly. It almost the legislature has to constructively, actively think about stripping the immunity. And by the way, if you are a prosecutor who does something like that, your biggest concern is not just civil liability. You've broken a law. Now, breaking a law can lead to a civil lawsuit because you have a duty imposed on you under the law. But if it's a criminal statute that imposes a punishment, you didn't just, as a prosecutor, subject yourself to potential lawsuit. If you broke one of those very narrow laws, you subjected yourself to criminal liability. Now, there's a bunch of case law about these statutes. They're very narrow. You're talking like corruption. like actually going to a witness and being like, here's $50, don't say that you saw X. You could probably get banged up on that. And you're talking like mishandling of very privileged records, medical records, SA victim records. And even then, I mean, you'd be surprised. It's shocking to me that we have a system like this. But yeah, to sue a prosecutor, like Alan Jackson said, you have to find a law. He didn't say this, but he implied it. You have to find a law that applies to the prosecutor specifically, and that the prosecutor broke, and then you can maybe sue them. I've never heard of, well, I've heard of examples of prosecutors doing horrifying things and then getting sued, but they break law. If in that case, like I've heard about it in a few states, in those cases the prosecutor personally did an action. So like in terms of like Karen suing, it's possible. Like Morrissey personally did things. I think this is what Alan was alluding to, that Morrissey or Lally or someone in the DA's office personally did things. But by the time you sue, Morrissey's out of office. So who are you suing? Are you suing the DA's office representing like Morrissey, or are you suing Morrissey in his personal capacity for actions he did as DA? It's a fascinating series of questions. I'm fascinated to see what Karen's lawyers do. But this sentence, I mean, you can imagine that there's a lot of cases, right? But there's only one case about Michael Proctor. How much does Michael Morrissey either have to be checked out or just mad for him to be given, or did he even read it? For him to have this remember, this is signed in his name, even though the ADAs are writing it. For someone to write a document and adopt a quote from precedent that says, like, sue defendants who were aggrieved by the Proctorgate documents should sue, is basically like throwing your entire state police unit under the bus. They're the only ones who can really be sued. Maybe the state police for retaining and hiring them. Maybe the town of Kangington for retaining and hiring some cops. But in terms of Michael Morrissey, he only was in charge of the state police, I would say, directly. His SPDU unit. So what do we even... Is he just saying screw it? I just don't... I don't care anymore? Did he even read this? How can a document be so strongly... You know what's weird? This document doesn't read like it's going to bat for Michael Proctor. In fact, it screws him over. It reads like it's going to bat to save the Miles King case. Don't they have to have insurance? Yes. So I think to practice, lawyers have to have malpractice insurance. I'm not a lawyer. I don't practice, so I don't know. I don't know if prosecutors have to have malpractice insurance, but lawyers do. I think it's required in Massachusetts if you're actively practicing, but I don't know. I would have known that question, the answer to that, like 3 years ago when I took ethics, but I don't know it right now. I would imagine it's required while you're actively practicing.
453. Massachusetts at 878, quoting Commonwealth versus Hine, 393 Massachusetts, 564, 573, 1984. In evaluating government misconduct, the focus is on whether the police conduct revealed, in the particular case, falls below standards to which common feelings respond for the proper use. 17. Of governmental power. Monteagudo, 427 Massachusetts at 486. Internal quotation and citation omitted. Police conduct may be found egregious where it involves coercion, violence, or brutality. Persistent exploitation of personal weakness, or where the conduct is shocking, outrageous, and clearly intolerable.
How are you going to get around that one? Shocking, outrageous, and clearly intolerable.
Idenatas at 487. Because the issue of outrageous government conduct is a question of constitutional law of due process. It is a question for a judge rather than a jury issue. Monteagudo, 427 Massachusetts at 486. See also EB Cipher, 30 a Criminal Practice and Procedure section. 2687, 4th edition and 2026 update. Cases in which misconduct is attributable to the prosecution are those in which a member of the prosecution team acted in their official capacity in furtherance of the perceived mission of the government.
Oh, like pulling someone over? You know, like when Proctor pulled over someone who was black just because they were black? Like that?
Commonwealth versus Scott, 467 Massachusetts.
Oh, Miss Professor, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's frustrating.
336, 350, 2014. Noting egregious misconduct of state lab chemist Dukan to further what she perceived to be the mission of the Commonwealth, to get criminals off the streets and not to further her own individual unlawful scheme. Commonwealth versus Cotto, 471 Massachusetts 97, 107 to 108, 2015. State lab chemist Farwell, evidence tampering attributable to government. Committee for Public Counsel Services versus Attorney General, 480 Massachusetts, 700, 701 to 702, 725, 2018. Prosecutors' deceptive withholding of exculpatory evidence related to Farwell attributable to government. Commonwealth versus Hallinan, 491 Massachusetts, 730, 755, 2023. State Police Office of Alcohol Testing failure to produce exculpatory. Failed certification worksheets for breathalyzer machines attributable to government. Commonwealth versus Fontaine, 402 Massachusetts, 491, 497, 1988. Officer's review of recorded conversation between defendant and his attorney, misconduct attributable to government. Lewin, 405
Oh! Reviewing attorney-client communications is misconduct attributable to the government? Uh-oh.
Massachusetts, ATSERS 585, where police lied in reports, affidavits, and in court, and then lied to cover up lies. The contemptible and disgusting misconduct by police officers in blatant violation of their sworn duties was attributable to government.
I would say so.
18. In contrast, the Supreme Judicial Court has never held or suggested that misconduct by police in pursuit of their own unlawful schemes, rather than in furtherance of law enforcement, goals is attributable to the prosecution.
Did you just accuse Michael Proctor of committing a crime?
CEG, Commonwealth versus Waters, 410 Mass, 224, 229, 230, 1991. Extortion scheme where officers paid protection money to allow defendant to sell. Marijuana not attributable to government. Commonwealth versus Campiti, 41 Massachusetts Appeals Court, 43, 6,566. Further review denied, 423 Massachusetts, 1,107, and 423 Massachusetts, 1,111. 1996. State Police investigator. Embezzled money from District Attorney's Office to support gambling habit. Activity did not taint. Voluminous evidence against defendant and unconnected with law enforcement activities.
Okay, so here's how this works. The way you set it up for the court, they're showing all the cases where conduct by like cops or someone working for the state police as a crime lab tech is attributable to the government. The goal of the Commonwealth here is to distinguish Proctor's conduct from all these cases. Okay? The Norfolk DA wants to argue that Proctor's conduct was not furthering a law enforcement purpose. And mind you, there's a lot of texts. In contrast, things that are not a law enforcement purpose are things like embezzling from the DA or letting drug dealers without the knowledge of the DA bribe you. Those things are non-governmental action. Things that are governmental action are working to manipulate drug evidence to help convict innocent people, apparently. Evidence tampering by a state police crime lab tech, withholding evidence of that tampering, withholding evidence of failed certifications for breathalyzer machines, police officers going through recorded conversations or conversations between a defendant and their attorney attributable to government, where police officers lie in reports, affidavits, or in court, and then lie again to cover up the initial lie. That is tantamount to contemptible and disgusting misconduct by police officers in blatant violation of their sworn duties and attributable to government. So, I don't know how the Norfolk DA is going to convince me here, if I'm the judge, that Michael Proctor's behavior in those racist texts about pulling people over, telling Sean Good not to go to a crime scene or a car accident and respond because the victim was black, and therefore to let the victim die because the victim was black, is not official government action. But let's go.
As the defendant correctly notes, materials found on Proctor's personal phone include disturbing conversations, text messages, and racist images that show pervasive animosity towards several groups, including black people. Deficis second sup, mutatum to dismiss 1 to 8. The racist and biased beliefs that Proctor shared with friends on his personal phone are shocking, outrageous, and clearly intolerable in a law enforcement officer. See, for example, Broderick versus Police Commissioner of Boston, 368 Massachusetts, 33, 41 to 42, 1975. Police officers' conduct while off duty might show him unfit to continue to act as police officer. Boston Globe Media Partners, LLC versus Department of Criminal Justice Information Services, 484 Massachusetts, 279, 292, 2020, citing Police Commissioner of Boston versus Civil Service Commission, 22 Massachusetts Appeals Court, 364, 371 to 372, 1986. By assuming their unique position of power and authority in our communities, police officers must comport themselves in accordance with the laws that they are sworn to enforce and behave in a manner that brings honor and respect. For rather than public distrust of law enforcement personnel, emphasis in original, the racist and biased materials discovered on Proctor's personal phone is not conduct attributable to the government, while Proctor's personal phone shows racist communications with friends while this investigation was ongoing, no connection to this defendant or this investigation. 19 has been identified. Private communications on Proctor's personal phone do not appear to reference steps undertaken in the course of this investigation. These materials were being exchanged between apparent long-term friends, not with other members of the prosecution team. On this investigation, the materials on Proctor's personal phone do not reflect the furtherance of any perceived mission of the government, but show the personal biases of Proctor and those with whom the materials were exchanged. To satisfy due process, the government is required to disclose evidence in its possession, including...
Excuse me? Excuse me? No. You lose. Do not pass go. Do not collect $100. The standard is not, was Proctor talking about his investigative steps in this case when being racist? The standard is, was he furthering a law enforcement purpose in being racist? And the answer is yes, he was. Damn, they're going to lose, huh? It's not going to matter because King's in federal prison, but they're going to lose. If this is their only argument, this is the core. You see, this is really the meat, the core of the whole motion. If this is really their argument, they're going to lose. Because the Proctorgate messages have voluminous evidence of Proctor engaging in governmental conduct driven by racial animus. All right? So I'm going to write this up, and then we're going to continue, which means you get another song. Everyone loves a song. What song are we going to listen to? I don't really know. It'll be a surprise, all right? You never know. You could get something really upbeat. You could get something light. You could get something, out of nowhere. You never know what you're going to get with Towel. Sometimes I like to send a message. Maybe you'll get a French song. Shout out Boozy Beauty.
J'ai retrouvé le sourire quand j'ai vu le bout du tunnel où nous mènera ce jeu du mal et de la femelle. Du mal et de la femelle. On était tellement complices, on a brisé nos complexes. Pour te faire comprendre, t'avais juste à lever le cil. T'avais juste à lever le cil. J'étais prêt à graver ton image en entraînant sur le modèle. Afin de te voir même dans un sommeil éternel. Même dans un sommeil éternel. J'étais censé t'aimer, mais j'ai vu la mer. Est-ce que je l'aime? Je sais pas si je l'aime. Est-ce que tu m'aimes? Je sais pas si je l'aime. J'étais censé t'aimer, mais j'ai vu la mer. J'écris déjà la mer. Est-ce que je l'aime? Je sais pas si je l'aime. Est-ce que tu m'aimes? Je sais pas si je l'aime. J'étais censé t'aimer, mais j'ai vu la mer. Je n'ai jamais autant souffert. Quand je t'ai mis la bague au doigt, je me suis passé les bracelets. Pendant ce temps, le temps passe, je suis tes balivernes. Et je suis tes balivernes. J'étais prêt à graver ton image en entraînant sur mon paupière. Afin de te voir même dans un sommeil éternel. Même dans un sommeil éternel. J'étais censé t'aimer, mais j'ai vu la mer. J'écrivais des jeux de la mer. Est-ce que je t'aime? Je sais pas si je l'aime. Est-ce que tu m'aimes? Je sais pas si je l'aime. J'étais censé t'aimer, mais j'ai vu la mer. J'écrivais des jeux de la mer. Est-ce que je l'aime? Je sais pas si je l'aime. Est-ce que tu m'aimes? Je sais pas si je l'aime. J'étais censé t'aimer, mais j'ai vu la mer. J'écrivais des jeux de la mer. Est-ce que je l'aime? Je sais pas si je l'aime.
Good French song. Very nice French song. What do we get next? Oh, this is a good song.
Yellow diamonds in the light. Now we're standing side by side as a shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's the way I'm feeling. I just can't deny. Let it go, let it go. We found love in a hopeless place. We
True. I did.
hopeless place. We found love in a
Shout out Towel Girlfriend.
We found love in a hopeless place. Shine a light through an open door. Love and life I will divide. Turn away 'cause I need you more.
Yeah, that was a good post. How you doing? Everybody enjoying little, sometimes you just need music and then your brain just automatically writes. So yeah, this is a ridiculous argument. I know where they're going next. Let's go.
Evidence of bias or prejudice against a group of
Bonnie says, I love the French song As I Am French. That was a... Boozy Beauty is fist bumping. That was a special French song for the Queen of France, who is an emoji, Boozy Beauty. She's the Queen of France because she likes bread.
Member, or that, could materially aid the defense against pending charges. Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14b(2)(c)(f). Information favorable to defense includes information reflecting bias or prejudice against defendant or against any class or group of which defendant is a member. See also Commonwealth versus Lager, 448 Massachusetts, 585, 593, 2007. Commonwealth versus Brasier, 470 Massachusetts, 422, 431, 2015. Shortly after the review began on September 27, 2025, the Commonwealth disclosed materials showing bias and prejudice found on Proctor's personal phone to this defendant and others. See, for example, docket papers number 178, 179. See, for example, Graham versus District Attorney for Hampton District, 493. Massachusetts 348, 378, 2024. Commonwealth versus McFarlane, 493 Massachusetts, 385, 386 to 387, 2024. The required due process was the disclosure of the materials to the defendant, which has been done. The defendant notes the apparent novelty of the situation here. In a case of first impression in this Commonwealth, King moves to dismiss the charges against him on the basis that the lead investigator held views so fundamentally racist and opposed to him as a black man, that the entire investigation was tainted by the lead investigator's bias, and that no action save. Dismissal will be enough to clear that taint. Definitely's second subpart, Mott, to dismiss 9. Thus, a Commonwealth has not identified any Massachusetts cases where the bias of a prosecution team. 20. Member entitled a defendant to dismissal, but the defendant's reliance on cases about impropriety. In jury selection, jurors tainted by bias, and bias on the part of defense counsel for the proposition. That dismissal is warranted here is misplaced, as those do not address the pretrial procedural posture of this case. Defendant's second supplemental motion to dismiss 18. A Batson-Soares error in jury selection constitutes structural error for which prejudice is presumed. 21 Commonwealth versus Jones, 477 Massachusetts, 307, 325 to 326, 2017. See, for example, Commonwealth versus Ortega, 480 Massachusetts, 603, 606 to 608, 2018. Reversed and remanded for new trial where judge abused discretion in declining to require group-neutral reason for challenge of African American. Juror, Commonwealth versus Robertson, 480 Massachusetts, 383, 390 to 397, 2018. Reversed and remanded for new trial where judge failed to find pattern and require group-neutral reason for challenge of black. Men, Jones, 477 Massachusetts at 319 to 326. Conviction reversed and remanded for new trial where judge declined to require genuine race-neutral reason for peremptory challenge of African American. Prospective juror. But the issue here is not impropriety during jury empanelment, nor do cases in which jurors are alleged to have had biases so as to deprive defendants of their right to impartial jury support the argument that this defendant is entitled to pretrial dismissal. Defense second sup, motion to dismiss 13 to 14. Commonwealth vs. McCallop, 485 Mass, 790, 798. 805 to 806, 2020. Allegations that jury deliberations tainted by racism resulted in new trial on sentencing enhancement. Pena Rodriguez versus Colorado, 580 U.S. 206, 225, 2017, where juror clearly states reliance on racial stereotypes or animus to convict, Sixth Amendment requires that no impeachment rule give way to permit the trial court to consider evidence of juror's statement, and any resulting denial of the jury trial guarantee. Rather, to ensure the right to a fair trial. 21. Batson versus Kentucky, 476 U.S. 79, 1986. Commonwealth versus Suarez, 377 Mass 461, certiorarias denied, 444, U.S. 881, 1979. 21. Massachusetts jurors are typically screened for explicit biases, and seated jurors are instructed about their own implicit biases. Supreme Judicial Court Model Jury Instructions on Implicit Bias. April 7, 2026. Here, a jury has not been selected yet, and Proctor will not be involved as a juror. The cases in which a defense attorney was discovered to have made racist and biased social media postings do not advance the argument that pre-trial dismissal is warranted. Defern, second, Suppas, motion to dismiss, 18 to 21. CEG, Commonwealth vs. Due, 492 Mass, 254, 2023. While the content of the materials on Proctor's personal phone appear similar to the materials posted by the plea attorney in Due, the procedural posture and facts are fundamentally different. In Due, the defendant's attorney's public social media postings expressing vitriolic hatred and bigotry against persons of the Muslim faith and black persons created an actual conflict of interest, depriving that defendant, who was black and a member of the Muslim faith, of his constitutional right to the effective assistance of counsel. The case was not dismissed, but rather remanded for a new trial. 22 Due, 492 Mass. At 268, Proctor was an investigator, not an attorney appointed in accordance with the defendant's constitutional right to the effective assistance of counsel. Unlike Due, this defendant is not seeking new counsel and a new trial because of a conflict of interest, but instead seeks to bar the government from ever bringing him to trial. 22. Commonwealth versus Badgett, 106 Massachusetts Appeals Court, 245, 2025, involved the same attorney in Due, and the court held that no showing of overt racism toward a defendant was required to prove an actual conflict of interest. 22. 2. Even if materials on Proctor's personal phone showing bias and racism are considered egregious misconduct attributable to the government, dismissal is not appropriate as the defendant has not shown prejudice or that he cannot receive a fair trial.
That means they think if you make this argument, it means you think the court's going to rule it's attributable to the government or it was like governmental action. So, yeah, they think their first argument is a loser. So now they're going to the backup argument, which is, Your Honor, even if you find it's governmental action, save us.
Even if this court were to find that the materials on Proctor's personal phone amounted to egregious misconduct attributable to the government, dismissal is not warranted as the defendant has not shown prejudice.
It doesn't mean racial prejudice. It's a legal term of art for those wondering. T.A. Sarah's taking good notes, 70 billion bonus points for everyone in chat. That's a good number, 70 billion. Prejudice is not like racial prejudice. It's prejudice to your fair trial rights. Or your due process rights, or like other procedural rights. It's prejudice to your position as a litigant in the trial.
The court held that dismissal was not warranted in a case where police lied in the course of their duties and then lied to cover up the initial lies. Lewin, 405 Massachusetts at 585, describing the conduct in that case as contemptible and disgusting misconduct by police officers in blatant violation of their sworn duties. The court noted to express its outrage at the reprehensible police conduct. Society need not punish itself by freeing a man who may be guilty of murder in the first degree and other serious crimes. Iginda at 584, 586, 588. That court vacated the trial court order dismissing the indictments and remanded for trial. Diaz at 588, Similarly, Lam Hui 2 was a murder prosecution for a fatal stabbing in which a mistrial and order of dismissal was entered due to the prosecution's failure to inform the defense before trial that knives, including one with reddish-brown stains, had been found at the crime scene. Lam Hui To 391, Mass at 304 to 307, 310, 314. Rather than allowing the order of dismissal to stand as a sanction, the Supreme Judicial Court found that on the record before it, no showing of irremediable harm such that a fair trial was not possible had been made. Lam Hui To 391 Massachusetts at 304 to 307, 310, 314. The case was remanded to the trial court for a determination on the specific facts whether the defendant had suffered such irremediable harm that a fair trial was not possible. Lam Hui To 391. Mass at 304 to 307, 310, 314. It is rare that dismissal is found to be an appropriate remedy for egregious government.
You can bet that because they didn't include it, the trial court, after review, probably dismissed it again.
Misconduct. In Commonwealth v. Manning, 373 Massachusetts, 438, 444, 1977, an appeal from a jury-waived conviction, the Supreme Judicial Court examined the conduct of federal agents in SC 23. Narcotics matter who, without knowledge of the defendant's attorney, contacted the defendant and sought to induce him into becoming an informer. Idanaja at 440, finding that agents violated the defendant's constitutional right to counsel and his right to a fair trial, the court held that where the government had deliberately and intentionally attempted to subvert the attorney-client relationship and the defendant's right to a fair trial, the indictments would be dismissed with prejudice.
Wow, so as a cop or a federal agent, you can't, without the lawyer there, try to get someone to flip post-indictment by getting them to be an informant. The lawyer has to be there.
At 442 to 443. In Commonwealth v. Fontaine, 402 Massachusetts 491, 494 to 495, 1988, police failed to deactivate the booking area recording system while an attorney spoke with his client and an officer. Later reviewed that recording after a court hearing, for the charges for which no defense strategy. That the recording was likely to affect, the court found no irremediable prejudice to the defendant, and noted that barring certain officers from testifying and suppressing the recorded conversation, and its fruits was an adequate remedy, only for those charges tainted by the fact that the government gained information for which it was not entitled, were the charges dismissed. 23 id ina Atazuna 497 to 498. In cases addressing instances of wide-scale misconduct, the Supreme Judicial Court has found that indiscriminate dismissal was not warranted. Examining State Lab chemist Ducan's wide-scale misconduct, the Supreme Judicial Court noted that rather than dismissal of all Ducan cases, the remedy should be tailored to the injury suffered and the rights of defendants balanced against the necessity for preserving society's interest in the administration of justice. Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District, Bridgman 1, 471 Massachusetts, 465, 475, 2015. Quoting, Commonwealth versus Cronk, 396 Massachusetts, 194, 199, 1985. Revisiting Ducan's misconduct in Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District, Bridgman 2, 476 Massachusetts, 298, 300, 2017, 23. That court noted that the Commonwealth agreed that under the circumstances of this case, it bears the burden of proving no prejudice to the defendant resulted from the viewing of the videotape. Id. At 495, 24, the Supreme Judicial Court adopted a three-phase protocol to address the large number of affected defendants and noted that as challenging as the remedy the SJC ordered is to implement, it preserves the ability of these defendants to vindicate their rights through case-by-case adjudication, respects the exercise of prosecutorial discretion, and maintains the fairness and integrity of our criminal justice system in the wake of a laboratory scandal of unprecedented magnitude. It is here at RG 301, in Committee for Public Counsel Services versus Attorney General, 480 Massachusetts, 701 to 702, 729, 2018. The Supreme Judicial Court found that state lab chemist Farwell consumed drug submissions and lab standards and manipulated evidence, and prosecutors covered up the misconduct. The Supreme Judicial Court held that the misconduct was intentional and egregious, that to protect the integrity of the criminal justice system, and that rather than dismissing all convictions based on samples tested during Farwell's tenure, only methamphetamine convictions tested during Farwell's tenure, convictions where Farwell signed the certificate, and convictions based on lab work when Farwell's drug use had spiraled out of control would be vacated and dismissed. It is at 729. In light of drug lab scandals, the Supreme Judicial Court adopted the two-pronged Scott-Ferrara test to determine whether government misconduct was so egregious that it rendered guilty pleas involuntary and in violation of a defendant's right to due process. Hallinan, 491 Massachusetts, at 744. Applying the Scott-Ferrara test, a defendant bears the burden of demonstrating both egregious government misconduct and that it caused irremediable harm to his right to a fair trial. See Hallinan, 491 Massachusetts, 730, 744 to 745, 748, 751, 2023, citing Commonwealth v. Scott, 467 Massachusetts, 336, 347 to 351, 2014, and Ferrara v. United States, 456 F. 3rd, 278, 290, first defendant, had to show that egregiously impermissible misconduct by government agents occurred before the entry of the plea and that the misconduct was material to the decision to plead guilty. Hallinan, 25. 491 Massachusetts at 744 to 745, citing Scott, 467 Massachusetts at 347 to 351, and Ferrara v. United States, 456 F. 3rd, 278, 290, First Circuit, 2006. In Hallinan, extensive and pervasive misconduct by the MSP Office of Alcohol Testing, OAT, intentionally withholding exculpatory failed calibration worksheets, violated the rights of due process for approximately 27,000 defendants. Hallinan, 491 Massachusetts at 731, 742. But despite the widespread egregious government misconduct, the Supreme Judicial Court declined to dismiss all OUI cases within the relevant time period. Hallinan, 491 Massachusetts at 748. The court noted that, unlike cases tainted by the drug lab scandals, OUI prosecutions could rest entirely on untainted circumstantial evidence, and the Commonwealth's personal phone are egregious government misconduct, or that Proctor's racist and biased beliefs have caused irremediable harm to his right to a fair trial. While the defendant points out bias and racism, he has not pointed to any conduct taken by Proctor in this investigation that could have interfered with any constitutionally guaranteed rights. Contrast Commonwealth versus Teixeira, 76 Massachusetts Appeals Court, 101, 106, further review denied. 456 Massachusetts, 1102, 2010. Where defendant shows government engaged in misconduct, having potential to interfere with constitutional guarantees, Commonwealth bears burden of showing no interference actually occurred. The defendant has not pointed to any conduct by Proctor that could have impacted the fairness of his trial. Contrast Fontaine, 402 Massachusetts, at 496 to 497. Prejudice found where, after testifying at suppression hearing, officer reviewed improperly recorded video of defendant's meeting with attorney. Advance. Knowledge of defendant's position gave prosecution unfair advantage. 26. While worthy of Condemnation, the biases and racism found on Proctor's personal phone is not misconduct, attributable to government in this prosecution, and there has been no showing that Proctor's biased. Views caused irremediable harm to this defendant's right to a fair trial. Notably, Proctor was not integral to the investigation, and the Commonwealth will present its case without reliance on Proctor. The contention that racism caused Proctor to believe the statement of a white police officer who heard the victim say that he had been shot by Mizzy Cash does not advance the defendant's argument. Defendant's second supplemental motion to dismiss 22. The victim, a black man, identified Mizzy Cash as the shooter to Milton Officer Colligan, who testified before the grand jury that returned the indictment for murder.
Oh, whoa. Wait a minute. But that statement is only attributed to the police officer. And the mother didn't say it until the grand jury. At first she said she didn't even hear that, and no one else heard that statement. Oh, whoa. Whoa.
19th, 2021, 39:42. Significantly, prior to Proctor's involvement, Milton officers went to the defendant's home and told the defendant's mother that he was a potential suspect in a shooting and could turn himself in to a Milton detective. GJ, September 16th, 2021, 50-51. Speculation that biases caused Proctor to fail to pursue leads or avenues of investigation that are now lost and undocumented does not entitle the defendant to pretrial dismissal. Defendant, second supplemental motion to dismiss 22. A defendant may introduce evidence for the proposition that inadequate police investigation raises serious questions about whether the police and the Commonwealth have charged and are prosecuting the proper perpetrator, and thus may give rise to reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt. See, for example, Commonwealth versus Bowden, 379 Massachusetts, 472, 485 to 486, 1980. Fact that certain tests not conducted or certain police procedures not followed could raise reasonable doubt as to defendant's guilt in minds of jurors. While the defendant can argue to the jury that the investigation was flawed, bias materials found on Proctor's personal phone are not grounds to dismiss the murder indictment. 27. The assertion that Proctor's racist beliefs tainted every aspect of the entire investigation. Defina second supii mota to dismiss 10 is flawed. Significantly, while designated as the MSP case officer, Proctor was not present for the shooting or the victim's statement to Milton officer Colligan that Mizzy Cash shot him. Many officers were involved, and the investigation was advanced before Proctor became involved. Prior to the victim being pronounced dead, Milton detective Bullard informed the defendant's mother that the defendant was a potential suspect in a shooting and told her that the defendant can turn himself into me. GJ, September 16th, 2021, 50-51. While Proctor requested the search warrants for CSLI and other records, probable cause was found. Those records are created and maintained by third parties and will be introduced through keepers of records for those third parties which the defendant will be able to challenge at trial. Although Proctor reviewed surveillance video, he did not collect it, and in accordance with the rules of evidence, surveillance video will be authenticated by a keeper or some other person with personal knowledge of the video, and the video will be available for the jury to review and assess. 24. To the extent Proctor's biased and racist beliefs may be admissible at trial, despite the contention that the defendant will never be able to paint a full picture for the jury about just how racist the lead investigator of his case was. Defers second supin teachers to dismiss 22-24. The Commonwealth's election not to call Proctor does not prevent the defendant from putting on a defense or impair the defendant's right to a fair trial. The defense could pursue calling Proctor and seek to have him declared a hostile witness. See, for example, Massachusetts General Evidence 611, 2025, Commonwealth versus Monahan 349 Massachusetts, 139, 162 to 163, 1965. Although the defendant suggests that Proctor may invoke a Fifth Amendment privilege to avoid testifying, defendant's second supplemental motion to dismiss 23. There are procedures for this court to determine whether Proctor has a valid Fifth Amendment. 24. Surveillance video was presented at grand jury. 28. Privilege, where there has been no showing of prejudice or that the defendant cannot receive a fair trial, dismissal of the indictment, because materials showing bias and racism were found on the former MSP case officer's personal phone is not appropriate. 3. Structural error analysis is not appropriately applied to a pre-trial motion 2. Dismiss based on bias material that was discovered and provided to the defense. Prior to trial, structural error is generally error that necessarily renders a criminal trial fundamentally unfair or an unreliable vehicle for determining guilt or innocence. Commonwealth versus Williams, 481 Massachusetts, 443, 454, 2022. Quoting Commonwealth versus Hampton, 457 Massachusetts, 152, 163, 2010. Quoting Washington versus Requenco, 548 U.S., 212, 218 to 219, 126 SCT, 2546, 2006. Structural errors have been recognized in limited circumstances and occur rarely. Williams, 481 Massachusetts at 254, quoting Hampton, 457 Massachusetts at 163, citing Requenco, 548 U.S. at 218, Note 2, 126, SCT, 2546. The Commonwealth has not identified any Massachusetts case where structural error analysis was applied to a pretrial motion to dismiss. The defendant's reliance on cases addressing errors that occurred at trial is misplaced, and notably, retrial is not automatically precluded where post-conviction structural error analysis is applied. CEG, Commonwealth v. Cohen, number 1, 456, Massachusetts 94, 119 to 120, 127, 2010, remanded for new trial in light of structural error analysis of violation of right to public trial. Cases cited by the defendant's second supplemental motion to dismiss 17 to 21, do not suggest that structural error analysis is appropriately considered in conjunction with a request to bar the government from ever proceeding to trial against this defendant. CDU 492 Massachusetts 245. Actual DAS conflict of interest found without showing of prejudice. Motion for new trial allowed and remanded for further proceedings. Vasquez versus Hillary 474 U.S. 254, 262, 106 SCT, 617, 623, 1986. Habeas. Review of murder conviction for discrimination in grand jury selection, government permitted to. 29. Recharge defendant and try him in accordance with procedure conforming to constitutional requirements. See Hillary versus Pulley, 733 F. 2nd 644, 9th Circuit 1984. Pena Rodriguez versus Colorado, 580 U.S. 206, 209, 212, 137 SCT, 107, 2017. Juror relied on racial stereotypes in convicting. Defendant remanded for further proceedings. Buck versus Davis, 580 U.S. 100, 104 to 105, 137 SCT. 759, 2017. Procedural default in death penalty murder conviction, defense expert considered. Future violence by defendant, more likely because he was black. Defendant allowed to pursue. Appeal, Commonwealth versus McCallop, 485 Massachusetts, 790, 791, 805 to 806, 2020. Alleged racism during deliberations that convicted defendant defendant allowed to move for new trial if evidence showed. Deliberations tainted by racial bias, while structural error analysis is a standard of review that may in certain circumstances appropriately be applied to matters that have been tried or otherwise adjudicated, it should not be applied to prevent the Commonwealth from proceeding to trial. 4. Dismissal of the indictment for the murder of Marquis Simmons will not create a climate adverse to repetition to avoid repetition. The only reason to dismiss criminal charges because of non-prejudicial but egregious police misconduct would be to create a climate adverse to repetition of that misconduct that would not otherwise exist. Monteagudo, 427 Massachusetts at 486. Quoting Drumgold, 423 Massachusetts at 246. Quoting Lewin, 405 Massachusetts at 587. In Lewin, where police engaged in perjury and an attempted cover-up, but the court held that dismissal was not required for prophylactic reasons. The court noted that repetition of such conduct by others was sufficiently discouraged without dismissal. The officers' police careers were over, their reputations were greatly damaged, and they faced serious criminal charges. Lewin, 405 Massachusetts at 587. Rather than ordering dismissal, the Supreme Judicial Court ordered the case remanded for trial, Ididez at 588. The defendant claims that the message currently being sent is that it is acceptable to be a police officer and to hold beliefs that black people are animals responsible for all crime, and that 30. The Commonwealth will protect people who hold those beliefs, shield them from accountability by refusing to call them as a witness, and seek protection orders to further shield their racism from the public. Definite second sub casa mot to dismiss 25. The NDAO provided materials found on Proctor's personal phone to this and other defendants, the town of Canton and the peace officer. Standards and Training Commission, Post 25, see docket paper number 180. Canton police officer Sean Good, whose racist and biased communications were found on Proctor's personal phone, was investigated by the town of Canton, resigned, and has been suspended by Post.
Rather than shielding Proctor from accountability, even prior to the review of Proctor's personal phone by the NDAO, Massachusetts State Police suspended and then fired Proctor for, among other reasons, sending derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and otherwise inappropriate text messages about a suspect in a different investigation. The widely publicized sanctions experienced by Proctor and Good will discourage repetition, while dismissal of the indictment to send a message will preclude prosecution of the defendant for the murder of a black man who was equally the subject of the racist beliefs discovered on Proctor's personal phone. In 25, Proctor was suspended by Post on December 18, 2015, case number 2025-072. 26, Good resigned from the Canton Police Department on June 2, 2026. Good was suspended by Post on June 18, 2026, case number 2026-0033. On June 30, 2026, the town of Canton released a report regarding an internal affairs investigation into former Canton Sergeant Town Good. See Division of State Police Trial Board Findings 25 PER 178. The text messages at issue in Commonwealth v. Reed and at Proctor's MSP disciplinary hearing were not from the extraction examined by the NDAO beginning on September 27, 2025, but were produced by the federal government. What? Then who? Hi, Francine. Who? Yeah, it is. We're getting late, but who? Wait, what? We knew that. We knew that Proctor's texts in the Commonwealth v. Reed matter were found by the feds. But who produced the extraction examined by the Commonwealth on September 27, 2025? Huh. 5. we're out of. I didn't want to make another. We ran to the end of the pre-made voice thing, so I have to do this by hand now. Where prior to Proctor's involvement, the victim identified Mizzy Cash as the shooter. Milton police knew that Mizzy Cash was the defendant, and a Milton detective told the defendant's mother that the defendant was a suspect in a shooting and could turn himself into that detective. Bias and racism shown on Proctor's personal phone cannot establish an equal protection violation in this investigation. Relying on Commonwealth v. Long, 45 Mass 7/11/2020, and its progeny, the defendant contends that he is entitled to an evidentiary hearing on his claim of selective enforcement. Equal protection principles under the 14th Amendment and Articles 1 and 10 of the Mass Declaration of Rights prohibit discriminatory application of impartial laws. Commonwealth v. Laura, 451 Mass 425 436. 2008. Although the application of the criminal law inevitably involves some degree of selectivity, the exercise of that discretion is compatible with equal protection only if it is not based on an unjustifiable standard such as race, religion, or other arbitrary classification. Commonwealth v. Rodriguez, quoting Laura. Selective enforcement occurs when there is discriminatory policing in the investigatory phase of the case, 28. Selective prosecution occurs when a prosecutor pursues similar cases differently based on race or another protected class. Rodriguez, citing Commonwealth v. Dilworth. The Long standard applies generally to allegations of discriminatory policing in the investigatory phase. Rodriguez, Dilworth, Robinson, Van Rader. The defendant must produce evidence upon which a reasonable person could rely to infer that the officer discriminated on the basis of the defendant's race or membership in another protected class. Long. Discriminatory motivation exists whenever the challenged enforcement decision was motivated at least in part by race. Rodriguez, quoting Long. To establish a reasonable inference of such motivation, the defendant must point to specific facts from the totality of the circumstances. Rodriguez, Long. Where a defendant has established an inference of selective enforcement, the defendant is entitled to a hearing at which the Commonwealth would have the burden of rebutting the inference. Burden shifting. Rodriguez, Long. Absent such a rebuttal, any evidence derived from the selective enforcement would be suppressed. The defendant must show more than the fact that he is a member of a constitutionally protected class and was stopped. See generally Long. He must establish a reasonable inference that the officer's decision was motivated by race and produce evidence from which a reasonable person could infer that the officer discriminated on the basis of the defendant's race. Like, for example, maybe, I don't know, Michael Proctor having a history of pulling over black people because they're black for crimes like throwing a cigarette out the window that he would ignore if it was a white driver. The defendant notes, and the Commonwealth does not dispute, that the defendant is a member of a constitutionally protected class who has been charged with murder, and that materials on Proctor's personal phone show racist and biased beliefs. However, the defendant has not shown any connection between the materials on Proctor's personal phone and this defendant being investigated and charged with murdering Marquis Simmons. This investigation began when Milton police were dispatched to the scene of a shooting where the victim, a black man, told a Milton officer that he'd been shot by Mizzy Cass, who Milton police knew was the defendant. Milton officers responded to the defendant's home shortly after the shooting and told the defendant's mother to tell the defendant that he could turn himself in to Detective Bullard. The defendant turned himself in to Milton police the next day. Because the defendant has not produced evidence from which a reasonable person could infer that the decision to investigate the defendant for murdering Marquis Simmons was made because of the defendant's race or membership in a protected class, the defendant is not entitled to an evidentiary hearing on a selective enforcement claim. 29. If the court were to determine that an evidentiary hearing is necessary, the Commonwealth anticipates presenting testimony from Officer Cooligan and Detective Bullard regarding the identification of the defendant by the victim and communication with the defendant's mother about the defendant turning himself in. 6. The biased materials discovered on Proctor's personal phone and the issues raised in the original and first supplemental motion to dismiss do not entitle defendant to dismissal. The Commonwealth relies upon and incorporates by reference the Commonwealth's response to the defendant's motion to dismiss, or in the alternative, release King on bail and continue the trial date given the voluminous late disclosed evidence, docket paper number 118. The defendant has had the discovery for more than a year, and any prejudice from the late disclosure has been remedied, as the defendant has had time to make effective use of the materials. The racist and biased materials found in Proctor's personal phone span many years but are not government conduct or connected to this case. Even evaluated together, the claims in the defendant's original and two supplemental motions to dismiss should not result in the extreme sanction of dismissal of the indictments. Conclusion. For the reasons cited herein, And in the Commonwealth's initial submission, docket paper number 118, the motion to dismiss should be denied. For the Commonwealth, Michael Morrissey by Jennifer Hickman, Stacy Cusick, Norfolk DA, ADAs. USB drives, grand jury minutes, grand jury exhibits, Massachusetts State Police reports. Oh my goodness. We did it. It's 9 hours and 13 minutes into the stream. We analyzed at the end of a stream where we were doing other things, we analyzed an entire 35-page motion to dismiss response. Oh my word. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you benefited from that, if you enjoyed today's stream, thank you so much. You're all wonderful. Thank you for sticking through. Thank you for being willing to learn. My opinion is this is a case of first impression. The other, police conduct was not this. It was not a sustained pattern over 12 years of pulling black people over because they're black, and even discrimination towards black victims of car accidents. Being just let them die. I mean, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. So, I don't think that precedent is relevant. 1 second, I gotta get Francine's friend. We're getting to the end of the stream. I don't think that precedent is really relevant. I now am fully briefed. I can go to oral arguments on this motion to dismiss, and I can go to the Lally hearing on August 27th. I know everything I need to know, having read Rosemary's motion to dismiss and the supplemental motion to dismiss and this. I know everything I need to know now. The cases that the Norfolk DA, it's Peep, he's the channel mascot. The cases the Norfolk DA rely on in that analysis or that motion do not really address a situation where a police officer over 12 years demonstrates racial animus towards suspects, like a pattern of investigating black people for things that he wouldn't investigate white people for, and evidence of the racial animus leading to victims being treated differently in car accidents and left to die if they're black. What compounds it in the Miles King case is that Marquise Simmons' mother did not initially tell police officers she heard Marquise say that Mizzy Cass shot him. She was there, she was telling Marquise to tell the officer what he knew, and he didn't say that, which she said initially. Then when she goes to the grand jury, she does say that Marquise has made a dying declaration of it was Mizzy Cash. The only person who heard Marquise Simmons say initially, according to the reports, that it was Mizzy Cass who shot him, which is the only piece of evidence directly linking Miles King to the shooting, because there's no forensic evidence on the DNA, and all the other evidence is circumstantial about his location at various times related to the shooting. But it's not there's no positive ID from any witness. None. The only person who was a potential cooperating witness with the picture of Marquise being attended to by a neighbor after the shooting is dead. The only person is that cop who responded to the scene. The best evidence against Miles King is what that cop heard ostensibly Miles King say, which is contradicted by Simmons' mother and not confirmed by any other first responder. That's why it's a big deal. Because what I'm thinking happened here is parallel reconstruction. They knew it was King, but they knew it was King based on the fruits of an illegal search. So they here's what I think happened. King did not say, the victim, Marquise Simmons, did not say that Mizzy Cash shot him. He did not, I don't think. What happened was the police had a bunch of circumstantial evidence, and they probably went and looked at cameras and illegally searched what was going on in the area through that tech and we're like, oh, there was that car driving around. Like somebody said they saw a Mercedes. This cell phone was in the Mercedes. You can't legally do that, but you have your shooter. Now you got to reconstruct it. You gotta build the case. And what's the strongest piece of Miles King left no evidence, at least not that ties him directly to the shooting. No physical evidence, no DNA. There was a gun found, and there was bullets from the gun, but there was no trace DNA on the gun and no DNA on the bullets. There's no evidence. I've read the whole thing. There's no evidence directly linking Miles King to this murder. There is strong technological evidence putting him in the area of the murder, or at least his phone. But there is no direct evidence except for the statement by that one cop, which made this case. This goes unsolved without that cop hearing Marquis Simmons say it was Mizzy Cash. The rest of the case is circumstantial. I don't think they framed him. I want everyone to understand. I think Miles King probably shot Marquis Simmons. That's not what I am worried about having happened here. This is a very famous type of investigatory technique. It's illegal, and it's called parallel construction, where you cheat. It's cheating as a cop. You illegally, without a warrant, obtain, it's like looking at the Wordle solution and then pretending to help someone solve Wordle. You already know the answer. So you go to get the warrants, but you need a reason to do the search warrant to get the data you already know exists. Well, local cop, dying declaration. Just get the mom to go along with it. Oh, she didn't hear it at first? Well, it's not really a problem for the PC. We can get that with the cop alone. At the grand jury, we're going to need the mom to say she heard that he said it was Mizzy Cash that shot him. But for the PC, we can do it based on a cop alone. Okay, PC is really easy to reach, probable cause, to get the search warrant. Just have the cop say, Marquis Simmons is dead. Have the cop say Marquis Simmons said to me it was Mizzy Cash. You already know it's Mizzy Cash. Now go get the warrants for his phone, the cameras, go talk to his friends, call his mom, and then get an arrest warrant on the basis of the evidence that you only got from a warrant based on the statement of the cop who said he heard Marquis Simmons say it was Mizzy Cash. That's how you make a case. That's what we have here. I'm 90%. I've analyzed this completely. I'm awake. I do need to get to bed by the top of the hour, so you got me for 15 minutes there. Oh, Pete, where are you going? We haven't done our outro. I think I've put it together. If you stayed this long, almost 10 hours today covering documents, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Hi, Karina, how are you? Thank you. I think I put it together. I think I have solved this. What they're hiding here, Miles King did this, okay? I want everyone to understand. Miles King did this. But Proctor, think about it, for cops, making cases is important. Proctor wanted to make the case, and he didn't have it legally. He had it illegally through surveillance, but he didn't have it legally. And what he needed to make the case was that cop saying that he heard Mizzy Cash out of Marquis Simmons' mouth. He was a dirty cop. Proctor, here's what's scary about this. You can have a suspect, like you can know it's them, and be a dirty cop and still, like, screw it up. You can have the guy based on evidence you obtained illegally, and, like, you have the upper hand that whole time. They should never know that you did all this stuff illegally, and you should be able to make the case with digital modern surveillance without violating the Fourth Amendment. And Proctor could, like, situate, like, it's such a dumb reason for this case to go down, because he had him, but they built the case illegally, is my opinion. So yeah, it's a weird case. It's one of these cases That's why Rosemary, I think, is on this. I think she knows they built this case illegally. But I think he also did it. That's why it's weird. Like, he's in federal prison. They know. Like, he's a criminal, obviously. He was selling crack on probation. But what we're looking at here is a case that Michael Proctor, like, listen, if the state police are doing this, they got to stop. They got to stop. Because you can't build cases, like, you can't fit the police officer's testimony, the local cops, to build cases. Like, you can't go get proof and then reconstruct. It's a valid case against King, but they didn't build it right. They were lazy. They took shortcuts. And then when they did actually do the investigative work, it was on the basis of a ginned up identification that didn't exist. They didn't have it without that. That's the key piece of evidence in the whole case. That's why the feds... Miles King got released on bail so that... Because the feds probably took one look at this shit and were like, bro, eventually it's going to come out what happened in this case. Like, we need to bait him. And then they let him out on bail, and then they set him up over a year and a half with controlled buys. Because they needed to make a real case, not whatever the hell this was. And what's scary is this is real. Like, they had him dead to rights, but they didn't have it, like, they didn't have enough for the search warrants. Because think about every other witness, non-cooperative, saw like a 5'8" man in a sweatshirt. That's not enough for a search warrant. No, not at all. You need like a Mercedes with a Maine license plate. Okay, and like King's mother has a Mercedes with a Maine license plate. That's not enough. Vague description, no positive ID, no link. Like, you don't have to think about the case they had. What made the case was the cell phone data that showed King at the road, on the road where the shooting took place, at the time it happened. But they don't have that legally. They got that, found their guy. They were probably ran a very illegal search on all the cell data from the towers in the area at the time. They probably did a dragnet search and were like, okay, who was on that road? What pinged from that road at that time? Oh, it was, who's that number, that phone number? Miles King? Miles King. How can we get a warrant for Miles King? Well, what might have, maybe, wasn't the guy's mother yelling to, say who shot him before he died? Well, he's dead now, so, he can't say anything different. What if we just talk to the victim's mother and say, listen, you heard him say Mizzy Cash, right? But I already told the cop in the report I didn't hear him say Mizzy Cash. Well, yeah, but you could remember hearing him say Mizzy Cash, couldn't you? You want justice for your son, don't you? You heard him say Mizzy Cash, right? You were pleading with him, and then, he said Mizzy Cash, and then he said over and over and over again, he said he was going to do it. Right? Right? I mean, that's what you remember, right? Right? I'm just going to write that down. Do you mind? That's what you said, right? We're going to call you before the grand jury. That's what you said, right? Did you just remembered that right now? That's really helpful. So, and then the local cop, that's not that hard. Proctor can just be like, listen, we can't get the warrant unless you say you heard a positive ID, because I got no witnesses who will ID it. Ideally, you find a witness who will give you a positive ID, and that's enough for the warrant. But here I just read the whole case. They didn't have anything. Nothing. He was going to walk. So my opinion is they have instantaneous, the state police and local cops, instantaneous real-time access to high-level technological surveillance. and they build cases. Sometimes they have to stretch it. They reconstruct the case based on the illegal digital surveillance. And they got caught here because they faked the positive ID. This whole case is going to fall apart. Rosemary knows it too. I can't wait to see this MTD argument. She's got them cooked. They're nailed to the wall. It's not just about Proctor. Listen. Not only was Proctor apparently part of a unit that could cover up serious crimes, they also were cheating. On the cases they were making. Shit. If they're doing that, they got to stop right now, because the lawyers are going to figure it out. Defense lawyers, ever since parallel construction first became a thing, after I think like the Hyde case in 2009, I don't remember the formal name, they were on to it, but I don't think they understand what the cops are doing. What I understand from this fact pattern, and I'm very good at this kind of thing, what I understand happened was that in real time, this murder went unsolved, okay? So nobody knew who did it right away. But somebody, whether in the local or state police, got within like an hour or 2 hours, illegally got data showing that Miles King's phone was on that road at that time. And then from there, you can easily build the case. Oh, his mom's got a Mercedes with a main license plate. We can get the warrants for his phone. But how are you going to get the warrant for his phone when the cops are thinking, let's just go around the neighborhood and find someone who will positively ID him. Somebody had to see him. I bet his face was on a camera. Oh, fuck, we're coming up empty on everything. Yeah, like the only thing you can see is like a sweatshirt and like the name, and like somebody saw writing on the sweatshirt. Somebody said he was like 5'8", like a black guy, maybe 185. That's not a positive ID. None of that. So you do the whole canvas. You have no evidence linking it to Miles King, linking the shooting, but you know it's him. You know it's him. You want to clear the homicide. You can't have it go unsolved. You know this one. You know Miles King did it. And all you need to get the search warrant to prove it legally with a search warrant is somebody positively IDing him. Hey, local cop, when you were bent over, like you said, the mom was screaming for him to identify the shooter, right? And he wouldn't do it. What if he said Mizzy Cash? I'm just saying, that's how it reads. I feel qualified to make an educated guess as to what happened, and that's how it reads. A lot of people were saying they thought Miles King was framed. No, based on the evidence, he wasn't framed. His constitutional rights were violated, but he did shoot Marquis Simmons. He knows it too. He's probably like, shit, how the fuck did they get me, bro? I thought that was a clean getaway. I mean, to be direct with you, he probably was astounded that they got him, because it was clean. As clean as it's going to get. His face was not seen by anyone. He was not on camera. His face was not on camera. He left no DNA on the weapon. And although the weapon was connected to the casings, there was no connection between him and the weapon. There was a car used, but the car wasn't even identified other than vaguely as a Mercedes with a main plate. That's not probable cause. I can see now what's actually going on in this case. That's crazy. That's not what I thought this was going to be. That's wild. I don't know how I feel about that. I gotta sleep on this, and I have my surgery in the morning, so I'll see you all in the afternoon. The CCC gets a reprieve. They're probably breathing a sigh of relief, or should they? There's no way the CCC press team stayed up this long to watch this, but if they did, you know, wink is as good as a nod to a blind man. Anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I can't believe that that's what the Miles King case is. I'm astounded. I wonder if anyone else has figured this out. God bless all of you for staying this whole time. I mean, I know a lot of you kind of like ebb and flow, and this was a really long day. But my word, that story should be told. I mean, that's a hell of a case. Yes. Oh, there you go. I talked for so long, my screen went black. Fourth Amendment. I got to think about, like, what do we do when the cops know somebody did it, but the reason that they know is because of an illegal, like, mass surveillance tool? Like, what is, I don't have an answer right now. I'm very tired. I really have to think this over, though, because, like, what they're doing, if it's applied correctly, they're actually, like, solving crimes that would otherwise go unsolved. But the way they're doing it is, like, literally the reason we have the Fourth Amendment. Like, you can't cheat. Like, people have an expectation of privacy, and although that does help criminals get away with things, it also protects you, a citizen, from, like, the government, like, looking in your window and being like, oh, you're naked? That's nice. You know. Oh, like, are you sleeping with a man? Wow, down in Texas, in the 60s, we don't allow that kind of thing. So, we're going to charge you with a crime. Well, but you were spying on me illegally in my bedroom. Like, what the hell, bro? Yeah, that was Texas v. Johnson. Lawrence v. Texas, excuse me. That was a very famous case. And they did literally, like, the Texas cops used to, like, find gay guys in bars and then follow the gay guys home, spy on them, like, in their bedrooms, and then charge them for, this is consensual adults who were gay. Arrest them and charge them after, like, spying on them in their bed. So, you know, we gotta, like, really think about, that was the 60s. It was just, like, manual spying, maybe with, like, a long telephoto lens. Cops, whenever I read that case, I'm like, you know, the cops who were doing that spying, they strike me as a little bit, you know, I think they're projecting a little bit. But anyway, my point is, it's a serious, after reading this case, this is a very serious case. Michael Proctor was doing it. This unit was doing all sorts of bad stuff. Now I see why the system is so scared of this. Because their whole, like, game plan, their whole blueprint is going to get blown up over this, rhetorically. Because the way they do investigations is being laid bare, and it wasn't legit. They weren't just covering stuff up. Even the good investigations, they were cheating. At least on this one. And that's why the feds charge Miles King. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. That was a long day. It's 10 p.m. I'm going to bed. Thank you for watching Towel News. If you want to support, I probably should have done this earlier. You know how to find the links. Thank you for all your super chats. I forgot to start another goal. I got really tired. God bless you all for making it to the outro. That was a very long motion. You can support this stream. There's a Venmo. There's a Cash App. # Grant Smith Ellis at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal. PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. You can find the links in the chat. Thank you to Francine and everyone who's here. We do tip a canoe at the end of streams to test my mental acuity. Let's do that quickly. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren, William Henry Harrison, skip 10, then Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, so Polk, then Taylor, then 13 is Millard Fillmore, And then it goes Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William R. Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. There you go. How's that? Standing stone. So good to see you. God bless all of you. Thanks for watching today. Thanks for your support of Towel Channel. Look for a reason to do a small act of service of kindness for those around you today. My voice is really hurting, so truncated ending after 10 hours. This is a public information service. I tried to educate, inform, and entertain you today. And 20% entertainment to insulate your brain from trauma, 40% education, 40% information, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. If you benefited from this stream today, if you want to pay it forward, consider a donation to our homeless vets or service members. Shouldn't be a single such homeless vet or service member in the United States against their will, or we failed. They fought for our freedoms that we talked about all day. Consider a donation to help them. Consider a donation to animal shelters run by our vets or service members that help them. Great way to help our furry friends like Pete Bunny. Great way to help our veterans and service members. You could donate to animal shelters in general, or if you're in the UK, like LS, you could donate to The Big Issue. Great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Ruchel did one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. Yes, in that way, may we pray the current realpolitik continues to shift one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein living up to our Tau eudaimonia, or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively, and in turn, bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer, standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. God bless you all. I'm exhausted. Thank you for a very long 10-hour day. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 10:03 p.m. here on Wednesday, August 12, 2026, Eastern Time in Boston, on Towel News. It's 4:03 a.m. in South Africa. It's 5:03 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 5:33 a.m. as the sun rises on Thursday, October 13, 2026, in the Middle East and Africa. God bless you all. Good night. This concludes your broadcast day on Towel News. From a very sleepy Grant Smith Ellis, thank you for being you. Thank you for being with me. God bless you all. From me and Pete Bunny, good night. God bless. We love you all dearly. Until we see each other again, good evening, good morning, or good afternoon, whatever the case may be. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am off to bed. God bless you all.